sila dito nagpa-blank laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is really inside of B. Nag-aabang mga kala dito sila Owen Duty wins naman dito for another
Mistakenly kicks. Safe bomb. He gets shot by the phantom and he finally gets the 1 point.
Wala, mahihitaan niya dito. The Exotic sinatan, and the X with just the red. With the place score, the Exotic was in on top of the fully and up close to it.
And with that mga kaibigan, a new season para sa Valorant Esports ay nagsisimula na ngayon. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We're gonna be your caster sa buong Predator Kings of PH 2025. Ang starting stone para sa mga kung sino man ang gustong makalift up ng Predator Shield. Kamusta ka naman Mochi? It has been so long since magkasama tayo ngayon.
So long indeed at nakaka-excite kasi balita ko, no? Andito na ang mga up and coming, mga returning at lahat ng mga nagnanasa na makapaglapag ng kanilang mga pangalan para dito sa ating Kings of PH at kung sino ang unang magiging contender natin upang makakuha ng ating corona. And I'm really excited kung ano yung mga mapapakita ng mga players natin ngayon, lalong-lalo na, no? Na, I mean, unfortunately, pretty sure na there's already been some gossips going around. Zol's already out. Nao's already found the new team outside Philippines. But at the same time, we are going to be turning a new page. A new page for all of our aspirants to show and introduce who they are, and it can start here in this arena.
Totoo, tama ka dyan. But before anything else, we would like to thank our friends over at the Games and Amusement Board for allowing us to officiate ang Kings of PH as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. They have been so supportive for us all throughout, ever since Predator Gaming has started as one of those tournaments that you can look forward to every now and then. So thank you so much, Gab. Thank you so much sa mga nanonood ngayon. Sure akong excited para sa magiging susunod na games natin. A lot of big things happening as you mentioned. Ang daming mga bagong teams dahil yung mga nakasanayan natin either nakaalis na dito sa Pilipinas o kaya nag-disband na sila. Kaya medyo perfect na timing din para makita natin yung magiging overall overview ng Kings of PH as a whole, diba? So why don't we dive into what we can expect for this tournament as a whole? We have two phases dito sa Kings of PH. First off, we have yung qualifiers where we'll have 4 qualifying legs. Ibig sabihin, 4 na qualifying days tayo. Kung sanay kayo na lahat ng mga qualifying legs natin, puro BO1 hanggang sa BO3 finals, eh hindi na mga kaibigan. Mas maraming aksyon dahil puro BO3s tayo pagdating sa semifinals pa lang.
Hindi na uso ang mga intro boys dito dahil kailangan meron agad na taliman na maglalast until the end. And dito naman sa ating phase 2, andyan na ang ating playoffs with the single eliminations and of course, the best of 3. Kung sino man na magkampiyon dito, matik, may direktang invitasyon tayo papunta sa Predator League Philippine Finals group stages natin. And hindi lang yon, nandyan kasi ang tumataginting na 100,000 peso prize pool kung saan ang 60,000 natin na mapupunta sa kampiyon, 20,000 para sa ating first runner-up, and 10,000 for our second and third runner-up. So, kung kayo ay interested, check out na rin ang ating mga dates ng ating mga qualifiers that will span for the weekends of April 5, 6, 12, and 13. Kaya, antabayanan ninyo yan.
Big playoffs day na napakarami ding BO3s happening on April 26 pagkatapos ng mahal na araw. Kaya mga kaibigan, mag-prepare na kayo dahil hindi lang naman yung araw na ito ang mag-iisang qualifier leg natin. Kung matalo kayo ngayon, eh may bukas pa naman tayo. Eh kung matalo kayo bukas, may next week pa naman. So marami kayong chances at marami din kayong opportunities. So it starts here in day 1 for Kings of PH mga kaibigan. Kaya I don't know, Mochi. I think the landscape has already been set up for ourselves na. Nakita na natin yung ibang mga teams from the bracket mo nakita natin kanina. Overall sa nung pinag-aralan natin yung tournament as a whole, it's kind of disappointing na we're not gonna see a lot of the popular teams ngayon. I think I heard that Oasis also got knocked out nung round 1. I believe Zol Esports got disbanded pero narinig ko yung iba sa kanila maglalaro din dito. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna be in for one hell of a slobber knocker sa bracket natin in the semifinals where 7-Sep Crew will be facing up against Vanta Black in our first BO3 habang ang Orgles laban sa Hunters League para sa susunod nating BO3. Now, very interesting na napaka-familiar ng ilan dito, di ba? So si MPH na laging nasa Predator League, yung Hunters League, one of those teams na medyo up and coming na nga. If you look at the players individually, you know these guys from the back end.
Oh, magiging pamilyar to, no? May mga sisipot at magpapakilalang muli galing sa mga teams natin. I'm really looking forward on to that. Kaya naman sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa inyo, shoutout sa 1.4K viewers natin ngayon dyan on the Facebook Predator Gaming page. And please comment down below kung sino ang inyong mga favorite teams, players, at kung merong magpapa-shoutout dyan, ilapag nyo lang guys. Kami nang bahala sa inyo.
Gusto mo? Simulan ka na nga eh. Shoutout nga pala sa mga kaibigan ko dyan sa comment section. Si Miss Ali na naging manager ng 7-Sep Crew at one point. Thank you so much. I think na sinusuportahan niya yung mga kaibigan niya. Si Borkum din para shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Pero ito na nga pala yung schedule natin for today's matches. On the qualifiers, we have 7-Sep Crew facing up against Vanta Black for the first BO3, Orgles versus Hunters League para sa susunod. At syempre, huwag kayong aalis pagkatapos ng pangalawang matches na yun kasi may pangatlo pa tayong BO3 para malaman kung sino ang makakapag-qualify sa susunod nating phase.
And this is gonna be a long day ahead of us. Kaya naman kung ako sa inyo, grab your meriendas. Lalong-lalo na pahapon na rin at hanggang gabi tayo magsasama dito. And hopefully hindi pa kayo sawa sa pagmumukha namin ni Ramon na taon-taon nyo nakikita dito sa Predator Gaming page. And I really appreciate yung mga nagme-message dyan. Kayo po ba yung mga magkakas? Lalaro po kami mamaya. Syempre, ipakita nyo na kung ano yung mga mo-offer nyo dito. Especially that's been a while na hindi tayo nakita. I'm pretty sure marami kayong baon ng mga strategiya at lalong-lalo nyo pang papainitin ang mga laban natin ngayon.
Kung may mga baon din kayong jokes, mga commenters natin, pwede din naman tayong may pagsamahan dyan kasi enjoy lang tayo dito sa stream habang sinasabi namin sa inyo kung ano yung magiging map selections natin na ban ang Fracture, Pearl, Ascent at Split. Very popular maps across the board for a lot of these teams in the bracket so far. Icebox being one of those maps na feeling ko very high ceiling kapag na-understand mo yung map rotation. So 7-Sep Crew picking this up is very interesting considering that they also have one of the long-standing players not only in the VALORANT scene but in the FPS genre, si Borkum. Siya yung magsa-stand the leader para sa kanila at sure ako lagi siyang may baon para sa kanila.
Yes, of course. And also, nakaka-excite din dito yung fact that all of these maps are really offering tons of verticalities. But while nawala ang partner ko for the time being, we will be checking out kung ano ang meron sa mga teams dito just in a bit. And hopefully you guys are having a great time. Ito nga pala ang aming predictions. It's a 2-1 in favor for 7-Sep Crew. And for me, it's a 2-0 in favor for 7-Sep Crew as well. But of course, don't fret, Vanta Black, prove us wrong and we will be seeing you guys in the grand finals just in case. Kaya naman guys, I am pretty sure everyone's excited and hopefully yung mga nandyan sa comment section natin, mga nagta-type na dyan. Hello Alexia Ong Pauko and as well as kay Joe Maranan. Uy, solid support and also shoutcaster, no? But we are gonna be checking out our agent select and as well as our drafting. So, just stay tuned. Dahil dyan makikita na natin kung ano ang bagong maihahain sa atin ng ating mga players. And is this what are we seeing here? Wait lang meron tayong Wildeye on the hands of Hydra Kid and also an ISO. For 7-Sep Crew, pretty much a standard agent drafting. We have Nightingale on the Gecko and as well as White Claw on Tejo. So this is gonna be pretty much an explosive match indeed. Once again, dito rin natin mapapakita kung worth it nga ba na mapalitan ni Wildeye itong si Jet because there's been some talk of the town that's going around wherein na di-discuss na talaga bang papalitan na si Jet ng isang Wildeye or is it still the OG who is best. So we are gonna be staying tuned and hopefully nakikita nyo ng mga pagmumukha ng ating mga players all geared up and ready. And we are going to dive right in dito sa ating mapa ng Icebox. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, naririto na tayo. Meanwhile, I hope that everyone's just gonna be stay tuned, no? Sa ating laban ngayon. And also, just for your information, Tomix, and Nightingale were no strangers to each other kasi naging team members sila dati ng Adamant Celestials during the VCT 2023. So, this is going to be really interesting kasi there's already some existing synergy. Tas dagdagan mo pa nung ng ating season veteran na si Borkum all the way from Team Secret. But on the hand of Vanta Black, we have Josh F and Hydra Kid, no? That's already been there dahil yun nga lang Vanta Black, the team has been there for quite some time, and yung huling update pa ng kanilang data dito sa VLR has been like 3 years ago. So it's very nice that we're seeing this team being revived once again, and I am pretty sure that they're gonna be serving lots of stuff here onto our table, lalong-lalo na once again, ang daing nagbago sa ating mga agents, mga nadagdag, and it's already up to them how they would be able to spice it up. Ngayon, magsisimula na tayo dito. Tamang recon dart lang sa bandang gitna as we check out some sort of information with the drones been let out dito ni White. Got Hydra Kid, a really quick pick off here onto Nightingale. Although, once again, wala pang trades. Coast is clear. Tahimik pa lahat. Borkum sinumulan na kaagad ang trade dito on the side of 7 Sap Crew. Although, very sneaky. Tomic will be getting a couple here from B-side. Pretty much a really solid start here para sa ating 7 Sap Crew. Although, Blurred and not quite sure kung ano ang kanilang aatupagin dito. But, yan lang ang angulo niya rito. A shot onto them. Took quite a couple, but more than enough to take him down. But White Cat onto that area would be catching Blurred off angle, and ganon lang kabilis matatapos ang unang round natin ngayon for this one. Round well played by 7 Sap Crew. Umpisa pa lang naman ito. Although, most likely with the current loadouts na meron sila ngayon, it's going to be pretty easy for them to take this round. All the most na maaaring gawin ng Vanta Black dito ay masira ang ekonomiya nila kahit papano, and try to adjust with the movements na meron existing dito si 7 Sap Crew. Although, once again, medyo agresibo ang magiging approach ni Hydra Kid. Gonna be standing here dito sa bandang nest natin. All the while, Atomics is just gonna be waiting them out. It seems like medyo expected yun na meron mga push dito from the defending side. Although, just gonna be playing safe here. Wala silang impormasyon na makukuha dito sa A-site. Maaaring matimbrehan na ang Vanta Black na baka B-site ang punteriya nila. And what's really good with this one is they're keeping it safe. Kahit na they got all the advantage in the world here in terms of loadouts and as well as yung mga abilities na meron sila dito, as much as possible, they want to ensure na masesecure nila ang round na ito. But, sinumalan na. United Salvo, already out, not connecting onto anyone, but more than enough to clear out the extremities of this side. Hydra Kid, Tomic, side by side! Naku, nagkakita na dalawa, but Tomic will be able to take Hydra Kid down. Meron pang isa dito. Damn, looking out for the trade here, pero mukhang medyo mahihirapan siya. The shield will be benefiting him so well from that. But still, the trades are coming in. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang laban natin dito. Yun nga lang sugatan na. Ang mga miyembro natin dito from the side of Vanta Black, as now the rest of the squad here are just gonna be taking a couple from Vanta Black. As Burkum lang naman ang uubos
It was their life.
Ray is also gonna be eliminated as well. So that's actually a pretty quick round here. Aring nasagatan sila ng bahagya economy as Tomics has been taken down, but that is more than enough for them to actually secure the round for themselves.
So nandito na ba ako? Narinig
Oh,
mo na ako?
Sim!
Mochi,
Rinig na
okay
ka na,
naman ako
boss.
siguro, no? And now I think I'm back. It's I have to apologize on my end para sa mga technical difficulties. Ito mukhang masyadong mainit yung mga ballot games natin. Nag-init masyado din yung kuryente namin kanina. Pero rest assured guys, nandito ulit ako. At sana naman ay nag-enjoy kayo sa dalawang first wins ng 7-Sep crew. Ano ba na Miss Kamochi? Sino ba yung nagbubuhat sa atin ngayon sa Icebox map natin?
Actually, everyone's performing really, really well dito, no, sa 7-Step crew. Kasi, once again, parang nasabi na natin kanina, there's already existing synergy tapos guided pa ni Borko. Mabay, ano pang i-expect mo?
Okay. Leadership, star power across the board now. Tomix looking to provide that much of a, I wouldn't say support, the carry potential for the squad now as also got some peaks coming down through from Blurred. At one point he used to be a duelist player. Para sa Naos. Now he becomes an aggressive Sova player. Let's peek on down 7 bullets. Tomix starts up strong sa pag-push over towards the yellow spot as now they have full control doon sa may default position. Spikes on down in a few seconds as they're prompting the side of Vanta Black to play on the retake scenario. Kaso masyadong nag-overpeak ata si Tomix dito. Naging 4v4 pa nga.
Hihi, medyo delikado. Pero yun nga lang nga, this is supposed to be the retribution round. By the way, shoutout kay Bill na nandyan sa comment section. Sabi niya matanda na daw si Borkom. O diba, bastos lang. Pero, shoutout sa'yo, Kuya Bill. And very nice na dumalo ka rito. Pero yun nga lang nga, meron nang nadalaw dito kay Borkom. As we will be able to secure him out. Pero pansaman saglit, sige, secure na lang ang objective natin on the D side. As we stand by and see for the post-line situation at kung magkakaroon ba na magandang retake itong si Vanta Black.
At since buhay pa si Blurred, ang ganda ng util niya para maklear yung bawat corner on danger. So now, the 2 points that they have to clear out ay yung yellow at saka yung green. Long range angle secured by Dam, but all that he needs to do is try to hold the angle cross. But Nightingale and Whitecat, they both secured the 3 kills to secure the bonus round for 7-Sep crew. Remember, they were on the 2-0 start. So it was expected for Vanta Black na makuha yung magiging buy round nila. Ang problema nga lang sa over peaks ng 7-Sep crew, they got punished for a lot of the mistakes that Vanta Black actually put themselves in.
Sim, lalong-lalo na si V-Black, chillings lang din dito, no? Miss na raw si Bill. By the way, Janelle, ang mapick po natin dito ay pinili ni 7-Sep crew. Ayan. Para aware na ng viewers natin.
Okay. Kaya naman siguro no? As now, back into the 3-0 scoreline. Nashon in from Tomix as he gets himself the first blood. Spots out Dam, who only has the Sheriff in hand as well. So the thing about the long-range taps dito from Belt is because it's supported by the Viper Wall from Vanta Black, he can't really reset the fight anyways. Wala tuloy trade, wala tuloy makukuha ang Vanta Black pa-taps papatay itong si Dam. So talagang libreng-libre lang para kay Tomix. Lalo na hindi din sila nag-aggress doon sa may pipes position eh.
Yes, of course. And we are also yet to see kung ano yung magiging benefits. I mean, there's already the existing abilities of having that Wildeye on Hydra Kid, no? Kay Hydra Kid mo pa talaga nilapag. But also it is going to be important for us to recognize that these are like new integrations that might not actually be fully comfortable yung team for now. But as I was saying, that objective being secured dito ng 7-Sep crew. Pakalutong naman ng kill na yon from Tomix. Di ko alam kung anong nakita natin doon. Pa-check nga ng PC na to. Pero isa-isa na natutumba ang mga miyembro natin from Vanta Black, which is quite unfortunate. At si Reyna naman na naiwan dito with a stinger. Unfortunately, well, look at that! Pumapalag pa rin, lumalaban pa rin with a 1 HP pero hindi magtatagal.
Talaga ito nung hindi magtatagal ito. Vanta Black having those short range guns, short range angles, and the thing is, right, you put Tomix in a position where he can get the first blood without any sort of trade. Lalo may hirapan ng Vanta Black dito, lalo na't long range lang din naman yun. Perfect timing from Borkom as well, securing himself the flank coming through from Hydra Kid. And a lot of the players here from 7-Sep crew really are on a sharp tool so far ngayon eh, no? Ang init, ang tulis ng aim nila ngayon. Sa tutukan, mukhang hindi naman siguro sila mawawala sa mga laban nila ngayon eh, no? Talagang mga laban lang against Vanta Black who really are on the back foot this time around. So back on relying on their setup. They have Soybean Curd holding yung yellow position natin. And because of that one way, hindi makapag-push ng 7-Sep crew. Pero pwede lang naman hintayin yan eh para mapatay yung Viper. At mahihirapan din siyang bumalik dahil medyo committed na yung position na dito.
Yes, of course. And just you're saying that Soyabin Court sisimulan pero yun nga lang trade gonna be coming in quickly from your... And by the way, hello, John Russell Uterio. Oh my gosh, tagal natin. Hello. And welcome back dito sa ating stream. And also, tamang tabay lang dito si Blurred, no? Pretty much holding the necessary angles. But unfortunately, mababa-body system si kuya mo.
Strict down by the Nightingale. As they all hold their own respective angles to some around Dam, arguably. Not the only man on the site. Meron din dun dito si Hydra Kid who also is holding up with the Vandal shot. It's Ray with another. Falling apart na ang 7-Sep crew as this tempo slowly eating them out. 20 seconds. Kaya pa rin na may plant doon sa may A site lalo na at buhay pa rin sa Nightingale. He still also has yung kanyang wingman. Plant coming down as well. Locked down in place at nakuha pa nga siya gamit ng ulti ni ISO. So it's now essentially a 1v3 especially with Dam picking him off. It's all falling apart this time. At na-lockdown pa nga si Yuri. Yan ang pinakamahirap na mangyayari sa'yo pag nag-iisa ka lang. Napakadali lang para sa Vanta Black at kuwang-kuha pa nga ang first round on the board.
Ayun nga lang nga, no? Medyo kinasamaan yung palad nitong 7-Sep crew at that instant. But at least, signs of life for Vanta Black, no? Kahit pa paano, nakita natin bumabawi sila. And especially, this really good ego pick then from Soybean. At least mabilis agad na nabigyan ng informasyon ng team na mag-rotate towards A site. So, just in case, we are also seeing din yung ultimate available here, yung convergent paths from Hydra Kid. So, bayan natin if that would necessarily be a good usage for Vanta Black. But, meanwhile, they still have 3 more rounds to go para sa Vanta Black para mahabol nila itong 7-Sep.
Sa setup na to, parang sinasabi sa akin na ang 7-Sep ay naghahanap lang ng mapipick up ulit. Except kung mag-fail si Tomic, so at least may kasama siya dito para matrade siya o kaya at least matulungan siya dito sa fake na to. If it is ever gonna be a fake this time around, since nilagay nila yung wall all the way towards B, the setup is telling me that Vanta Black wants to take this proactively. The Sova pushing up. Blurred has to be careful about this. He's played this position so many times as a Jet. Pushing on into Tomix and definitely expects him to do that. Lockdown in place as well. 7-Sep are preparing for an aggressive setup on A site. They are just waiting for the wall, which will prompt a 5v4 retake, especially with the wingman planting the spike down.
Pero alam mo yun yung nakakatuwa din dito sa 7-Sep crew para silang ano yun, no? Mga pamangkin na ginaguide ni Tito Borgo. Pero, meanwhile, Soybean Curse, bay, merong makakaisa dito kay Tomix, but yun ay simpleng trade lamang. Convergent paths already being utilized, but also the mark that might possibly be used. That will be taking out your private saldo to prevent them from putting the spike off, no? In the defuse, madedeli mga kumpare natin dito punta sa Bata Black at mauubos ng 7-Sep crew. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari doon.
Kaya nga tamang reset lang din ng 7-Sep after mabigyan ng round ng Vanta Black, considering that it is reliant on getting that first pick off and Blurred just handed it to them. Tamang lakad lang sa crosser agad. Borcom just seemingly showing off his colors, being very reliable pagdating sa post plant natin. And the thing about Icebox sa A-site is literally ang hirap niya ipag-post plant kapag mag-retake ka as a defenders, diba? Kasi ang daming mga angles na kailangan tingnan. May verticality pa kaya kailangan tingnan din yung pipes. As Tomix dashes in, wants to cover the fight, and Ray gets killed off immediately. The speed that Tomix has given up para makuha yung kill na yun is unquestionable. Vanta Black have to go back to see if they can get the pick off. Hydra Kid whiffs the Marshall shot. Takes a second attempt as well, but Tomix does go down to the third attempt. That's a 1-for-1, and this is at least some damage done to 7-Sep.
Sabi nga nila, third time the charm, diba? Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin because all numbers equalize tayo, no? Sa magkabilang kampo, despite of the fact na naka-eco round ang Vanta Black, they're trying to make their way into securing these necessary loadouts para magkaroon ng better advantage as we progress further into this 7th round. But 7 card, tamang intay lang at antabay for the snake bite for whoever will try to put the spike down dito. Pero masyadong maingat din itong si 7-step crew at hindi nila hayaan na gumawa ng mga mapangahas na mga galaw. Not unless that they know that they have indeed the advantage. Dam going down, but masusundan pa ito ng mga miyembro with the trades coming in. Sunod-sunod na sila mapapatumba. Wildcat to the rescue. And all alone na si Sylvia Binker dito with the crispy martial shot at baka umisa pa. Kailangan na mag-ingat dito pero secure the objective muna tayo dito for Boru.
Tito Borcom on the 1v1. And it's almost like the martial shot is the start of the show. Muntikan pa nga. He's 9 HP, but this guy's still breathing. Borcom tie on a high roll in a 6-1 scoreline. 7-step crew showing up big so far. And Tito Borcom showing his own clutch attempts. Talagang parang walang mintis nga no? Talagang tamang haplos lamang laban kay Soya Beancurd, who really has been a bit of an anchor for the squad. Buti na lang at na secure ni Whitecat yung pag-wrap around in towards that B side, just relegating the numbers. Make it easier para kay Borcom para secure yung objective this time around. 6-1. Vanta Black back on the buy round this time around. Push on in from Hydra Kid. Does have himself yung lahat ng utility niya. So if ever that he does want to take this garage push, hindi ako magugulat Kasi pwede din siyang bumalik at one given moment. Especially with 2 players already crunched up with him.
Doing a thing.
Home sim. Medyo hirap yung mga angulo niya pero so I think will be taking 2. Ang bilis naman ng execution from this one pero hindi magpapatinag si Tomix dahil susubukan niyang ipagkigante ang mga nawala ng mga kasama niya pero wait lang, tahimik ang paligid.
One enemy remaining.
Ang magkakaroon ng pakiramdaman dito as Blurred secures the shot here onto Tomix. But Borcom will be left alone. Is this the Borcom time? Di natin sure, no? Umpisa pa lang naman ng ating mga laban. Wala pa tayo second, hindi pa umiinit yung lahat. Although, medyo nagpapasay palababan na rin ng ating mga teams. And also kung sino man yung nagsabi na birthday ko ngayon, hotdog ka, no? Repulsive at Salvatore, shoutout sa inyo. Ang kukulit nyo. Sa May pa ako. Pero,
Happy 25th birthday nga
Thank you
pala kay
agad.
Mochi. Shoutout sa comments.
pinatanda mo naman ako, huy. Wala pa ako dun.
Sila kaya, tanda kaya pa nila na kailangan nilang i-check yung bot corner dito. Borcom, 1v2 clutch scenario. Will this be Borcom time once again? Roll back the years para sa veteran ng Valorant scene. Na-clear off na nila yung isa sa mga nagiging molly. Pero na-trigger na agad ni Borcom para mas madelay pa yung post-plant scenario. 1v2, it's a up and down scenario. Ray has to kill him off early. Napatay pa nga si Blurred pero na-commit na spray. And Ray able to kill him off entirely. That's a 2-6 scoreline. Vanta Black, they still keep themselves cool, calm, and collective. Pero kung consider mo yung economy nila, really is verse per rare.
Valiant effort na rin kay Borcom. Try niya naman paghiwalayin yung dalawa pero hindi na talaga siya totally connect, especially talaga sabi mo, the high-low positioning na pin-repair ng Vanta Black para sa kanya. Although, ang dahil nating ultimates available ngayon, no? We have the Viper Spits and even the Blazer in the hands of Tomix at muli ang ating domain expansion na paborito ng lahat, no? That is home. Pero, wait lang. We have 4 more rounds away, no? Bago matapos itong ating first half. But, once again, Vanta Black is looking into making this all equalized.
Blurred, Hunter's Fury. Unfortunate kasi sobrang close angled ng mga ng part na to na garage. Hindi pa rin siya nakascan ng kahit sino. Good movement coming through from Step and Hydra Kid! 1-2 shots to the domes of both players on 7-Step and he wants to look for more. Gets punished by Yor. The damage has already been done. At syempre, ayaw ng 7-Step na makahanap ng kahit sino pa dyan. Tamang rotate pa po tayo Borcom para lang magkaroon ng kahit anong comeback dito sa round na to. Ang ganda na naging setup kay Hydra Kid. Into the 3v4. Grabe talaga Mochi nangyari dito.
Yes, of course. And I'm pretty sure na masusunod at masusundan pa ito because you can see that despite of the disparities in terms of numbers here, Nightingale sinusubukan pa rin na lumaban at lumamang against their counterpart. But
30 seconds left.
actually, maganda yung positioning nila dito, no? Not too sure kung maspatan siya ng
One enemy
outing.
remaining.
But, yes, indeed, which is quite unfortunate for you. But Nightingale is looking into clutching this round for himself, despite of the fact that he will be against 3 members from Banta Black.
And the time to plant down the spike on down. Nightingale, the unknown quantity. Try to see if he can clutch it up. 5 seconds. Doesn't get himself the double kill. Pero yun lang. Nagamit pa nga ng ISO ult, and damn, even if he loses this fight, it does not work out for Nightingale at all. Hits the shot to the dome of the Gecko, 3-6. Sobrang ganda ng timing paggamit ng ISO ult this time around. And it becomes definitely winnable spot so far for Vanta Black to try to equalize the numbers. Spotted yung lurker. Borkom not able to run down the clock this time, as they relied on Nightingale to win out the gunfight. But even if he wins that, talagang since kapos na kapos sa oras, kahit magsitakbuhan pa siya papunta dun sa spike dahil nakuha siya ng ice ult na yan, talagang wala na siyang takas at hindi pa siya makakapanalo.
Grabe, no? Wala nang kawala. Ganun sana. Pero masusundan pa ni Damian. At ang tindi lang naman, dalawang early frags for this round. Hydro Kid going for the support onto this one. But unfortunately, falling under the hands of Comics. Muntikan din niya at muntikan pa mag-4K itong si Kuya mo. Pero wait! There's more! Si Blurred na daw ang tatapos. And before we even know it, it's already a close match.
Now, isn't this like a perfect display of what you can do with the newest agent on Valorant? High verticality setup,
Yes.
fast-paced tempo in the entry. They were caught off guard with how fast the Waylay can actually put that on the server. How many times has Hydro Kid put a lot of value into how well he uses yung Waylay na to?
Over there.
To try to become a distraction and also being a death ball papunta dito sa side ng Vanta Black, no? Seven-step crew gonna have to work their best para regain yung composure nila dito as they open up with the thrash. Spotted pa nga yung tao dun sa maze. Dash on in from Tomix as well. Because of the Viper wall, it does cover him up, protect him from his demise. Spray on through again, the run and gun. But Whitecat able to save the day. Double kill for him as well. 2v5, and it becomes a very winnable post plant for 7-step unless Vanta Black can do something.
Oh my. This is going to be a difficult one for Vanta Black with just a couple more people remaining here. But tignan natin if they can actually contest. Because possibly, ang daming makikita ni Soya Beancard sa oras na mababa itong wall na ito. Pero Borkom lang naman makakatapat niya as well as Nightingale onto Ray. Oh! What a solidified post plant setup here from 7-step crew. And I guess dito na rin papasok yung kagandahan of having like a good combination of having tier B and tier B to S teams, if I may say, no? Combination of having someone from Avernos, from Bestial, and as well as Team Secret here for 7-step crew. But once again, Vanta Black, they're really looking into trying to make this work. Most especially na it's been a while that we have heard from Josh F and as well as Sila Blurred, but now that they are showing such a really innovative lineup, it seems like there is a huge possibility of leveraging this, especially on the second half pagka nasa attacking na sila.
Early Viper spit. And to counter that lockdown in place dun sa A site, you know that this is gonna be a hunky-dory A site execute, lalo na at hindi pa sila nagpapatinag. Tamang takbo palabas ng CT spawn at mukhang ready ang 7-step for an aggressive retake scenario against Vanta Black this time around as Borkum starts off with Hydro Kid down to the ground. 5v4, run on in, Blurred getting the shot, Tomix, that will open up the site and make it easier for them to retake control unless they do something about 7-step. They even invest the Armageddon back into the post plant.
Wonderful usage of the Armageddon as well here from Whitecat. Pero yun nga lang nga, na-timingan si Tito! But the trades, andyan pa ang mga pamangkin niya, papalag pa rin dito. Nightingale, really good transfer at supportado ni Yor. The first half finally concluded A good start here from 7-Sep crew.
Kinabahan ako. Nung biglang napatingin si Tito Borkum, nakarinig siya ng tao sa kanan niya. Nung muntikan pa nga siyang makitaan, biglang nag-peak yung Killjoy sa kanila. Grabe. Would have been going from bad to worse for them, but at the end of the day, Yor and the rest of the squad are able to bounce back through in that postland, making it an 8-4 scoreline, a manageable setup para sa Vanta Black, but still, you can't deny na ang ganda ng impact so far ng 7-Sep. Their individual skill has been equally distributed, and the way that they're able to play around Tomix has been a big factor into how well they're able to play this Icebox map sa attacking side pa lang.
Yes, of course. And it's going to be a wonder as well. Having pretty much a bit of a balanced lineup for 7-Sep crew just gives them all the flexibility na pwede dito sa Icebox natin. But right now, Vanta Black looking into entering ang B site natin, although also medyo madedelay ng bahagya because of the poison cloud na inactivate dito ni Yor.
Medyo passive yung setup natin for Vanta Black, no?
Mhm.
Try to see if 7-Sep can make the mistake themselves. I think nasira pa nga yung ibang mga util setup ng Killjoy dito, no? So they're all reliant on finding the util timing, getting the first pick off kapag yung first contact from at least one of these anchors sa B site. But I also wonder na since they're making presence in sa A, kung gaano katagal mag-hold yung 7-Sep on the A side itself, because this is looking like a bait and switch setup. Kapag alam nilang marami dun sa may A side, hindi nila i-commito. That's where Vanta Black will strike on B, where they're now trying to fight up against Borkum himself. Does get himself 1k damn thanks to the utility. Dash on in again from Hydra Kid. He expects Yor to be on the other side, but he does not win the gunfight. And that defense is looking as impeccable as ever. They never set foot anywhere else except for Vanta Black, who are making a meal out of the rotate doon sa may mid-side. Blurred also finding two people sa CT. Too close for comfort for the 7-Sep crew. Now becomes a 3v2 where now they have 5 seconds para ma-stop yung plant nila.
Wait lang! Borkum! Ang bilis naman ng change of
Make this with your
angle from that, no? From kaharap to ikataas, pero still, 9-4 ang scoreline din natin ngayon. And alam mo ba, share ko lang, gusto mo ng fun fact?
Ano?
Etong si Yor, bumabangga daw ng truck
Last
yan eh.
player standing.
Huh? What?
Baliktad no, hindi truck yung bumabangga. Siya yung bumabangga
Siya.
sa truck.
Ay, grabe.
Solid,
So naglakad
grabe.
lang si Yor tapos tumakbo si Yor tapos may nakita siyang truck tapos nung nabangga siya dun sa truck, yung truck na nasira.
Oo, nasira yung truck doon. Eh, grabe. Grabe yun sa'yo.
Ay.
Pero ito
Mas
pa,
malakas
malupit
pala
na
tong
fun
si Yor.
fact. Si
Okay.
Whitecat, gusto niya daw sana mag-focus sa studies.
Okay.
Kaya lang kasi, kinulit ni Tomix na maglaro. So, andito siya ngayon.
Galing. Okay. So either na-miss na yung Valorant or baka tapos na yung pahinga. Pero si Borkum, di pa tapos magpahinga dito. Spray on down through the smoke as well. Never expected Hydra Kid that close at all. Does give himself possibly the Spectre upgrade pero mukhang masyadong malayo. Malapit kay Nightingale ito to get the 5v4. 1 minute on the clock, and since hindi pa lumalapit yung spike dito there's a possibility for the rotate to come down. May Killjoy mid-lurk pa nga. At pwedeng masimulan to ni Ray since hindi pa siya nasa spot ng kahit sino at wala pang tao sa boiler
Yes, indeed. But they're just gonna be holding their angles. And sa bandang likuran, si Ray. Oh no! Let him cook! Sabi nga nila, keep it si Yor and also Tomix. Nightingale and Whitecat still alive and kicking! But Ray will still be there from the shadows, trying to secure every single person here from 7-Sep group and a Whitecat. Dito pa rin. Might possibly be looking into club out Ray. And it's on! But it's not going to be possible because the 4K onto Ray's hands will be evident right in front of our eyes. And crazy backdoor from
Like-
Ray.
Player standing.
like the mid lurk from Ray, and it's at the least it's at the back of their heads na walang tao dun sa boiler, and since the rotate was coming through from CT, it was an easy access for Ray. So tamang hanap lang ng perfect timing para makapag-strike at nung pumasok ang Vanta Black, doon pa lang siya nakahanap ng timing, di ba? 4K for him, started with a classic, ended it with the Bulldog. And a 5v9 as Blurred will kill off Yor. That's the only anchor dun sa may B site. No killjoy setup whatsoever. Only needing yung Sheriff in hand. The dash on in from Hydra Kid will just distract Borkum momentarily as they plant the spike on down. Just be careful about the veteran himself as he is still a threat. Pero yun nga lang, napatay pa nga ni Josh F.
Oh my. Nightingale all alone. Yep, not gonna be standing any chance against Ray. Na kanina pa, no, tumatrabaho, no, doing the bulk of the dirty work, if I may say. Seems like he is already online and na-radiate na rin naman yung same energy para sa kanyang mga kasama. Every single person is taking their own piece of the pie and they really, really want to get this first map as well. Kasi all na mga advantage na rin yun, di ba? Just in case.
Oh. So tuloy ng buko pie, guys. Shoutout nga pala sa mga mahilig sa buko pie dyan.
Daing cravings, boss ah.
Kung kanina Lomi, ngayon buko pie naman. So para nag-ibot tayo sa ibang province. As Tomix does not hit the shot, it will be a double peak coming through for the attack. But at the end of it, 7-step crew needs to get a 2-for-1 special. Balik na lang dun sa may B main position. Lalo na't may numbers advantage ng 7-step. This is the calling from Borkum, supplying that sort of communication for the defense para position yung sarili nila ng maayos as they give Vanta Black an opportunity to give their position away from planting the spike on down. They spot them out, flash on through as well. So now it's a triple backside setup for 7-step. Will this defense be enough para matapos ang Vanta Black? Lalo napakalapit ni Dam dito.
That is the question indeed. Pero yun nga lang Dam will also be detected by the drone. Pero that doesn't mean that the job is gonna be done. White Cat just beside the sidelines. Face to face, the white peak is not gonna be it. Dahil sisimplihan lang daw siya ni Dam.
And Dam, this guy is so good. I mean, you can tell that his utility, his ultis have been on point kanina. But in shots are no different. Talagang in this 1v3, just isolating each fight as the ISO. And this is from him being supported by his teammates as well, who gave him the communication para malaman kung saan ipi-place yung crosshair na dito. So throughout that chaos, it becomes a 7-9 scoreline. And Dam being one of those pillars for the squad is going to be important for them since 7-step. May lead pa rin naman pero Vanta Black are not trailing too far behind sa matchup natin so far. I think this is a good way to open up yung tournament natin. Kasi parang naset natin yung narrative eh. It's like since a lot of these older teams have been out of the question for this season now, I think it's time for a lot of the newer ones to step up to the plate. And I think it's also poetry in motion na yung mga dating mga old dogs na parang si Blur, na parang si Hydra Kid, na parang si Borkum, sila naman yung parang ginawang stepping stone ng mga bago niyang teammates. Kasi yung iba dito, hindi natin kilala talaga eh. And they're showing up big.
Yes, of course. I mean, yun din yung maganda rin dito, no? Despite of the fact na nagsaswap-swap sila ng team at kung saan sila napupunta, that just means that every single one of them have information kung paano gumagalaw yung mga specific players na kung sino man ang nandoon sa team na nakakalaban nila. So, it seems like they're just playing, of course, competitively, but at the same time, no stranger from each other. But as I was saying that, nagkakandali para na ng mga abilidad dito sa dalawang kampo as Tomix will try na sumipat dito, no? And see kung meron bang mga na mag-advance forward sa kanila. And yes, there will be Hydra Kid on the trade though. So, we are gonna see if there is going to be a really successful retake para dito sa current situation nila that the spike is not entirely in favor para sa kanila. Fast flank ko naman muli, yun nga lang nga, hindi entirely gonna be working out for them.
Yeah, they also have a triple setup over at yellow. They're all investing into this. Down for the count as Hydra Kid and Soya Beanker. They're gonna try to relegate the site itself, but Hydra Kid has already pushed up thanks to the double dash. And it's almost like he really is the star of the show this time. Back from the Sova now, being the duelist of the team. On top of the yellow spot, and Comics, he saw that this could have been so much more from his position. A perfect flank, especially since hindi nakatingin si Borkov. But by the end of it, literal na has been smooth sailing for the side of Vanta Black. 4 rounds in a row. They also have retake ultis that they can have to consider, but again, since they're on the attack, it almost seems like you have to use it on the execute, especially with the lockdown in place. Early usage of the shield, double tap in place for Dam, as he wants to find where this Killjoy is going to be hiding in the shadows.
Yun nga lang nga, nasimulan na agad ng lockdown natin with the counter Hunter's Fury from Blurred. And despite of the fact na nariyan lahat ng mga ultimates being invested, that just gave them huge amount of space for Vanta Black to see and secure their positions dito sa ating A site. But ngayon, Armageddon already being used here. Ang daing nai-invest dito na ultimate. Ramona, medyo kinakabahan ako. Pero anong importante dito, they make it worth it. Sisimula din natin yun, susunod ni Hide the Kid. And when White Cat tried to step up, despite of having 3 more people against him, susubukan niya pa sana yun yung ace. Pero wait lang, naandyan si Ray. Kaya naman, before we even know it, 9-9 na ang scoreline natin ngayon.
At kung kanina lamang we started with a 6-9, Vanta Black have shown up big. Individual powers coming through from Dam and Hydra Kid. And Ray just picking up the last one kay White Cat, who really has been doing so well so far sa Icebox. No? Talagang kailangan ma-shutdown yung young gun dito from 7 Sept. Larong-laro si Kuya pagkatapos i-prioritize ang kanyang studies. As we're back into the 9-9, and because they know that the score is looking so bad, kailangan nilang i-force by ito, rely on Tomix to open up the site itself. They start off with the ulti coming through from Hydra Kid, and as fast and as furious as he is, he needs to get the fight coming down. He doesn't work it out as the Blaze Storm stops him in his tracks. A double for Tomix as well. A triple from the young Jet player. And this is how you fear the young gun from 7 Sept. One ulti and 4 kills for him. But it becomes for Tomix. 7 Sept crew are back in the game after 5 rounds of not winning anything.
Grabe yun. Hindi nagpapati, you know. I really like the dynamic that we have right now. Like, despite of the fact that we are seeing some prevalent rounds from Vanta Black recently, Tomix is there to prove na we are still here. But at the same time, I just really want to highlight then for Vanta Black, it's a really good mix of players wherein we have seen some coaches returning back as a player, especially 2766 and Lloyd the squad, while the rest of these people are just be trying to make their way, you know, and get this map pick of 7 Sept crew and defeat them in it. But that's still a question that lingers until now, as hindi pa nagkakaroon ng match point dahil mag-uunahan muna sila dito sa sobrang init ng ating mga rounds. Hindi na naman tayo Tomix sa main expansion nila pag dito ni Dam. Pick up na dito, and that is going to be also a denial of space here for White Cat, considering that our Viper Spit has already been activated as well. Your muntikan na sana, pero immediate trade from Ray as White Cat is left alone here from 7 Sept crew.
The best individual player in terms of stats has to show up big this time in the 1v3. Kaso with the Viper Spit, with the position of the spike as well, and where he is on the map, he is considering the save this time. 7 Sept don't have the best economy moving forward. And look, and how would you look at that? Damn, just being an aggressive duelist without the dash itself. Talagang tamang double tap and kill coming through over to Nightingale. Open up that window, that kitchen position, excuse me. Literal na, he would have been this close to even securing the Tomix if he didn't hesitate to take forward, take that space. Would have been a good setup for the side of 7 Sept if they were able to keep that yellow control in check, but Yor was the lone guy after mahanap nung si Blurred. Kaya it wasn't the perfect setup that they were looking for. We are back to the 10-10. Ito yung pinakamagandang way para ma-start talaga eh, no? Mainit na laban na BO3 at parehong teams talagang pakitaan lang ng lakas eh.
Siyempre, outshine kung outshine ang isa't isa. Pwede, no? Especially na this has been our first day and it's starting up really, really strong, no? With the two teams that we currently have. And although, despite the fact na sobrang lalim na yung mga member natin dito from the side of Phantom Black, medyo clueless pa rin ang 7-step crew, might actually be a struggle for them to have some damage control, no? For 7-step crew. But hindi pa naman ganun kalaki yung space na nasa-secure ng Vanta Black, so they can still try to wrap around them if that would be possible, but also they should be really wary of every single corner na maaaring pag-apira ng mga members natin dito.
Time pa naman sila i-consider kung saan yung options sila eh. They still have that mid control that they have been holding on to for so long now. They invested 20 seconds into that. They also have trust in Ray to try to get some space for the squad as it becomes that call. East side push happening on that side of the map, leaving kung si Josh F as well to become the cut up dun sa rotation. That has to become the key element for this as he gets spotted thanks to the recon dart response. Drop dart in as well as Josh F will pick up Tomix as well. 15 seconds. They have to push in the objective as the dash comes through from Hide the Kid. Spotted with triple coming through for Blurred as well. 1v3 this time. The slow tempo has been working out for Vanta Black, but it is Yer all alone on an island, spotted. Now knows where his position is going to be, and with the Viper already on top of him, it is an impossible task for Yer to clutch up the 1v3 this time. Vanta Black has come back into this game from 6-9. It is an 11-10.
Ang tindi nga rin naman din talaga ng performance ni Blurred during that round. I mean, this dude has been like one of the players has been up and coming from Naos to Action PH and Geek Fam. Well, despite him being the solidified initiator role, well, look at him just definitely being ever so consistent ever since. So now we are already one round away from the match point dito. Medyo nauupos itong 7-step crew. But once again, it's just one round. But sometimes almost is never enough. Kaya naman they really have to make this work out. They really want to lessen the pressure off their shoulders. But Hide the Kid, there's gonna be mamba out, no? Sa area na yon. But
Tomix is still here though.
Sim, medyo nakakatakot if mga sila nalagpasan ng ating wall. Some damage already being dealt here, but the side-by-side from Thompson as well as Porcom is really benefiting them well.
The only Vandal in hand, already making some presence known double for him. The hero of the server for 7-Sept, already showing waves with a double kill to his name, 40 seconds. And with the spike already committed in the yellow spot, is looking grim for the rotation to come alive for Vanta Black as they now commit towards the push. Will push up. It's Tomix with a triple, but Blurred tries to reconvene in time. Everybody else only has pistol. It's all falling apart. 1v2 for the Naos alumni to come up alive against the last two. As it's not a lineup anymore, it's a triple for Blurred, but Borkum, it's time for him to stand up. 11-11. And thanks to Tomix and his heroics, this game is not over yet.
Bossing, getting sweaty for the last few rounds we have. Might possibly even go for an overtime, no? Para sa unang-unang mapa natin. Hindi natin sure. That is indeed a possibility. Kung gaano kainit ang mga players natin ngayon. Valiant effort for Blurred, by the way. Well, it's just unfortunate that hindi sila ganun nag-align o hindi collateral, but once again, good effort. Both of these teams are just really fending each other off. And medyo pakalma muna tayo dito with the Viper stick deactivated and the dash in dito from while I Hide the Kid. But despite of all the sprays, hindi pa naman ito kukonekta.
Talagang hindi pa nga no? Shoutout nga pala sa Team Secret who's also watching the stream right now.
Let's go!
Supporting ang isa sa mga longest standing members ng Team Secret before he was out. And now, Tomix starts off strong, gets himself the first blood. Blurred falling to the ground as they push on in from that kitchen spot. As Dam wants to be that first opening pickoff, but they just let themselves get that kitchen space, while they also have Borkum holding the front lines. First blood for him. It's becomes that double because of the molly, because of the setup. Borkum, he becomes a guardian inside of this orange spot until Hydra Kid knocks him down into a 2v4. 40 seconds, Mochi.
One enemy remaining.
Still lots of time, if I may say. But for Hydra Kid, this is gonna be a difficult task na makabawi. Sakto sa roster ni White Cat lang naman ng pagkapwesto ni Hydra Kid, which is quite unfortunate, but now the match is secured here by 7-Sep through. And even though that it's been quite messy, no, all of the action really happened here at the mid area. 7-Sep through still managed to make it work out with having Borkum being placed there in the mid control and even being supported by the rest of the squad. The quick adjustments, no, from the sites na kinaistayan nila into trying to just secure the trades as much as possible. But we already have like a couple of ultimates available here in the hands of White Cat and as well as Nightingale. So they might use this already para lang na mabilis itong laban natin. But I doubt that Vanta Black will let them do so.
Definitely not. They now have two very pivotal ultis to try to stop them within their tracks. Convergent Paths already active para dito kay Hydra Kid will make the execute as easy as ever for him. Nightingale with a very interesting angle. Pasok agad doon sa main position. Not even just main. It's inside jail, intentionally placing himself at a very committed angle. Very hard to spot out, clear out. If they're not careful, Josh F trying to close the gap with him. And everybody else on Vanta Black already around his position. You know that he's feeling it this time as Nightingale will strike first blood. Does not expect the second guy as Soya Beancurd will give that 1-for-1 up. Armageddon also active para lang deny yung space for the squad as Convergent Paths are active para dito kay Hydra Kid. He wants to pump up the brakes and open up the site for the squad. Hydra Kid gets that first opening blood shot as White Cat also will give that 1-for-1. 3v3, 30 seconds, spike down as well. Kaya kailangan na lang pumatay ngayon. Tomix shuts down Josh F. Blurred will get killed up as well. It's all falling apart for them. It's all coming down to Ray. 1v3 and 7-Sep is this close. And they did it. 3 kills for White Cat. And the first round coming through for 7-Sep crew. They will claim Icebox for themselves.
This map of Icebox has been neck and neck, and kahit pa nasabihin mong pinapaligiran tayo ng yellow dito sa mapang ito ay sobrang init ng naging laban natin between these two teams. It's been crazy for us, no? Ang bilis ng adaptation from Vanta Black. It's just that 7-Sep crew has been able to do all those really quick switch-ups, especially dito kay Tomix and kay White Cat. Very, very evident how these two members or team members are specifically playing with each other. But once again, hindi pa tapos ang laban. Ito pa lang ang unang mapa natin for this best of 3 series, and I'm really excited kung ano yung magiging adjustments natin dito. Most especially for Vanta Black, since nakatikim na sila, no? Okay, so ganito sila maglaro. Ito usually kanilang mga positioning, ganito lagi yung mga nagsasama. But once again, also seasoned veterans din ang mga nandito from Vanta Black. Maaaring nanggaling sa ibang position from coach to a player, mga up and coming at returning. And I'm pretty excited kung ano mangyayari sa ating second map dahil yung second map natin, I believe, is Lotus. So we're gonna find out about that later on.
We will. Kung malalaman natin kung mas komportable nga naman ang Vanta Black dito. Pero feeling ko naman it was a really good fight in a way na parang that match could have been anyone's at that point, especially with the streak that Vanta Black has put up for themselves. Remember, they were down around 5-9 or 6-9, if I'm not mistaken, before they were able to mount up the comeback. At one point, they even also had the lead. And it was all thanks to heroics coming through from the star players. Na si Dam on the ISO, from isolated picks from him, he's able to kind of catch everybody off guard with his usage of the kill contract, as well as how well Ray has also been lurking every single time dun sa mga post plants natin. So you could damn well say they've done a really good job of establishing kung ano yung naging map strengths nila dito. It's just that 7-Sep crew have been on the driver's seat nung start pa lang, and I think their own bounce back should also be credited.
And yun nga malapit na, no, for Vanta Black. Most especially that they have like the wildlife pick, proving its essence as well. Really, really useful or easily utilized ang light speed as well as yung convergent paths nila, and even some early pickups from the refract na parang, I may say, parang rendezvous ni Chamber, but quicker activation, no? So we might actually see that later on if they will repeat the same pick for Hydroid, which is really interesting, if I may say, and good innovative effort. But also for 7-Step Crew, I wonder what's going to be the changes heading on to this one, especially na yung map na ito ay ipinili ng Vanta Black. So that just means they've got better information and more comfortable in playing in Lotus. So we'll never know kung ano yung ihahatid sa atin ng ating mga players on this one. Full of surprises.
No, katulad nga naman nung naging start natin dito, we never know what to expect, and I believe we came into this without that much expectation, diba?
Yes.
We knew that a lot of top tier level players are gonna be here, but they're not the popular players that we know. That just means that Predator at this point in the year is gonna become some sort of parang shoutout lang sa ating local scene natin, kasi eto na yung time para mapag-rise up yung mga bago, yung mga gustong maglabas ng pangalan nila para malaman ng mga taong bayan kung sino yung kailangan masuportahan. At well, if it starts off strong for 7-Step Crew like this, then I could imagine how their confidence is gonna be pag pumasok na sila doon sa ating second phase, diba? Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban, right? That Lotus map for Vanta Black will be important for them, and as long as Hydra Kid still keeps his form, it is gonna be crucial for them. As long as they still keep yung mga strats na nakaroon nila, at as long as si Ray ay maganda pa rin yung timing, I think they're still gonna be in a very good spot ngayon.
Yes, and we can even see some specific rounds where individual yung nagiging ounce of efforts na meron dito, especially kay Blurred, like you said, si Ray on that KJ pick. Who would have thought, no, despite of being a Sentinel, ganun kakatindi, umasta, parang nag-aaladuelis ka, which is really, really wonderful for us to see. And that just means that all of our players are definitely fired up and more than ready to prove themselves na eto na kami ngayon, this is how we improved, and this is our current roster, and this is how we're gonna make it work.
Yep, and this is how they make themselves known now. So, Vanta Black, it is on you. Since you're down 0-1, kung makakabawi pa ba kayo ngayon or, well, bukas. Kasi, again, just to remind everybody, the registration for the second qualifying leg is still open. So, tingnan na lang kayo sa Predator Gaming page. Kung nanonood kayo dito sa Predator Gaming sa Facebook, o kaya tanungin mo na lang yung mga ating mga wonderful admins, yung ating mga wonderful league ops kung gusto nyo ng access dito sa ating susunod na qualifying leg bukas, which is happening well, tomorrow. At saka next week, kasi yung buong weekend as well next week. So I think it's gonna be a banger. And before we head on into a short break, let me remind you guys that this stream has been sponsored by none other than the Predator Helios Neo 16. Engineered for the elite, it pushes the boundaries of performance to the top level. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. So are you ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator Online.
At syempre, total binigay mo na rin dyan ng ating mga Neo. Kahit nga ito, naka-feature dito yung Neo 16 natin. But if you buy any Predator Gaming notebook, maaari kayong magkaroon ng libreng 1-month PC Gaming Pass. All access dito sa mga bagong agents natin sa VALORANT kung hindi kayo pala grand or even across multiple AAA titles. So, pwede kayong makakuha niyan if you buy a Predator notebook anytime, anywhere. And you can even get a free EA Play membership, Riot Game benefit, discounts, deals, and more. So, I guess this is your sign to secure your very own notebook from Predator Gaming, and you can check that out from the official website of Predator Gaming.
Yep, and I believe this is also time for us to take a short break, mga kaibigan. Huwag kayong aalis. Ang BO3, ang second game ng 7-Step Crew laban sa Vanta Black ay magbabalik pagkatapos ng short break na to.
nagbabalik dito sa Kings of PH Leg 1 Day 1 kung saan nakita natin kaninang laban from Vanta Black and as well as 7-Sep crew, which has been super close, no, on the map of Icebox, but 7-Sep crew pa rin ang namayagpag. And kami pa rin yung kasama, no, Mochi Ramon nga pala, and we're heading onto our second map of Lotus.
Napaka-komplikado ng mapa na to kapag ka nasa defense ka, pero if it's one team that can actually pull them out ahead, it will be 7-Sep. Unless you consider that it is Vanta Black's map pick, diba? So maybe they are onto something, especially with the amount of times na nakikita mo sila. Malakas sila on the default. Malakas sila kapag ka-slow yung tempo nila, diba? So Lotus is a map where if you recognize tempo, then it will be a weapon for you kasi manipulate mo yung mga rotation, pwede mong manduhin yung mga pwede kung sino mang pwede makalaban mo on the retake scenarios. So it's just a big challenge for Vanta Black to keep that momentum kasi feeling ko na siguro na-deject sila sa sarili nila na muntikan pa nga nila mapanalo sana yung first map na yun. Pero I feel like I have confidence for them to be able to bounce back, especially with the caliber of players that they have. I believe Hydra Kid will be able to bounce back. I think Blurred will go back to his senses. I think yung mga bago din nila will have a lot of experience, get up from that first map, and I think it will be a different look for them. I'm sure this will be a closer match compared to the first map kung hindi pa yun close kanina.
Yes, of course. And dahil nga nilang supporters sa chat natin, dyan si Sato Baby, andyan si Slatom. So I'm pretty sure that the bunch will be more than fired up, no? Bawi daw ang ating mga peeps from Visayas. So we're just gonna be seeing if there will be some prowess present here, even more than dun sa mapa natin kanina. So really looking forward if there will be some integrations of Wildlife once again. Kasi not gonna lie, it worked really well. It's just that nagkakaroon ng pagkakatalo when there are already some trade-offs na kailangang mai-commit from both sides. And it's just that nagpo-prove na yung synergy existing dito kila Tomix, kila Yor, and as well as the whole squad with Tito Borcom being there as their guide. That's one of the OG veterans has been giving them the advantage that they really want. But once again, I'm pretty sure Vanta Black palag pa yan. Lalo na mga palaban din yung mga legends. So, yeah, we're just gonna be standing by para dito sa ating mga players na to.
Yeah, and I think I also want to remind everybody that yung sponsors natin have been giving us a lot of support para dito sa Kings of PH. It starts with yung Acer Predator notebook. So if you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, makaka-activate kayo ng inyong pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass as it is designed for PC players. So play high-quality PC games, including new games on day 1, and get an EA Play membership as well, Riot Games benefits, as well as any other discounts and deals as well. So very quick lang, short and sweet tayo dito para pagpasok sa game may lalaban na ang pareho nating teams as we're going in towards the agent selection. Lotus will be that second map, and oh my god, would you look at that, Borcom will not be on the same agent that he was on the previous game. He is flexing up into the Vice. You also have White Cat back on his Tejo, which I believe is a very strong agent dito sa ating magiging patch natin ngayon. A lot of teams in the pro meta has also been picking up yung magiging Tejo natin. Ang daming nagpredict that Tejo will be a dictator when it comes to the patch setup, and talagang tama sila no? Lahat ng mga teams na nakikita natin, puro Tejo lang din yung pinipick, di ba?
Yes, and it is undeniable that he's quite on a really OP situation right now, but we are going to be diving right into our game just a bit here in the land of Lotus, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone, buckle up because there's going to be one heck of a ride, most especially with all these recent integrations, and even you're on that Neon pick, no, or rather si Tomix. So I'm pretty sure na this dude has been like really aggressive with the map that we have earlier on sa Icebox natin. And despite the fact that we have a raise here from Vanta Black, which is quite of an interesting integration for us as well here in the hands of Dam, which is our ISO player kanina. Well, wow, this is gonna be pretty much explosive.
Look, since wala ako kanina, nung ini-introduce natin yung map, nagulat ako dun sa transition into the map. Napakaangas!
Yeah.
Talagang nag-step up
So
ang
cool.
production para sa Kings of PH ngayon. No? Shoutout sa ating production happening over at TNC right now. And with that, this second game will come underway without a hitch. Will this be a 2-0 setup? Para sa side ng 7-Sep crew, they are running with a lot of energy and a lot of momentum, supported by Borkum being the leader of the squad. But they're also facing up against a very talented opponent in Vanta Black, who are not going to be happy with how that first map has went as they start on that first pistol round. As Borkum starts off strong again doon sa may C-site control. He only has a shorty in hand. I do have a scenario wherein I think naka-classic lang din siya dito kung kailangan niya mag-retake.
Yeah, that's true. Nakita mo rin tong positioning niya na to mix doon, no? Gina G, ready. Pero wait lang, Borkum here on the vice pick, actually holding a shorty in his hands would possibly be a threat for Vanta Black just in case nakakita ng isa, possibly another, but never mind. Immediate trade here from Hydrokid on the Tejo. And Tomix, well aware. But unfortunately, not really landing any shot against them. Nightingale, papalag na tuloy-tuloy in order to avenge his lost comrades. But a 2v2, clearly right in front of our eyes, with quite low HP for the remaining members ng Vanta Black.
Refresh smoke lamang para ng konting reset para kay Soybean Curd at kay Blurred, and with a nice spot line like that, it is not gonna be their time of day as 7-Sept are able to regain control of the C site. It was an attempt from Borkum to start off strong with that shorty. Did cut down at least one of the entries in towards that side of the map, but also have good utility usage from Nightingale and Whitecat. Talagang I like the calm composure from them. Even dodging away from the fault line. Both of them really held strong in that double peek in hand. Even though Vanta Black had a stronger setup, it's still going to be the mechanics on full display this time. Back into that mount control as Vanta Black want to take the fight to Tito Borkum again. He only has a Spectre in all his utility para masuportahan ang sarili niya dito, while the rest of the members of 7-Sept are very much in control of everywhere else.
Of course. And I feel like later on, meron din tayo mga makikitang pang-gatekeep dito yung specific spaces because it comes really handy in denial of specific areas here in Lotus, because that just means that will be lesser strategies that can be played out, no, that would very much be impactful for a specific team. Pero damn, just prepping up ang hawak-hawak ng paint shells para dito sa kanilang commitment onto C-site. Ability being invested right now, pero yun nga lang meron nakalagpas. Lord, saktong-sakto sa spray ni Borkum. 2 down here from Vanta Black, which is quite unfortunate. No answers from Vanta Black as of the current time. Nadagdagan pa, baka umisa pa. A 4K and Whitecat stealing up the deal. Part of a quick round, Borkum down, but once again, still worth it after the 4K and additional creds on his end.
And not just that, very much closer and closer papunta sa Steel Garden now, which will be a pivotal part sa kanilang magiging retake scenarios kung kailangan gamitin. And it's not every day that you see Borkum be the tip of the spear, diba? Kahit nung mga team secret days, pero siya yung nagiging aggressive eh. Sa first 2 rounds na meron siya as the Vice, he's been the one pushing them. Shorty nung pistol. Spectre naman dito sa second round, and now it might become the recurring theme sa ating magiging Lotus map as they're back into the buy round for Vanta Black. They start with the fault line already in place dun sa may A main. They're not even eager to take care of that rubble control as they start off strong with the paranoia. It's Tomix, and you're picking up all the pieces in the world. A-site becoming a graveyard of sorts for Vanta Black. It is now falling apart as Ray is the only man alive, and he has no time to lurk against the shadows this time around.
Ray, go away. Di daw siya mag-go away kasi yung spike wala sa kanya, kailangan niyang makuha yun. There's still a lot of time. But with the current setup that it have right now Phantom in his hands and possibly a lot of people just waiting. The same angle he is about to appear onto. Ay, okay, medyo magiging mahirap yan para sa kanya. Before we even know it, it's a 3-0. And walang bawi si Vanta Black ngayon as much as possible. 7-step crew is denying them from getting any
Right there.
points so far. Early pick up of pace ng 7-step crew, which has been really, really good. Although we are waiting for Vanta Black na tawi kahit paano, no? Despite of the fact na medyo wasak ang kanilang economy ngayon.
Well, it's what happens when you're not able to come back in towards that buy round. Now they're faced up in a choice where they have to take control of at least one side of the map, and well, Vanta Black, isa lang naman yung Vandal na dito, so they have to support tong si Hydra Kid. So on side one, Hydra Kid starts off strong with the salvos in hand. Tom makes to pick up another, and it's all again Vanta Black pushing on into the site as Hydra Kid lays on the law onto Tomix, and it's now coming down to Borkum, the veteran of the squad. Has to give it up papunta dito sa Vanta Black this time, and because he only has a Spectre, he has to try this clutch attempt. Will this be Borkum time as we all know it?
Time pressure is online, so that might be a difficult thing to do. But that is going to be a really quick pick-off here onto Soya being turned. But out of the gun, long-range Spectre, who?
Steel
Well,
Garden?
Borkum can actually do that. Although, super low na rin ni Ray. Hydra Kid might possibly waiting for him. Appearing the best time possible. The guided salvo, preventing him from the defuse. But he will try to stick this in despite of it. The kill coming in! The clutch is crazy from Borkum. But the question is, would he have enough time? No, which is quite unfortunate, which is 0.55 milliseconds. Almost, but never enough.
Oh, we have believed in Borkum time. 9 kills to his name, almost getting the clutch in time. But he had none of it. Sayang. Because then we've been treated into a master class with the clutch master himself. Unfortunately, Vanta Black is able to dodge away from that threat. Thanks to Hydra Kid. Not even needing to use that Armageddon. Goes up strongly with Tomix, opening up the site. Kaso nga lang, the blind does not work out for him. Double kill for Josh F. As White Cat, he's a very precarious position. Has to dodge away from every big part of your utility as Nightingale gets the double. White Cat with another as well. And Ray in a 1v2 for the third time this series does now have to clutch up against the two players that have been so strong in the series.
The recovery is wonderful here for 7-step crew. Despite of having early casualties, they're there to try to make up for it. But now it is
Nako.
a 1v1. Borkum might actually be anticipating Ray onto here. Checking the corners while aware, but the off angle is just too much for Ray to handle. A really phenomenal round here from 7-step crew.
Oh, it's a moment where papunta ka pa lang, pabalik pa na ako, Utoy. Borkum shows him how it's done. But the Young Guns were really the stars of the show here. Daming namatay sa mount position no? After mabuksan yung pinto, nagkasabayan na yung Armageddon at saka yung Paranoia from Josh F on Vanta Black side. Really has become White Cat as well as Nightingale, who really cut off the numbers as the duo. 4-1. Aggressively taking it to Borkum this time around as Ray needing to run and gun this time does not work out against Tomix. Precision is real para sa 7-step as they now want to take the B side by force. Tomix with a double and with a perfect rolling thunder, it becomes a triple for Tomix. This time he is popping off yet again. He wants to take the fight again to Josh F, who does get himself that one tap, but Borkum is still here. Is able to become the pillar for 7-step as they get the 5-round win that they need against Vanta Black. It has become the same story time and time again. This Lotus map is becoming the home ground for 7-step.
Grabe rin si Tomix dito, no? As much as possible, kanyang-kanya yung B-site. Walang makakadaan doon ni isa. And every single one has been demolished from that round onward. It's really interesting because once again, guys, paalala lang natin, this is a map pick for Vanta Black. It's although they might be having this download time that we have also been able to witness kanina in the Icebox map, as much as possible, they really want to get their gears going and make it close as early as possible. Kasi sayang din yung kanina na sobrang close na ng laban nila tapos na tuluyan sila ng 7-set crew.
Or finding their form dito pa lang sa BO3 natin eh, no? Young Guns stepping up. And now are taking it to Vanta Black this time, who are trying to take some proactive spaces dito sa pagbukas ng door. Trying to make some presence known, some noise being made. Damn. Pushed up, take control of the link position as the Steel Garden has already been activated as well. Damn, already in a perfect spot to capitalize. The space being given to him. Nightingale gonna try to push on in with the double initiator.
Ooh.
As Damn gets a collateral. That's an Armageddon to try to deny the space given, but because of that, it's still a 4v2. Aftershock kill as well, as Hydra Kid will find Borkum as well. It's all coming down to Tomix. In a 1v4, so many ultis to try to contest against, but him against the world will be an impossible task ahead of him. We'll spot that one. Does not get the second as Damn will peek it off after Josh Chef's death. It's a 5-2. 7-Sept has given the round over to Vanta Black now.
You're starting to pick up the pace, which is wonderful. And look at how many ultimates yung pwede nila magamit dito, Ramon. There's tons and tons. And here are the highlights during that round. Because they're so decisive with their commitment dito sa B-site natin that had 7-Sept crew struggling how they were able to adjust with the behavior na meron dito from Vanta Black. But now, dahil nilang pwede magamit, which is really, really wonderful. But at the same time, pretty sure they're gonna be prepping themselves up for this. Especially na gusto nila mga bawi in terms of the numbers of rounds na meron sila dito ngayon. But now, creeping inch by inch, moving closer into our A site. But no contact as of the moment.
Maybe not. Right after the sheer wall, that's when he peeks on Borkum. No hesitation whatsoever. He knows when to peek it off. He knows when to claim up punishment. Kills off Blurred, and that will deny the Rolling Thunder possibility. 5v4 now for Vanta Black, as they're inching closer and closer to an open baby door. And a Steel Garden waiting at the hands of Borkum on the other side. Now he has to run for the hills, give up the side for the team. They know that they have the perfect site control for the 5v4 retake, as they even give up the showstopper. But because nobody's inside of the site, this will give up nothing unless a close target will be here. It becomes that 5v4 retake. This time Tomix starts off well. 5v3 now. They give up the space and they will try to sandwich them inside of the site.
But still not over yet. Soybean Curd not being found out of the tree area yet, but at the same time, that might actually be the last place remaining to be checked on dito ng 7-Sept crew. And before we even know it, no contact at all, but all of the free fires from Tomix will be connecting onto them, which is quite unfortunate. Pero can we just point out how remarkable all of the skill utilization dito galing kay Borkum? Most especially, no, yung sheer natin, no, once he picks someone off, tamang back out lang, and even having the Steel Garden to make them lose their grip and try and focus on whatever they can do and be desperate para ma-handle yung situation that they are in, as the rest of the squad will just follow up with the support. So wonderful play here from 7-Sept crew, but also Overdrive is already online for them. Blurred for the Rolling Thunder, and as well as another ultimate here from Vanta Black. So wait lang, Tomix medyo agresibo sa kanyang angulo. Makakatigas sa dalawa at mukhang hindi siya magpapatinag, pero yun nga lang, mapapatumba siya na Blurred. But Borkum is already well aware that Blurred might possibly here dito sa bandang entrada natin ng C-site, with the blind actually connecting into him. But also, sa kabilang banda, si Ray ay nalapitas na.
Talaga nga naman. Check the sheer wall and then go back towards safety, which has been the theme for a lot of players facing up against Vice itself. Borkum's in a very interesting angle, you know. If he doesn't get cleared, then it will be Borkum time as we know it, but still, Vanta Black still has some time to reconsider their options, and, well, to clear this corner, Blurred very privy to it. Does actually give the jiggle in time. Double kill for Borkom. He does not adjust in time. 2v2. Well, now it's a 2v1 actually. Excuse me. Prevent the Black Ray, 30 HP. A nightmare for him to be in. He has to kill off at least one of them first to make it an easier post-plant scenario, but he peeks into your... He's 62 for the side of 7-step crew. Cool, calm, and collectedness across the board. It already started with Borkom being, again, a passive player back to his roots, but if you also count it towards the side of the defense across the board, they have been so proactive at the start. But when they know when to not be aggressive, that's when they kind of feel a little bit more deadly on the sweeter side, no?
Yeah, and you can even see that there's already some hints of hesitation galing dito kay Vanta Black, which is something that we shouldn't see, especially na nasa attacking side sila. Although, once again, there is going to be some bottleneck, no? Especially having a Raze as your duelist. It might be, or possibly be, their draft pick na not entirely the best in a Lotus setup, but you acknowledge, no, the reasoning of having the abilities of having a showstopper and clearing out every single nook and crannies possible. But unfortunately, hindi nila masyado yun nag-utilize. But yeah, as of the current time, matindi ang naging performance ng 7-step crew. And we are looking into waiting if there will be some prior adjustments from Vanta Black.
Alam kong this is probably not the best time to notice it, but ano yung ginagawa ni Brimstone? Yun mo. You think he's just flexing his muscles? Yeah, he is actually. Ay, pwede.
Mananapak siya. Si Teho nakatayo.
Nonchalant lang kasi siya.
I mean, not gonna lie, he has aura. So it's fine. Ano ba?
Okay, guy. You're just saying that kasi Omen main ka eh. Pero si Yer, tamang TP pa lang. Tomics with a double kill. This is an aggressive setup from the defense. Right out of the gate, they want to take the Rubble control. And they even want to kill off Vanta Black this point in time. Triple kill for Tomics. Everybody at the seams. Not pulling any punches whatsoever. Vanta Black lost out on timing. And definitely not in the best shape so far. 7-step crew, I believe, is on a 7th round.
Pida. Parang nakakatakot katapat kong si Tomics pagka ano, no? Huwag kang nakasama mo sa lobby to, wala. Magdi-DC na lang ako, boss. Pero currently, you can see him securing frags here and there. Multiple frags even every single round. And it's pretty crazy for us to witness that all of these players are just really primed up here in the Lotus map. I mean, once again, guys, despite the fact that this is a pick of Vanta Black, they've got good history, no? For Lotus map, ang 7-step crew. So far, I believe 100% ang kanilang record on the Lotus map, and it's pretty much showing us that they can definitely rise up to the occasion and perform the best that they can be in this one. But once again, what's up with the shorty? But hindi naman kasusundan as the best here from Vanta Black will try and scour for White Cat na nandito sa falls, and hopefully hindi siya ma-fall.
1v3, and I believe it will be the safe call. Unless he wants to attack them from the back line, since patay na din naman yung Vice on the other side, it will be a perfect opportunity for him, and I believe he also has the money to try to clutch this 1v3 now. He's inching closer and closer. All the way from the backstab. Josh Chef will be that first victim. To spot him out. That's a 1v2 this time. They know that he's coming from the flank now. Stunned up. Delayed the inevitable for White Cat as he now knows that there's both of them on the same corner. It is the double peak, the high-low setup, and Hydra Kid to save the day this time, an 8-3 para sa Vanta Black.
Very great setup din the last few moments in that round, no? Sometimes yun yung mga tipo ng setups na baliwala na yung mga nangyari in the earlier rounds. All you have to do is to focus and try to clutch out a specific round or in specific situation that you're currently in. Unfortunately, hindi siya nagawa ng 7-step crew, but once again, we applaud the setup here from Vanta Black. And right now, our Magnon is actually available for Hydro Kid, so this might possibly be an explosion against 7-step crew. Ay, dagdagan mo pa yung possible na boga dito ni Dam.
Si Dam na naka-judge. ang paboritong weapon ng mga race players no. Ito na natin. Pwedeng maka-ace, pwedeng maka-isa lamang. Ang importante ay maanoy mo yung kalaban mo, di ba? So, you're back on this rubble control. TP'd on down. Paranoia also invested into this. A lot of utility that would have been stronger in the retake scenario already invested into trying to defend this rubble control. And because of the sheer wall, di sila makapasok. Ray, let's find out kung si Tomix on the B side itself, pero no rotates whatsoever, fully committing in towards the Armageddon that they need to try to avoid on towards the A side extremity. Now they rush on down to the B side, pakatapos patayin yung nag-iisang anchor. Hydra Kid expecting the flank, and White Cat to follow through. Borkum finding the shot kay Hydra Kid will open up the space sa B side for Vanta Black as it becomes a 5 or a 4v3, excuse me. Damn. Judge in hand, smoke on down, kills off your one shot to the dome. 2v4, and Josh Chef finding Borkum. It's a double for Nightingale, and a 30 HP clutch for him. That has to be the hero of the squad, but he becomes a nightmare to deal with now. Josh Chef to kill him off. An 8-4 for 7-Sep as Vance is back.
Okay. Actually, a good way to end off yung ating first half, no? Somehow we are already seeing some signs of light here from Vanta Black, and this might actually be the end of their download time. I mean, now na nandito sila sa defense, which has been discussed by us na medyo mas mahirap laruin, no? Dito na nila mapapakita why they even chose the Lotus map to begin with. Most especially, despite the percussions na mas mahirap mag-manage ng space and even to look out for any specific positions here on the defense, well, we are gonna find out what they can offer into the table. And also, I just want to point out din yung performance ngayon, no? Nila Rain, nila Hyde, as much as possible, they're already trying to, you know, make their way onto the top, if I may say. So, 4 rounds away na lang, no? Konti na lang babawiin na kailangan dito ng Vanta Black.
Parang nung kanina lang, 8-4 lang din.
Diba? Seems family.
Seems family talaga no? Except medyo mas mainit yung klima. Now, we have Vanta Black trying to assess the situation on the defensive side. Ang daming ingay doon sa may door possession at nakita pa nga nila yung silent drone. Tomix, he doesn't want to bait the util. He wants to push the site for himself. Yun nga lang. He's trapped in the middle of the arc rows as well as the sheer wall. Becomes an 8-4. Tomix giving his life up for the squad. Paranoia out as well from his teammate. That's an unforgivable mistake, and Ray picking that up. Push on into the site. Borkum and White Cat, they're opening it up for themselves. 40 seconds. They can plant right now, Mochi.
Oh, they really didn't expect that coming, but Dam is already here. Impressive with a 3 in the last few moments of this round. Recovery denied here from 7-Step Crew. And despite of that, ang bilis umakto ng kumpare mo si Dam.
Oh, damn right. This guy is feeling himself this time. And on the reset, they really needed an opening. Pakatapos ng 3v5 na yun, diba? But they have held strong. Unfortunately, Dam has become the nightmare that they have woken up into. 8-5. Because now Dam, as well as I believe it is going to be that Priest to try to relegate themselves back onto that rubble control. Spots him out. Dam, he is in a very bad spot. White Cat, long range stinger. Does get killed off in time. Blurred has to go back towards A. As he's getting chased on by Tomix, who remember, he only had the stinger in hand, but through the smoke as well. Hydra Kid expected him. Borkum inside of the site as well. Punishes Ray for his mistake. Already inside of sight. Plant on coming down. As Josh Chef will relegate themselves at 3v3.
Ang dahil nangyayari, it is now a B-side situation here as we try and see if there will be some possible retakes coming in. But Borkum to the backline will be able to get the couple. Oh, and they're not to be stalling there as they take out Blurred here from Nightingale. A swift play here from 7-Step Crew. And that is so quick, if I may say.
Oh.
Sobrang fast-paced ngayon ng mga rounds natin, Ramon.
Oo nga 21 kills for Tito Borkum. And he was the lurker coming in towards the B site, opening the space for the team. At nung nagplant, tiningnan mo na lang, nasan si Borkum? Umikot na pala siya all the way from CT spawn up to the upper position. Perfect flash shot as well. The util timing couldn't have been any more perfect for Nightingale to set up Borkum for the double, making it a 9-5. He's on a roll on double digits. And now, because they only have pistols, I've been expecting some sort of aggressive setup on the rubble control, but because it hasn't been working out, I guess they're putting all their investments into a stronger C setup where maybe Tomix can overpush and then give up the Vandal for themselves.
Indeed. But also, they already know what might actually happen if they try to commit here dito sa C-site natin. Might be a double-edged sword if I may say, most especially na pagka nakapasok si Tomix, walang magpa-follow through. There is that possibility, but now they'll be turning their attention here dito sa B-site natin and even A. Magpaparamdam lang sila ng saglit dito sa C-site, but this will try to tip up the balance and focus from Vanta Black with all of the diversions na ginagawa nila dito. A-site might possibly be really open for them to look into. And here they are, making their way all the way to 3 into the site itself. Fake shells already being thrown in by them, but Whitecat will be able to secure one before they even set up for a retake. Tons of abilities actually being thrown here, but they will be scouring up the rest of the people remaining here from Vanta Black. And just after they put this spike down, ubos kaagad.
Sa isang iglap, nakatayo na ulit ang the side of 7-Sep crew. And Vanta Black literally walking on eggshells this time, giving their opponent double digits, giving Borkum more ult orbs to work with towards that Steel Garden. And really, the step up for Borkum and Tomix has been the duo so far dito sa Lotus map natin. Literally, the passive and aggressive players that we have dito sa 7-Sep crew natin has been somewhat of a sword and shield combo kung naglalaro ka ng Monster Hunter.
Yon! Shout out.
Shoutout. Shoutout ka pala sa mga naglalaro ng Wilds dyan.
Shoutout kay John Villapando na nag-addict na yun. Parang ano, really excited din despite the fact na we are nearing the end of this one. Sana mag-comeback pa itong si Vanta Black kasi ang sobrang close na nung laban natin kanina from the Icebox map. And it's quite unfortunate if they will let go of the Lotus map that easily. Most especially na umiinit pa lang itong sila Hydra Kid as well as sila Ray. And this is like it's the same thing na nangyari din sa Icebox kanina na una, ang laki ng edge ni 7-Sep crew and then biglang hahabol itong si Vanta Black. So that might be a possibility and we are gonna be watching out for that one, but we are gonna be returning to our game shortly as we see all the abilities online, full speed ahead. Ito ang mga member natin from both sides.
Definitely. Finally back into the game now. 10-5, 7-Sep still in the driver's seat. They do have a mixed buy this time, so it's not going to be the one-tap potential across the board. Rubble being taken down by Vanta Black now with a slow approach from 2 of the players. Make it 3 now. The Breach does decide to give the ult for himself. And I do like that they also have this approach in trying to give more ult orbs into Blurred because he really is like the strong point pagdating dito sa mga retake scenarios with his Rolling Thunder. 7-Sep crew though really has been taking the slow approach this time, which has been the story for how they've been paving their victory road. They put down the smoke doon sa my default position. It does cut off yung angle all the way towards that waterfall position. And be careful about Ray and his utility as well, since the sheer wall is deep, tucked in towards that bent side. They slow it on down, try to see if they can bait out the utility, pero Ray's not moving an inch. Talagang tamang poker face lang si Idol dito.
Yeah, and I find it really interesting din yung wall placement niya dito, no? Napakalalim dito sa C-site natin, really near with the vines, and yun pala ang plano, no? Wonderful placement of the blind as well. Pero yun nga lang nga, masusundan ni Yor. Ipinghihigante niya ang nawala. At hindi na natapos doon though because Soya Bean Corp will be able to follow up. Tons of players already following through dito sa C-site natin. The Hydra Kid will be able to finish them off one by one. And that is one step closer to the 10 scoreline na meron dito ang 7-step group.
10-6 na nga naman ngayon, and it was from a very interesting setup that Rhea started off. The deep shear wall isolating yung Neon that pushed on in towards that bend position.
Last player
And
standing.
good isolations coming through as well from the two support players that we've had on the squad, which really has made it difficult for them to put themselves in towards the C side itself, right? So, putting up the numbers in time. Double kills given up to two of those supported players will mean a lot for their utility next time. It becomes a 10-6 scoreline. A mixed buy yet again for Vanta Black has become the theme for this game in particular. They push on into the salvos. They have to be careful because it is too much to handle to defend that side of the map. Is now 7-Sept are willing to take that orb. And a lot of utility invested to try to stop them from ever pushing on from that mount position.
I find it also interesting yung swap out nila no from for Ray being at the A site as well. I wonder if 7-Sept Crew expected that there will be some switch-ups in terms of position. They never mind. They might be walking into something here on A side possibly, but Joe not gonna be spotting anyone here from Hydra Kid, and this gives them few time to work with, which is going to be quite of a stretch. Especially there's lots of abilities being thrown here dito sa A site natin in order to delay them further. 30 seconds in the clock. They better start moving now. This is gonna be pretty much the amount of work to do just in case. But all the abilities are being thrown. 20 seconds on the clock. They have no
B-site?
choice but to resort onto our B site. And they managed to free it for themselves. Wonderful utility usage of the Armageddon. But the question is, would they have enough time to set themselves up for the boss battles? I guess yes, because Vanta Black didn't necessarily expected them to resort to B-side. But the question is, would they expect Kuya being curd at the back lines? Easy to deal with, sabi ni White Cat. And before we even know it, it's already an 11-6, one round away from the match point. Itong si 7-Sept Crew.
Sobrang lapit na din talagang they had layers into their attacking rounds here, right? So they made so much noise onto the A site that left the Vice with a lot of question marks on how he has to position themselves. And because they had no control over the link position, the baby door was easy to open, so there was no punishment. And because they killed off the only anchor on the B main position, that gives a lot more space for Tomix to shine through that. At isipin mo kung hindi nag-work yung pag-rotate nila doon, may option pa rin sila since Tomix has already started the lurk. He can wrap around from upper if they do decide to go to the A site. So, daming options ng 7-Sept, ang daming na-cook para dito sa ating Lotus map no?
That is so true. And you can even see right now, no, as much as possible, they still try to work alongside each other. Pretty close, no? Hindi nila masyado pinag-iwahiwalay yung sarili nila. Unlike yung ginagawa ng Vanta Black kanina nung sila ang nasa attacking. Which is an interesting approach, and so far it's been working really well para sa kanila. But now Rolling Thunder already being placed, and even the Armageddon as well. But there is no commitment that's gonna be happening here dito sa B side natin, while the rest of the squad will be turning their attention dito sa A side. All the while, all these abilities just flying. Interesting position here from Tomix, but entirely not gonna be working up for them. And ngayon, the denial of the weapon ray. But Borcom will be well prepared for that one.
2v3 and Blurred prime spot. He won't use his util. He knows that the shorty's coming through, so he has to be careful. 7 HP. Diffuse coming through for Josh F. And it's all falling apart, especially with Hydra Kid on top.
Wow.
7th round for Vanta Black. So much invested into the retake scenario, and buti na lang Hydra Kid and Josh F have stepped up to the plate after the Steel Garden. Ray, the hero from backside, the stinger in hand, decided not to fully reload the stinger just to kill off si Nightingale. And it would have been a saving grace since Borkum has already caught himself too. But at the end of the day, Vanta Black have fully gained control of the spike itself. A very convenient scoreline for them. They still need to trail up, but it's a good sign moving forward, especially with an aggressive setup coming out to the B side.
Yes, indeed. Hindi nagpapatinag. But once again, si Tomix, abay, tinatanggap lahat ng sakit at pasakit doon sa entrada ng B-site natin. And unfortunately, malalagasan na sila. Hydra Kid is just gonna try and demolish the entirety of 7's up crew. But Borkum will try to offer a really cheeky position here dito sa C-site natin. But not gonna be spotting anyone. Hydra Kid though will just be well prepared just in case meron sumilip dyan. Yun na nga, John will be seeing him, spotting him, and now if we're even see kung ano ang kahihiratnan, si Borkum na lang ang naiwan. So 7's up crew, and we'll try to back up from that one. Try to fend off kung sinong mga lalapit sa kanya. But unfortunately, basado siya ni Ray dito.
Yeah. Kala mo, Borkum time, pero sleep time na agad si Tito. Nalabas na yung kanyang knife at hindi niya na-expect na pinupush na pala siya from all sides of the map. A needed timeout for 7-Sep right now, as they know that they're still in the lead, pero they feel that the momentum is slipping away from them, especially with Vanta Black and their star players. You see Hydra Kid really hitting his shots so far. As thinking about it, I don't think we should doubt yung ability ng players natin on Vanta Black. Anyways, you already saw potential from them on the Icebox game. And I think there's just a lot more that needs to be seen para dito sa parehong teams natin. This best of 3, ang masasabi ko lang, bitin to eh.
Actually, and I really like then yung nagiging improvements ni Vanta Black dito as the game goes by, because they're really capitalizing on the fact na as much as the fire is burning dito sa 7's up crew, darating at darating yung point na medyo mauubos yung wick dito ng kanilang kandila. And so far, Vanta Black is trying to make the most out of it, and the timeout has also been used here by 7's up crew, which is also a good thing, no? They're answering back really well from against each other. So, with just one more round away here from the match point, this might make it or break it, no? After the timeout that they tried to pull off.
If you look at the buys as well, shotgun for Tomix this time. He does have the overdrive, so that does make up the fact that he does not have any long-range weaponry, as it's a forced push-up in towards the rubble control. Plus, already has opened up the big door. Tomix clearing up every corner. Razor Vines also invested para ma-damage ang kung sino man na nasa loob ng site, pero sorry, a little too late. They have given themselves the space, pero they're not willing to push up in towards the upper position, since that is the strongest utility that they would have used. Sheer wall, already given the info. They know that it's at least one of them flanking from behind with a perfect concuss. It does not work out for him. Run and gun from Josh S. As we'll try to pick it off with a 2-for-1 special. All the action on Rubble has blurred, will not see the blinding lights. 4v2, Hydra Kid and Ray already lost in the sauce this time as they kill off White Cat, but they still need to kill off the main player. He does spot him up. 1, 2 backside players, but Borko will shut him down with a flash coming through. Overdrive active, and it is still Tomix claiming the 12th round, thanks to his lightning fingers and the overdrive to clutch up this match point.
What just happened there? I mean, alam mo, I am too focused on how Ur is trying to make himself calm down despite of all of the abilities being thrown at him. Yung concuss nandyan yung guided salvo, and in the end, Tomix has been able to seal off the deal. I really love yung off angles din na ginagawa ni Borkom dito. Really took them off guard here, no? Especially itong si Ray. But once again, match point secured by 7-Sep crew. But Vanta Black has lots to work with here. They have the Rolling Thunder, and as well as yung From the Shadows natin might be used from both of our own, and actually from either sides of the teams. But once again, pressure is on. Would this be a 2-0 or a 1-1? That's for them to decide.
Yep. And that's if Dam can make a meal out of this one. 4 people pushing up from 7 Sep to try to aggressively take the space on C, and because of the noise made on A, it becomes
Whoa.
bad silvers for Dam right now. Tamang pasok na lang with the paranoia, has to give up the site itself. He is not a sentinel, so he does not have utility to stop them unless you count the nade and time your kills off Josh F. That becomes chapter 1 into the beginning of the end for Vanta Black in the series. Unless Blurred and Hydra Kid can make the difference this time, and with that Rolling Thunder, it could be possible. Push on in from Dam, and because of the satchel, he's already cleared off the space. A double from the Rays, blinded off the map, but Tomix will readjust the shot in time. 2v3 pushed on down thanks to the Steel Guard, and Ray provides a window for Vanta Black to reconvene in the site.
They are standing.
Yor has to clear the corner, does not expect Ray to be
10
there,
seconds
and it's
left.
all coming down to Tomix. 10 seconds, but peeks into Blurred, who at one point was one of the best duelist players in the Philippines. Shows up big, 9-12, still match point, but Vanta Black still in this.
30 seconds left.
Grabe yung recovery dito ng Vanta Black, and even having the Steel Garden to serve as the icing on top of the
10
cake
seconds left.
is really good performance. Despite of the mind games na tinatry going din dito ng 7 Sep crew, they're proving themselves na, you know what, that's not gonna be working on us, and we know better than you. But right now, seems like B site would be where 7 Sep crew decide to try and show or exert their presence. Matomix with a fast push. Lahat sila nandito na sa B-site natin. Might possibly committing faster than we ever expected them to be. But all information are also being leaked from them. So medyo delikado ito.
Spike play.
But the Amago from the sidelines, Tomix sa likuran with just a bucky in his hands. Ayaw bata nila i-play ito on the corners to their favor. But once again, si Ray nandito kabilang banda with the pistol. Oh my gosh, ano nangyayari? The struggle is gonna be real here for Vanta Black as they fall down to the hands of Tomix, ending this match with a 3K 7 Sep crew. Tinapos ang best of 3 series natin with a 2-0 against Vanta Black.
At dahil dyan, makikita natin sila sa final matchup later on tonight. But what a display of confidence coming through for 7 Sep. We have to give credits para sa Vanta Black right now. They did not make it seem easy. Pero 7 Sep have decisively taken this series, and they've shown that with slow, calm tempo to try to wheeze out yung kalaban nila. And Vanta Black could not handle the pressure at all. Congratulations sa 7 Sep, one of the up-and-comer rosters dito sa local scene natin, all held up by the leader himself, Borkum. But it wasn't the Borkum time all throughout, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Guns really have shown a lot of promise dito sa ating game. Specifically si Nightingale, specifically si Whitecat. But I think Tomix deserves all the flowers in the world. Talagang napaka-ganda ng naipakita niya dito all throughout the series.
Thank you for the flowers. But anyways, we are going to be checking out ang ating game highlights from the whole duration of that match and how explosive it became. I mean, there were some efforts being exerted here dito ng Vanta Black, but yun nga lang nga, hindi ito sumatapat. It seems like 7 Sep crew has full and better knowledge in how they can actually use the extremities of this map to their advantage. But you can also not deny yung hindi yung performance ni Ray at saka ni Dam for this one. And also Hydra Kid, no? Who's also a given. And it's just really chaotic lahat ng mga rounds natin, and it baffles me, or I think us, both of us, it baffles us how they were able to recover in those specific situations and even make the most against going sa mga katapat nila and even pull up trip beyond that round. Wow, it's just really crazy and very much phenomenal dito from both teams. It's just that 7 Sep crew proved that they are more worthy in getting the crown dito sa Kings of PH.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, man, hindi naman sa naiinis ako. But imagine it ending because yung pag-entry ng Neon mo ay nakakuha ng dalawa with the Bucky. Nakakainis yun siguro, di ba? Hindi mo na-expect yun kay Tomix. But Tomix really has been some sort of a trailblazer nung pagdating dun sa last round natin. And I think all throughout the series, he has shown why he should be talked about. Dito pa lang sa stream natin, he should be talked about for his impact as a whole as well. A young gun who has been in the scene for a while now, who is now showing off his true colors. And I think this will be a good moment for him once we head on into that grand finals. But, you know, it's early to tell. May isa pa tayong BO3 mamaya, Mochi. And, wala. Parang yung pag-setup ng BO3 na to, nakaka-excite tuloy yung Kings of PH. Ang ganda kasi ng mga laban natin.
Yeah, grabe. No, considering this is the first day as well and the first series of the day, they set up that expectation, that caliber na ganito kabilis yung pacing, pero ganito namin natapos yung laro. So it's been much of a crazy ride for our first series for today. And I'm pretty sure na later on, Hunters League and as well as another team of ours will try to fend them off as much as possible, which is gonna be another stretch para sa kanila, no? Most entirely na dito lang sa Leg 1 natin, ang alam ko 38 teams ang nag-register at nakapasok, and it now boils down to the, you know, we already have one team on our finals, and I wonder sino ang kukuha ng second slot natin.
I mean, maganda naman yung argument for both teams natin if you look at the individuals that we have. So I think it's gonna be a discussion after the break. But before that, I think it's also a beautiful time para ma-remind ang mga viewers natin kung sino ang nag-sponsor ng buong Predator Kings of PH. Yan na ang yung ating PC Game Pass. So if you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, you can activate your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass because the PC Game Pass is designed for PC players as a whole. You can play high-quality PC games, including yung mga new games on day 1, and get an EA Play membership para you can play a lot of games, kind of like yung Battlefield natin, kind of like yung Split Fiction kung lalabas nga naman yun, di ba? At saka yung Riot Games benefits, wag niyong kakalimutan na kapag meron kayong PC Game Pass ay instantly you have access to every agent including yung mga susunod na papasok. So kung wala ka pang waylay, magkakaroon ka bigla kapag meron kang PC Game Pass. So wag niyo kalimutan, may discounts at saka may deals na din and more once you purchase your own Acer Predator notebook.
Hindi na waylay, meron na, no? Pero anyways, kung kayo ay nagde-decide sa kung anong notebook ang inyong kukunin, well, do not fret. Ang recommendation namin para sa inyo ay ang Predator Helios Neo 16 natin, which pushes the boundaries of overall gaming performance and productivity. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and revolutionary 4K mini LED display, the machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity. So, it empowers you to anticipate and conquer out on your endeavors. So, if you're ready to dominate, order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator website and even in your local face-to-face stores.
Yep. And before we end the game right now, shoutout nga pala sa mga viewers natin na nanonood. 900 tayo strong sa Facebook stream so far. Thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you din sa mga friends ko na nanonood, specifically si Kiara, specifically si JJ. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time as well. But nevertheless, we will be back after a short break. Pagbabalik, ay meron tayong isa pang BO3 semifinals. It will be Orgless versus Hunters League. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi at magbabalik ang Kings of PH.
Lumaparad sila dito, nagpa-black lab at si Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is fully inside of T. Nag-aabang mga kala dito sila Owen Duty wins sa Madina for another
mistakenly kicks. Safong. He gets shot by the Phantom and he finally gets the 1 point.
Nakikita niya dito. The Exotic sinatan. And the next, with just the red. Witness the flame storm. The Exotic was the wrong cover. The fully and the close to an
Babalik mga kaibigan ang Kings of PH. Dito pa lang sa ating second series na ang labanan pagkatapos manalo ang 7-step crew sa una nilang naging talikuran. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para sa susunod na BO3s natin mukhang nag-set ng expectations para sa buong kompetisyon. At Mochi, hindi pa tayo nagtatapos. May dalawang bagong team na magsasagip dito sa server natin. It will be Orgless laban sa ating Hunters League.
Sino naman? Hindi pa natatapos ang aksyon, no? Kanina, everyone, kung medyo late kayo dito to hop into our stream, we have the fight of Vanta Black versus 7-Step Crew. 7-Step Crew ang nanaeg with a 2-0. I mean, fairly close ang ating mga matches, but once again, 2-0 for 7-Step Crew na ngayon ay nag-aabang sa ating Grand Finals for today. And sino naman kaya dito sa dalawa from our second series, no? Hunters League and Orgless ang magse-secure ng ating second slot na makakatapat ng 7-Step Crew mamaya sa ating finals.
And I think it's interesting as well para mapag-usapan natin yung individuals on both teams kasi it will be the first time that we'll be seeing yung core or at least yung dalawa, yung duo from Zol Esports dati na maglalaro ngayon para sa isang organization na hindi Zol at mukhang nag-expand na sila ng kanilang mga connection at saka mga horizons nila. Si Zind at saka si Evan FPS na dating nasa Zol Esports ngayon sama-sama na kasama ang tatlo na mga bata na I believe will be a pivotal factor pagdating dito sa matchup natin at laban dito sa side ng Hunters League also mga tier 2 demons that we have on the server as well as we have our map selection right now. Icebox, Ascent, Pearl. First game Icebox na naman tayo mga kaibigan. So kung kanina nainitan kayo, balik na tayo dito sa lamig ng panahon at sa lamig ng tutok ng kahit sino matatalo dito sa matchup na ito. Pagkatapos doon ay nasa Ascent tayo where I believe it has been very refreshing. Na-miss ko tong Ascent kasi mga almost 1 year na natin hindi ito nakikita
Yeah, it's like a breath of fresh air, no? Na nagpapanumbalik ang Ascent other than the fact that there has been some changes dito sa mapang ito, which is quite sad, no? Maraming violent reactions sa changes ng Ascent, but still, we are gonna see what's gonna be the changes sa mga laruan ng mga teams natin dito sa Ascent map natin. But also, no, kanina nagsabi, we are gonna witness if they will be ruthless and cold enough in terms of their place at paano nila papakitunguan ang isa't isa. And I am pretty sure that all our players are ready para mag-head sa ating next battle. And I'm pretty sure that all of these are pretty familiar, no? Ang kanilang mga pagmumukha sa atin. And like what you've said, quite unfortunate na wala ng Zol, but some people here are now in Orgless. And ito nga pala ang aming mga prediction. Kaya nang bahala na mag-judge sa mga yan. But we just thought that it's gonna be interesting if there will be some contention sa ating series ngayon.
Napapansin ko, Mochi, parang gusto mo ata matapos ng maaga. Parang 2-0 ka din kanina dun sa prediction
dyan,
natin,
boss.
di ba? Oh, okay. Okay, sabi mo Ako kasi.
Ano lang.
Okay,
Oo.
ano? Bakit?
Hindi, ano lang, support lang kay Repulsive. Ganon. Shout out Repulsive. Hello.
Hindi, di ba Rough 999 na yung pangalan niya? Kaya tingnan natin. Ako kasi feeling ko, yung Orgless kasi may laban pa rin pero Hunters League with their consistency and how much they have improved in their performances ay mukhang magiging matalim ang kanilang magiging laban as we're now in towards the Icebox map. Agent selection on point as well. It is a double controller setup para sa Hunters League. No Sentinel whatsoever. So Kitchen will be a vulnerable position for them at kapag nalabanan sila ng Orgless na pwede ding makapag-contact play, it will be something to consider. Whereas Orgless now, they will have some sort of a bit more of a standard composition if you flavor that with the Tejo in towards the mix as well kasi may scan pa rin naman siya pero mas malakas yung kanyang post-plant connection compared to a Sova. So this will be a very interesting pick nga talaga for the side of Orgless. They have all the balanced tools in the world. They also still have two of the most popular players dito in the server right now. So I'm kind of expecting that Orgless will put up a fight. But Hunters League, I think I think they should be talked about a little bit more. Because Lloyd Dream, one of those tier 2 demons as well that we've seen from VCT. And if you couple that up with a very famous TikToker like Jung FPS, who doesn't have that much experience, it's an interesting duo. And so far, sa mga past games na nakikita ko sa kanila outside of this tournament, I think we're in for a treat, Mochi. I think this duo is gonna do a lot of damage.
Yes, of course. And not to mention na nandito din si Second Lam. Di ko lang sure kung si... Ano ba to? Si Baby Dar ba yan? Or is it a different person? But we are gonna find out later on. But sa ngayon, nagsisimula na very aggressive stance ni Lloyd Dream dito sa ating A area.
Expect kaya niya yung Killjoy, no? Lapit ng Killjoy dito, and Zind will give his life up papunta dito kay Lloyd Dream, but it was just a bait and switch setup. Hunters League are gonna have a numbers advantage in towards the defensive side as Raf 999 pulls out the classic at the first possible time. Does pull out again yung mollies, in fact, as Eman will use the guided salvos to kill him off. Urza with a double as well para sa side ng Orgless as they're picking it off one by one. Jung FPS almost would have saved the day if it wasn't for Rimuru Kid. Does welcome Orgless with their first round on the board.
What's with our teams today, no? Parang nagmamadali silang lahat. Pansin mo? Okay lang ba yun?
May
Grabe.
lakad silang lahat.
Ay, lakad silang lahat. Kasi sobrang bilis ng mga pacing nila. And as much as possible, they're not even waiting for each other. Sila na mismo ang nagbibigay ng avenue sa sarili nila in order to advance against sa kung sino man ang mga makakatapat nila dito. And you can see how fearless they are na kahit sino man makaharap nila, it is fine, it is alright, it is Quenchana.
It is indeed. As we're back into Orgless, triple bulldog setup, and the reason why Zind is saving up for the Sheriff is because he's playing a lurk passive setup as well. So okay lang, as Urza will pick up that first frag, a double for him on the lurk this time. Even though he's low on HP, still a threat. Lloyd Dream gets the shot. That's a 2v4, and they still have some semblance of control. As Eman will pick up a double kill, that's a very quick and easy second round win for Orgless, as we've expected. As long as Hunters League will convert through with the buy round, then it is all good.
But we can already see the Orgless has been like, you know, hindi lang Orgless, fearless din sila. Tulad ng sinabi na natin kanina. As much as possible, they really want to, you know, reach the boundaries. Other than the fact na silang nasa attacking dito, and despite the fact na merong mga interesting plays na sinusubukan gawin dito si Hunters League, as much as possible, binabawi nila yon agad.
Yeah. Again, Lloyd Dream pushed on towards the belt position. And I think Zin has learned his lesson this time. Does not want to become on the short end of the stick as spot out Raf. And they decide to put some damage done onto him. Armageddon already doon sa may CT spawn. Kaso nga lang, a little too ambitious. Funky. Perfect flash. That's thanks to the buff KO in this patch. As Urza will overwhelm the odds. Orgless with an aggressive push exploding inside of B. The buy round does not work out, especially with them killing them off one by one. And it's all coming down to Lloyd Dream, who is waking up from a nightmare, especially with M and FPS eating his dream alive into a 3-0. Orgless starting as comfortably with an aggressive setup.
Grabe. Speed. And it's crazy how they just try to just wait into specific angles and they manage to get the job done. All they have to do, you know what? Sige, agahan natin punta dito sa lugar na to, mag-abang tayo, and let them walk into our crosshairs. Done and dusted here for Orgless. The Hunters League, wala pa masyado silang bawi dito, and they will be forced to resort dito na naman muli sa ating eco round, which is quite unfortunate because as much as possible, they're really shutting down yung mga possible gain of momentum dito from Hunters League. I mean, hindi nga nila hinahayaan na magkaroon ng kahit anong momentum itong Hunters League.
I think they're working towards giving the ult orb para kay Lloyd Dream on A. And because of the noise made, that already confirms it, but I think they just give it up to Jung, if anything. And somewhat of a A stronghold approach for Orgless this time as they are planting their feet where they stand on B site, where Rimuru is taking his time, taking his patience. Right after the Viper wall has to dissipate on its own, he will try to come up from the odds as Raph hits the one tap on towards Rimuru Kid. That's an opening in towards a Vandal upgrade. 5v4, flash on in, and becomes that retake scenario with the numbers advantage in the way of the eco round.
Well, look at that. Before we even say anything else, they're gonna try and offer the trade here, despite the fact there's just 2 more people remaining here. From
Ooh.
Orgless! Urza with a snake bite kill as well! Oh my, now it's 2v2. Bilis na mga pangyayari. At mababawi nila yon kaagad-agad. What just happened? Minama nila, no? Kahit na dalawa na lang. It's not even about the numbers, it's about the skill.
Minando na lang eh. Especially with how calm they have been into trying to take control of that side of the map. Urza didn't even need to move a muscle, made his utility work for him.
Get used to that.
Taking control of that orange spot like it was his own domain. And because Hunters League were busy on both sides of the map, they literally could not handle the pressure at all. They know that the operator is present on B, so they decide to run away from it. Dodge away from the threat of the one-shot weapon as Orgless. They will reunite with Zindon towards the A side itself. At one point, we call him the king of Zol Esports, but he is a king without a crown now. A king without a kingdom. Another dash on in. Rimuru takes a chance for himself. Funky will get the double for the Orgless squad. They open up the space inside A and giving an opportunity to the plant to come down as well. So now it becomes Hunters League's opportunity. Try to retake this, but remember, they have the op and they also have a numbers disadvantage.
Yes, of course. It's gonna be quite of a struggle din dito para sa Hunters League, and despite the being on the Hunters League, they're the ones being hunted right now. But Jong FPS gustong makabawi as much as possible. Guided salvo delaying them from defusing the spike onward. Jong FPS trying to advance forward despite of all the circumstances against them. And unfortunately, kahit na nariyan ng effort, hindi ito sasapat.
No man. And sometimes you can't underestimate yung mga players na hindi masyadong kilala. Let me remind you guys that Urza at one point was in rank LQTs back in VCL 2024, where they had, I'd say, an average beginning, but individual performance standout for them was Urza on that roster, being very much a consistent factor into how close the games were for them. If he's able to keep that momentum going, then he will be a valuable asset pagdating dito. So Orgless this time around is now, it will be an eco round for Hunters League. They rely on Lloyd Dream to hit the one shot thanks to that Blade Storm, and we've seen heroics coming out from that ulti alone this day alone. So will this be the same case right now for Lord Dream, as he's the only guy holding up that yellow position? Very, very dangerous, I'd say so.
Pero yun nga lang makikita ata kung si Rimuru Kid, and actually gonna be expected, deny him any sort of positioning that would be deemed comfortable para sa kanya. Pero maganda naman na nagiging trade dito na Eman. Once again, hindi pa tapos ang lahat of 4v4 currently at stake. Some advances forwards dito ni Jong FPS. Medyo nag-aasim ka raw, sabi ni Eman. Charlie being shut down at that instant, pero tamang chacha lang dito, no? Kita-kitaan, then getting tuned. Done by Zing as well. But Lloyd Dream with a Blade Storm will try to make this work out. Eman all alone here from Orgless. Would he be able to clutch this out? Still has the Armageddon on him, but I doubt that he's gonna be using that. Pero yun nga lang ay naduraan pa ni Wingman.
10 seconds left.
And maaring expected na rin siya nang magtropa. 7 seconds on the clock. Hahayaan lang nilang maparanoid itong si try to almost clutch this out. Buti na lang si Lloyd Dream ay nakapag-sidestep ng bahagya.
Muntikan pa nga na maklatch ni Eman, who I will remind you, the only player that has any VCT franchising experience across the board, right? I mean, this guy has played in the Korean stage, and you can tell that this guy is pumped up to play right now in Predator. Z shown up big, but Lloyd Dream did start off strong with that Blade Storm. No hesitation to updraft from that yellow spot to catch Rimuru Kid off guard into a 1-5 operator in hand, but Lloyd Dream punished for his mistake. Urza fully expecting it, leg shot incoming through to the Viper, but it is a small price to pay to make it a very bad investment para kay Lloyd Dream. That op really burned a hole in his wallet right now, and I'm hoping that Jung FPS is going to be able to make some value out of this operator.
That is really sad. It's like a gamble of, you know what, let me just throw this 4-point-something creds operator away. And I'm pretty sure hindi na naman niya in-expect yun. It's just that, well, I guess one step ahead itong si Erza. But now, he will try to step into the A site momentarily. Rimuru not having any support at all during that entry, which is quite not a good sign for them. But on the bright side, para sa Hunters League, abay, para nagkakaroon sila ng advantage. Never mind. Immediately being shut down by Bibnar. And as well as Zed as well. Parang binaliwala nila yung mga pitas or mga early pickups dito despite the trade. Well, guess what? He just shut them down.
Ano? Okay.
Gusto ko yung ano.
Okay, wala eh. Ano yun, na-suspense kasi ako. Plus, hinahanap mo kanina si Second Love, diba? Si Baby Dar pala yun.
Yun,
Triple kill
tama
for
na
him. Ang Chinito Kid ng Hunters League
Chinito Kid.
on the Gecko. Chinito naman kasi talaga si Second Love eh. Diba? So,
Ito naman.
small eyes, baby blue eyes for the side of Hunters League right now as Orglis try to take some space over towards the pipe spot. It's the Blade Storm activated for Rimuru Kid. They also have, command na pwedeng gamitin ng Funky, so they have 2 entry players. And once they get the space, Urza will have that Viper Spit once he decides to use it. So, because they know that it is going to be an operator on the other side, that Viper Spit's going to be everything. But Jung FPS will find one of the entry duelists on the side of Orglis right now. Rimuru Kid has no contribution whatsoever into this round right now.
Wait, ng Viper Kick. Wala raw papasok, pero merong mga ngahas. Jung FPS trying to make his way here through the Viper Spit. Eligible and as well as the trash. Hindi ko connecta, pero sa kabilang banda, yung FPS na masesecure. More than enough information for them to thrive forward. And deny the objective being given there dito kay Orglis. And they would be able to take this for their own. At tuloy-tuloy na pumapalag sila dito. Unfortunately, Dance is not gonna make it, but what matters is they got the round for themselves.
That's true.
And they keep the operator too, so it will be a valuable thing for Lloyd Dream right now. If his op shot is not gonna connect, then at least Hunters League and everybody else can contribute to the squad right now. Slowly, they're finding picks that has been pivotal to the round. The kill over to Urza to deny that Viper Spit in time. The willingness for Jung to push in towards that Viper Spit alone just provided by that Thrash as well. So you know that the utility is still on point here as Rimuru starts off strong onto Jung FPS. This is not going to be the top clip he is looking for as he dash on in towards the operator. That is a ballsy attempt from him to surprise Lloyd Dream, who is deciding to give it up. See if he can save the operator into this coming round, as now becomes a bit of a stalwart approach for Orglis. They are forcing the gauntlet on the Hunters League to push on their own terms, and Raf 999 is the one to heed the call. He does decide to actually peek onto Urza, who's already whispering in his ear right now. Magkikitaan ba sila?
Ito yung mga tipo ng patintero na ayaw natin. Yung patintero el taguan in one. But, wait lang ha? Ano yun? Wait lang, ano na nangyari doon? But, there's 2 more people dito sa Orglis. Babawi. Atras. Pero may magkakataan dito. Rap 999. Huli ka
30
daw,
seconds left.
Balbon, sabi ni Boss Amo. Pero, Erza, buhay pa naman. Try niyang maka-inch forward, no, in order to secure the spike. Kaya lang, parang wala nang oras, Ramon.
No. 3 bullets maybe, but no,
What?
it's Urza. He is digged down to
Uy.
10, but Lloyd Jean is here, and you know that he is as patient as ever. Does not want to take a risk this time around to him, unless he's the one to actually push his button. So he finds him dead on his tracks. Backstab from Lloyd Dream, triple kill for him as well. So that's another point into his Blade Storm right now. And he also saves the operator into the next coming round again. So,
Enemy remaining.
alam mo yun?
Spike
Ang weird na nangyari. Talagang focus na focus tayo doon sa may hindi pagkakakitaan ng mga Vipers na may execute na nangyayari doon sa may A side. It started with the attempt at the entry from Funky because he was stopped in his tracks by, I believe it was Dens and Baby Dar. They did not have any sort of chance whatsoever into that next coming round. 4 to 5 operators still in play for them, as it is going to be around B main, where Lloyd Dream has decided to heed the call. Orgless, though, they want to take the A site, and I believe Funky has his ulti as well, so he's the entry, and he is the one to heed the call.
Gusto ko yung pinaintay niya lang yung drone dun eh. Mga chancing ng timing ng pagkalon. Pero also, as I was saying that, may mga napapatunda na dito from Hunter's League.
planted.
Objective being secured dito ng Orgless, and beautiful utilization of the no command din on Funky. But also, they are yet to see if there will be some people here masyadong nakatago. Mga member natin here from Orgless, and now is about the time for them to advance and push forward. But Zinedine would be
Player standing.
well, a win! Possible na 3K! Wait lang! A Viper to Viper. 29 HP? Hindi na talak. Mabibigyan ba talaga? Ng bullet si kumpare mo repulsive, which is so unfortunate. Oh, he is one shot away from getting that round.
Oh, what just happened? By the skin of his teeth, Urza saves the round for the squad.
Wow.
He's the one who paid in the post plant. It was a 1v4, man. And Raph, he could have saved it. He could have saved it. He was 1 HP. He was inside the Viper's pit of the defending Viper. Repulsive was feeling himself. Unfortunately, he had no bullets in the chamber. All the while, Urza always at the right place at the right time. 4 to 6 right now. Stealth drone in play. Viper pushed up. Raf 99 spotted. Taken care of by Lopez. But Maru Kid's already inside kitchen. Cooks up the storm against Baby Dar. Vorging falls through with another. It's a 2v4. Already soldiering on into the B side. Remora Kid keeps on going. Dashes out towards safety. And it becomes
Target.
almost an opportunity for a TikTok clip for Jung FPS if he clutches out the 1v3.
Man, the conditions quite difficult to achieve, but he will try anyways. Yung FPS trying to inch forward pupunta sa ating site. Yun nga lang nga, Rimruken will be well aware of his whereabouts. And he's gonna be taken out just like that.
Last
One round away
in the half.
before this half ends. Well, we can see the Armageddon already available para kay M and FPS, and as well as the Blaze-Storm dito kay Lloyd Green. I mean, it's just pretty crazy to me to have Erzad as well as one of the top frag then for Orgless. Just shows that he indeed has control. Alongside Rimuru Kid, no, in between of all of the rounds na meron tayo so far. And they are definitely showing that they've got the most out of the pro experience here in the local scene.
Bit of an interesting setup right now as Hunter's League are pushed up onto the A main extremity. One person on Nest, one below him so far, just to try to weed out Lopez. Now they push on in towards B main. They are still thinking about that flank coming down. They hear the turret. They hear the push onto the B side as well, as now the plant comes through. And Zind is holding his best to try to cut off the flank coming through as well. But because they know that the Killjoy is nearby, they do not want to take a risk this time around. 5v5 retake scenario for Hunter's League. Blade Storm activated for Lloyd Jeem as well. They don't have the best weaponry, but if they keep their guns together, then this will be possible. Zind knocks down one. The first blood very late into the round. Perfect flash coming through. And that's 2 kills, in fact, for Orglis, but Jung FPS will knock down that momentum. 3v4, push on in, Armageddon, already invested, but will he kill a ball inside the smoke? He does feed him with the final shots. Double for Glory Dream, a 1v2, and Rav will hit the shot kay Eman. Run and gun, but Rav could not save the day. He kills him off, but he has no time to defuse the spike.
Switching sides.
Wow, what a round from both sides. Just that Orglis has actually been able to defend the objective for themselves. And also, what a sneaky position then from Tarzan as well as Eman. So, well played. 8-4 is not bad of a first half end, but at the same time, sobrang tindi ng advantage ngayon ni Orglis, most especially with Rimuru Kid and as well as Erza leading the charge and Funky literally laying down the red carpet for them to actually execute and get things done. And so far though, this is pretty much going to be another heck of adjustment for Hunters League, most especially that these guys will be on the attacking end right now with just the Jack to work with, and as well as the blinds or the Dizzy na maaari may bato ni Second Love. But Erza gonna be spotted out here. Good trades. Zin in a really good angle as well. But now, spike being planted while all of the bodies are just
Enemy remaining.
going onto the floor already. Retake already have it here from Eman. Oh, what a spicy 3K to seal the deal.
I wonder if we still call him MN FPS or he just completely drops FPS in the game right now. Because honestly, we have to take into account that this guy has been on the scene for so long now that FPS literally has been his bread and butter. You can look at it from the triple kill in the replay scenario. Tamang one taps lamang ang iba sa mga players natin on orange because of the window. Does give him the ample view to try to kill them off from the CT spawn. And Eman has been doing somewhat of a field day right now on the pistol round, picking up 3. So much closer towards the Armageddon right now. And with a 4-9, gonna be that eco round entirely for Hunters League so far. That's a perfect usage of the concuss, but Lowy Dream, just the shot, almost expects Rimuru Kid, who does drop one of the guns entirely. So a 5v4. Bit of an expensive investment for them, but they don't want to push up too much to the belt position because they could get punished.
Ang cute talaga ng drone ni Teho eh, no? Nakakaaliw. Kala mo alaga eh, pero medyo magiging passive ang approach ngayon ng Hunters League. Top-down position here from a couple of members from Hunters League. Well, they've been able to get one out from Orglis, pero once again, may disadvantage pa rin yung loadouts na hawak nila dito, and as well as Eman being quite aggressive in terms of the angles, but at the same time still being careful as well, which is really wonderful. Never mind, immediately being shut off by Lloyd Dream. Funky, really aggressive, but look at what just happened. That swing is so worth it for them. And now it's Erza and Jung.
The rookie up against the underrated talent on the side of Orglis right now. Has to plant on backside. Does not know that he's coming from mid. Now he does. Had them in hand, but it does not matter because he was vulnerable. The Spectre was more than enough for them. They thought that the Phantom was going to save the day, but at the end of it, it was superior information from Erza and Orglis that does seal the deal against Hunters League so far, and that would have been a valiant attempt for Jung, especially with the spray that he has gone down with, and Lloyd Dream with the crispy shots from the Sheriff. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to take into account that Funky was just that quick to respond to it in time, without even a flash to boot. Confidence on full display. Double digits displayed for Orglis right now. 5 rounds in a row as well that they have won so far. They are done Being played around by Hunters League as Lloyd Dream updrafts in towards the belt spot. It's the push on from Emma and he gets punished by Dens. Almost expects it. The fellow Zol alumni has already made his presence known. They push on in with Lloyd Dream. They expect to peek out onto a Jenny. The Funky will get another double kill. Very similar to where he was in the previous coming round. 3v3. Almost with another, but Lloyd Dream still hits the shot. Gets the double kill as well. He opened up A site. And Hunters League, they're putting a name for themselves against Orglis right now, and it's all coming down to Zind. What can he do?
And a security Lloyd Dream. But he's not gonna survive a 4 so long. I mean, it almost and all the action here is on A side. I mean, it's just a matter of just shooting those shots and connecting it or praying that it connects. Most especially, you know, na sobrang tindi ng mindset ni Funky during that situation. It's just that they've got the better guns here from Hunters League, and in turn, the round has been taken by them. But also, let's not deny Orglis is already in a really good position here at 10-5. And although that is actually the case, it seems like they're still denying any advantage here kay Hunters League.
Talaga nga naman. Giving up his life for the squad. Team main push shot again from Urza kanina. Now Zind also poking and prodding. Tempting fate with a push on towards Second Love, who does spot him out. Initiative on points. Urza affecting Lloyd Dream to dash on in towards the yellow. PV4, a messy attempt for Hunters League to play for picks, but now Dens tries to reconvene in time, but he does have the NDY activated. They will run away from him just to make sure that that ulti will do nothing but Dens back to life, but Rimuru will shut that down. Double kill for him, 2v2. They run on in towards the A side. Funky even deciding to give it up for the team. Now it's 40 seconds for them, and now they confirm A site will be the call for Hunters League.
At ang nakakaramdam at may alam na rin si Funky sa kanilang balak. The objective has been secured dito sa A site natin, but the question is, would they be able to defend that for long? This is going to be a possible success from Orglis, most especially the Rimuru Kid is indeed popping up and will be securing the rest of the remaining members of Hunters League. Man, these guys are just phenomenal so far.
Oh my. Rimuru Kid, definitely. You can tell that he is running on a show so far. So much adrenaline from the young kid this time. Both Jets displaying that much talent on the server, but Orglis having that much of an edge in our competition will mean that it will be a steady grind for Hunters League if they want to equalize against the Orglis squad. 5-11. Ang katong scoreline as the Blaze Storm's active. Lloyd Dream, he's no stranger to these sorts of eco scenarios. He is always prepared to sacrifice himself if he needs to, but Raph is also tempting fate with the fellow controller player as the alarm was destroyed. Lopez taking a chance as well. He's also running on the information that they're pushing on towards that green spot as Rimuru Kid. Everybody pulling up their weight so far as it's almost a team ace, only leaving up to Jung FPS, but they do find him in time. Up to 5, quick and easy as that, Mochi. I mean, they didn't even have time to build something up. It literally is just match point for them.
It's so good. I mean, they try to do the slow push approach on that, but boy, they've been proven that that is the worst decision that they made in this match so far. Because Orglis has been able to just demolish them straight up. And like what you've said, ang bilis. 12-5 na ang ating scoreline ngayon. I'm pretty sure lahat ng mga supporters nila dyan ay nag-iingay because their biases are winning or losing. At maybe they're hoping for them to keep up the pace o makabawi maya-maya. Pero right now, there's already a couple of members down sa Orglis. Ngayon, lifeless na sila.
Ay, medyo lang. Ay, lalo na. Ano yung mas ilalim pa sa lifeless eh? Parang Hindi ko na maiisip eh. As Lloyd Dream, it's a chance, but Lopez will steal that away from him. 2v4. Very talented players in their own right as Funky reconvenes in the fight. Lopez makes it a 3v2 that's doable on their part. If they don't hit the Guardian shot, but eventually Jung will save them. Triple kill for Dens as well. 6-12. The early picks from Orgless just showing their overconfidence, I'd say. That is really easy to punish, since they have been doing this all throughout their defensive round so far. Now, Hunters League are given some breathing space, but it's not by much. They're still 6 rounds down. If they want to catch up, they really need to keep the momentum going.
Nakakatakot. Tignan mo na lahat ng ultimate active para sa Orgless. If they want to get this round, well, why not? They can definitely do so because all of their ultimates are now active. But Repulsive will be taking the early frag onto Zind. No trades as of the current time, but Muruked in a really aggressive position here. Not quite sure, no, kung makikita niya dito si Lloyd Dream. Might possibly be checking each other out. No! They are unaware of each other's existence. Other than the fact that may mapipitas dito sa A site. Trades hindi pa nangyayari at nababato ng Orgless other than sa efforts na nilalapag dito ni Rimuru Kid on the Blade Storm. But it is a 2v4, quite of a stretch, quite of a struggle. Lloyd Dream being successful in that duel, but now Eman all alone looking to try to clutch this out against 3 more members from Hunters League.
A legendary player against 3 of the youngest that we have on the scene right now. But this is somewhat of an impossible post plant to deal with, as they still have guided salvos. Armageddon still in his back pocket as well. And if they want to, they could invest the Thrash, but at the end of the day, they could always just trust their gunplay. Jung at PS will pick it up. It's a 7-12 now. Inching a little closer and closer against the lead. The Orgless have built up for themselves, finding good timings on towards that kitchen spot, as they're now relying on the forward positions they've been taking up for themselves. They're more willing to play for picks, a lot more compared to how we've been seeing them from the previous round. So that development should be of note, but you're still on match point. One mistake will make the difference of this first map so far, as it's an early snake bite too. I'm a little hesitant to push on in towards Green's Dens, and Frizan spots out Urza, so that will be that one way invested to try to delay some space, as they also have a lurk coming down as well for Rap, and he will give that open option if they do so, but I think it's just going to be the triple P coming down. Emin has to be careful about this. Ooh, he's so low too.
Pero yun nga lang nga din, they cannot underestimate the one-tap capability that the Sheriff can actually do, despite the fact that they're on an eco round that Rush even actually used here. Couple of bodies on the floor already, and even he not dead yet. Unfortunately, Dance will be taken down. Buti na lang nandito si Funky to the rescue, taking a couple already. Ang bilis ng pagka-secure niya onto Repulsive. But now Lloyd Dream, well aware na timingan si Funky dito. 3K in the bag being secured and might possibly be an ace. But I doubt that Rimuru and as well as Zen will let that happen.
They so wait for each other to be playing a dream. So thought the life coming through in Second Love. Yes. Lose out the 1v2. It's Orgless that stand tall. Fiery hot in ice cold winter. Have a field day in the second map because Orgless are coming for their throats.
Congratulations to Orgless for securing the first map of our second series. Well, alam mo, natawa lang din ako dun sa, sa logo nila. It's literally a writing of Orgless sa paint.
Diba?
Kasi hindi man lang nakagitna, pre. Nakasulat lang siya sa upper left
Medyo
corner.
natitrigger ako dun
Ang funny nga eh. Pero it just proves na wala naman sa logo yan. Kung may org ka, naka-franchise ka o hindi. Nasa galing yan. Congratulations to artists for securing this one. I mean, it's pretty much of a, I cannot say it is a stomp because we're seeing some good efforts din naman coming from Hunters League. But I feel like it just boils down to the fact that they've got pure A experience, especially that most of them come from Zol after all. So, now that we already had that, I'm really excited kung ano yung magiging performance nila sa Ascent. Lalong-lalo na there is some debatable and controversial perspectives no sa Ascent natin. But before we even dive out onto that, let's check out ang ating highlights muna.
Yeah, kasi marami din nangyari dito eh, no? We
Last player standing.
parity in terms of what the Vipers, I mean, sure, Urza has been showing up consistency, but Raf, whenever he needs to be at the right place at the right time, he does actually become a bit of a pillar for the self. And it became like a really good once they translated into what is defensive side when Orgla's dictating, pushing and every single time they find opportunities like this one where Funky has gotten an easy double kill for them.
One enemy remaining.
You don't need utility to try to support any sort of aggressive attempt. Sometimes you just need confidence, and that's been the capital para dito sa side ng Orglas right now. I think it will be their driving force later on into this second map, which you have mentioned is going to be Ascent, and somewhat of a similar approach when it comes to the extremity pushes, pero the rotation maybe a bit more of a contestment. So what do you think, Mochi? Do you think this will end in a 2-0 in favor of Orglas because of their performance right now?
That might be a possibility, especially if they can carry over their momentum, as generic as it may sound. Kaya lang kasi with how all of our runs are happening right now, it's too fast-paced and all of them are actually in the zone, most especially si Rimurupid and as well as itong kay Zen, the rest of the squad. You know, every single one has a piece of the pie. So, that might be a big possibility. But for Hunters League, I feel like it is gonna be quite of a struggle. Lalong-lalo na they will starting off as the defenders. I mean, as much as possible, you want to get the nitty-gritty early on. But now that they are gonna possibly start slowly and all they have to do is to just wait and see, receive all the blows na ilalapag sa kanila ng Orglas, well, that's gonna be a topic of discussion for later on.
Totoo nga naman. So, you know, I think it's also like a good opportunity to kind of give flowers to a lot of the individuals that stepped up. Lloyd Dream, even on the losing end, has been pivotal to a lot of the multi-frags and a lot of the close rounds that we've been seeing out of him. It's just unfortunate na, you know, hindi naging tuloy-tuloy yan. Yung naging success. Hindi siya makasuccess. Yun yung mahirap sa kanya. Hindi siya sumakses. Alam mo yun?
Yeah,
so parang...
Imbis na pag ganun eh. Hindi siya napasuccess, sayang eh.
Tama.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I think we just have some hopes coming through for a lot of our players dito. Si Lloyd Dream na isa mga paborito natin. But I think it just tells you na may chance pa rin naman yung magiging Hunters League natin. They've shown a lot of good promise pagdating doon sa ating defensive rounds, which really has been like the majority of how well they've been showing their comfortability. Which, in my eyes now, in this Ascent game, now their biggest challenge will be how they're going to be approaching yung defense doon sa may A-short, since a lot of teams like to prioritize pushing A-short as a bit of a compromise or even like their first round strategy. So, medyo mahirap kung kailan nila i-hit yun as a hidden weapon, but I'm pretty excited to see how teams like these will approach this kasi yung mga minds na meron tayo dito, 2766 on the side of Orglas, tapos if I'm not mistaken, yung IGL lang naman ng Hunters League yung ano nila. So, you know what? I digress. Let's take a look at the stats right here. It is Lloyd Dream who is gonna be that pivotal player nga naman sa kanila. 26 kills for the guy. And he will not stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I think so too. And also very commendable itong si Erzan as well as the Rimuru Kid for Orglas. I mean, they've been able to show up time and time again, always present, never absent. At kung nagiging absent man, they take not just one, not just 2, possibly even 3, no? Sa hukay alongside them. So, this has been the stats for our map of Icebox for these 2 teams. And we're gonna check kung may bawi ba si Hunters League dito or tutuloy-tuloy ang pamayagpag ng Orgless para sa ating Ascent. Pero let us check out who's gonna be the MVP of the match. It's Erza.
All right. Team MVP for the whole server. Even though Lloyd Dream has put on all the stops, Urza is the one who has been pumping into the brakes to stop them in their tracks sa lahat ng aggressive attempts nila. So congratulations kay Urza at saka sa Orgless. Look at that KD, no? Almost up to it too. You just know that this guy is gonna be feeling the heat mamaya sa Ascent game natin, as he's been a very important factor sa panalo ng Orgless so far. And if you couple that up with Rumuru Kid, well, it kind of tells you what to expect pagdating doon sa ating Ascent game. So I think it is gonna be a banger. I think Ascent is gonna be well enough a good map to watch for both of these teams. As before we head on into a break, we would like to thank our official sponsors, as I would like to start with yung ating Predator Helios Neo 16, engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator Online.
Yes, and since nakakuha na kayo ng notebook niya, ayan ang recommendation ni Ramon. Well, if you secure any notebook na may ibibigay sa'yo ng Predator Gaming, Matic, meron kang libreng 1-month PC Game Pass. And that gives you all the advantage, no? Meron kang mga bonus from Riot, some AAA games, get the deals and sales na dun nyo lang makukuha. So, if makakakuha kayo ng notebook, Matic, yan na ang libreng hatid sa inyo ng PC Xbox Game Pass.
Yep, and I think it's gonna be a good time for us to take a short break here. My name's Ramon, with me is Mochi. That has been the first game, pero pagbalik kay magwawagi ba ang Hunters League? Malalaman yan pagkatapos nito.
Welcome back to the Kings of PH Leg 1. And we are currently at our second series wherein naglalaban ang Hunters League and as well as ang Orgles. Where kanina nakita naman natin how Orgles been managed to demolish even itong si Hunters League, and they're looking into finding a way para makabawi dito sa ating second match wherein magaganap ito sa mapa ng
Ascent. It's been a long time coming ha. Ang tagal na natin hindi nakita, lalo na't na-rotate siya out the map pool, and now that it's back, medyo may konting nagbago sa kanya, pero hindi naman siya nagbago ng identity and all. It's still the same Ascent that we all know and love. It's just that hindi na siya ma-wallbang doon sa may B main. If you remember that sa mga rank games, no, usually may Odin na makakapag-damage sa inyo. Pagkatapos man lang mababa yung mga barriers ng round, diba? So, medyo unfair na yun. So, decide na lang ng Riot na wala nang ganon. Malay mo magkaroon ng epekto yun sa mga magiging team compositions natin. Kasi Ascent is one of those maps where the walls are gonna be a big factor here. Sobrang daming high penetrative walls dito no? So ibig sabihin, yung mga Odin natin, yung mga Guardian natin, mataas yung value kapag tama yung position mo sa mapa.
That is so true. And I feel like that just gives an idea na so kung di natin wallbang ito, I guess we need to be more creative with our lineups. Most likely, no? And especially na marami na rin mga heroes ngayon nag-offer ng kanilang mga mollies, quote-unquote, kahit pang kongkas man yan, pang damage, or pang sira man yan ng positioning, it would give the advantage on your team as long as you know how you can use that in its fullest potential. And most especially na itong mga members natin dito, well, are no stranger in these types of things. Well, we can expect a lot for this Ascent map. Despite of it being a classic, there's going to be a lot of things that we can anticipate that are new sa atin.
That's true. Kasi bago rin din yung ibang mga agents dito, malay mo may mga times na magpalit na yung Jet tapos double initiator combo na lagi natin nakikita, diba? Sa Ascent map. It's basically the Ascent comp that Daedom likes to kind of trash on, diba? Kasi yun yung lagi niya nakikita. Pero it's balanced for a reason. Malakas nga siya kapag na-supply mo yung utility with the Jet. Pero what if pinaltan mo with Waylay, right? Kasi Waylay has more of twice the mobility but less of the security that she can offer to the table. So malay mo naman, magkaroon din ng meta shift dito sa ating magiging Ascent compositions, as we're gonna be talking a little bit about our sponsors in just a short while. Pero before that, I'd like to also give an opportunity para happy birthday si Mochi dito sa ating stream ngayon. Happy 25th birthday nga pala, Mochi. Narinig ko na you're getting older as the years go by. Happy birthday sa'yo, Mochi.
Bakit parang every month nagiging birthday ko? Hindi na alam ng mga tao kung kailan talaga yung birthday ko. Pero pinapatanda mo rin ako. Ba't mo pinapatanda? Hindi pa ako 25. Graduate ko lang. Pero anyways, guys, I am pretty sure though, ang magsa-celebrate dito kung sino man ang mag-a-advance forward sa ating Grand Finals maya-maya. So, just stand by because we are still gonna be saying sino sa mga pagmumukhang ito ay mag-a-advance sa GF mananalo or makabawi. Would it be a reverse sweep? Would it be straight? Or would it be a neck and neck battle? We are about to fight out. Other than some information na meron na tayo existing kanina sa ating Icebox map.
At sa ating nagbabagang balita, it is a do or die situation nga naman para sa Hunters League, diba? They're down 0-1 and it wasn't a strong loss for them as well, diba? They really have put up a lot less of a fight we kind of expected, to put it a little lightly, right? Pero okay lang kasi with the caliber of players that we have, we're expecting a bit more out of them. Malay mo sa Ascent map where mas maayos yung magiging comfortability nila dito, since they're pro players for a long time now. They have played this map many times now. Pero malay mo naman, for Orgles, it could be the same story time and time again as they're back in towards that agent selection. Ascent will be the map of pick at may Yoru. May Yoru na naman tayo dito. Kasi usually, you'd expect na Jet yung makikita natin kasi may operator tapos malakas din siya on the entries. But these days, Yoru has been the most popular duelist pick. Why is that?
Actually, I feel like ito na yung mga times na makikita natin that Jet might have fell off already. In some sort of way. I mean, not entirely, but contrasting yung meta niya before compared to now, no? Ang dae-dae nang naiisip ng mga players and teams na ma-integrate in something new. Kung dati, what we have here is a KO, a Sova, the Jet, or even an Omen ngayon, no. We have all of the newest agents here and even amplifying it further with a Yoru in the bunch. I guess it's just that good, no? With all of the TP spots that they can use that, quick rotations, and even pulling off mind games para sa kalaban nila. Well, I cannot see any reason why we would not choose Yoru at all.
I think the Yoru is also a response to the Vice pick, which has also been picking up some steam then in terms of yung mga team compositions for the maps across the board. I think sa flexibility niya, you kind of also have to demand a counter from him. And for me, the fake out at least, which also got a recent nerf dito sa patch natin, became 200 credits instead of 100 to buy it up. It does show you that Riot knows that Yoru has been a popular pick for them, and it's also become like a bit of a way to try to like answer the call against the Vice pick in time. So it is going to be that pistol round. Will Hunters League choke out in towards this BO3, or will Orglis fall to the hands of the Young Guns on Hunters League so far as they start with the A short push? It's also going to be the guided salvo in time as Dens, he will try to peek it off. Instead, it's Funky with that first blood.
Ooh, that is something didn't necessarily expect. That really quick push then dito sa catwalk natin onto A. And now, they're just gonna be prepping themselves and putting the spike down. Alam nila na meron mga lineups na maaaring maihatid sa atin ni Sakalabat. Once again, easy peasy, secure ang ating plant dito. And now, the question is, if mariretik ba nila, lalong-lalo na merong kakulangan in terms of manpower. But they still have all the utilities available here. But lahat sila dito, they're just consuming every single ounce of space together. Nagsaming pairs ang lakas nga naman pero hindi nila chinek ang hell area natin. And thus, Orgles will be taking that round.
Oh, goes from bad to worse for Hunters League. They needed that pistol round to set any sort of momentum. But for Orglis, it becomes an easier sail, an easier translation into this round entirely. Winning this pistol means that they will have possibly a good time to take themselves this 2-0 to start with. So I think first two rounds now. I like the attempt coming through for Hunters League to play the proactive position all the way towards that cheap position, but they also gave up the space towards Orglis. Made it quick and easy for them to conquer that A short extremity. No peaks on mid-bottom as well, so they really were concerned of the type of boundary that they could put up for themselves since they're also smoked off on the mid-bottom position. They also didn't try to attempt anything out of that main position. It's kind of unfair to call it fear, but it's also the lack of trying that does put them in a very awkward position.
Yeah, I feel like there's just this amount of them not being able to anticipate that happening as well. Like, unang-unang round, matik, quick push ka sa catwalk. I mean, also, all of the denial of information then, no, trying to separate them as much as possible, that actually worked really, really well for Orgles. But currently, we're just going to ensuring that both teams will be performing the best that they can, the quality. So we're just gonna be checking out their status as of the current time. Pero other than that, I am really curious what other things each of their vices can actually do. Lalong-lalo na biro mo, Zind and as well as Dens are UC, both of them, and both of them come from Asia's all team. So they might be familiar with each other's playstyles and might actually be whispering na din sa mga teammates nila kung paano nila maaaring patumba isa't isa ever since kanina. But once again, it's just a bit of a more stacked, if I may say, yung lineup ni Orgles ngayon, considering that there's a bunch of them in here rather than the other team. But hopefully, they can prove us wrong.
Alam mo, happy na lang ako na iba na yung team compositions natin pag nag-ascend tayo, di ba? Kasi I am so used to seeing No, I wouldn't say tired, but I'm so used to seeing yung Killjoys. I'm so used to seeing yung double ini now. We kind of have that similar team composition, but in a way, it also kind of introduces a lot more depth into what you can offer on the Ascent map as well, diba? Kasi malakas yung post plant mo, malakas pa rin naman yung magiging pag-initiate mo ng fight, right? Not on the initiator, but on Boru itself, who does offer a lot more creativity, a lot more creative freedom when it comes to approaching yung mga pag-execute natin on the site itself. I also just think that playing Yoru is just a lot more fun, right? I mean, one of the highest win rate duelists that we have on the server ngayon. And I just think that I think Riot needs to put a bit more of an emphasis on taking a look at Yoru a lot more than what they should think about the other duelists, right? Kasi, okay, Waylay, I think as good of a release that she has on the casual player base, I think in ranked at saka sa pro play, it's kind of translating in a way that she kind of feels a little lackluster pagdating sa mga normal skill levels, right? Pero I think that's also like something that Valorant is also kind of parang expected to have. It's the type of FPS that has a high skill ceiling kapag you put all the hours in the world to kind of put into. So that's enough of me yapping. We're back into the game.
Pero not gonna lie, sabi ka nung ni Noctis, shoutout kay Job ay sa akong, it's either you will be a walking drone or you will be the top fragger of your team if you play Waylay or Wildlife. So, yeah, it's just one of two use case. Wala nang iba pa. It's a yes or a no. But other than that, ang tanong dito, kung mabibigyan ba ng kasagutan ang pag-push dito ni Orgless muli sa bandang mid area natin, most especially that they're really in here pretty deep. Possibly committing over sa B-site natin. And considering they've got advantage in terms of guns, most likely they would be committing here momentarily. No hesitation at all. But still respecting the capabilities na maaaring maibigay sa kanila ng Hunter's League.
Arc Road's already put up, and it's a 5v5 retake. The only sheriff that they have is the TikToker guy himself, Jung FPS. Has to make the hero of the squad as Eman. Nice shock dart all the way towards Second Love as Raph will also pick up the 1-for-1 for them. Instead of 4v4 this time around, that's a Spectre picked up from the mid side, then an incoming flank all the way from the back lines. Rimurukid has to do the brunt of this work. May Phantom pa nga siya dito, so it should be an easy task to kill him off. Yes, it does. That's the only Spectre that they have in the round, so now they're just going to be a death ball in towards CT. Jung will be that first contact. It's spotted, headshot by Lopez. Could be the second. It is Orglis. Very confident on their stride. 1v4. And Dens will put a dent in their pocket, but at the end of the day, it is still Orglis on top.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's already undeniable. What's important is that they managed to narrow down their creds even just a bit, no? Especially the efforts being placed by Rap here. But once again, matindi pa rin talaga ang alas dito ni Zend. Especially in the last few moments wherein they've got nowhere else to go and even try to defuse the spike. Hindi na nila talaga binigyan ng chance. But hopefully this is going to be a good round na maibalik ng Hunters League ang kanilang round wins. Or so I may say, if that's a possibility, lalo na medyo in the zone itong si Orglis na yun.
Masyadong in the zone nga naman sila no? At sino bang hindi? Kung 1-0 nga sila ngayon sa scoreline, diba? As they walk into Jung FPS, who has been trying to find the saving grace in Hunters League sa pag-start pa lang ng series natin, as it's the first blood to Zind. Only had the ghost in hand, so it's not that much damage into the pocket of the Sentinel. Murukid. Clear off the corner. Nakajudge nga naman kung si Dens. Will this be enough for him? It's not! The Murukid fully expects it. Here's the footsteps. Pushes on in towards B main and now punishes him for his mistake. Blind ready in hand. Pushed on in from the Murukid. They have to clear up the stairs position. Jung FPS is blinded. 3 kills. And Eman will shut down Loijim as well. 2v4.
Huh. I mean,
Spike planted.
that's been really quick in terms of execution for both of these sides. Just that mas matindi lang talaga yung alas dito ni Orglis. Still tons of HP remaining. Second love, spotting 2. Oh, I didn't expect him to be lurking in the smoke. Oh, the TP has been fine here for Rimuru. Magandang bawi, but Raf 999 will be able to take him out. And there would be more than enough time for him to offer the defuse. Nabawi naman ng Hunter League yun.
No charges.
Nabawi, pero isipin mo para lang din silang umuwi after a vacation. Lubos na yung pera. Nag-enjoy naman. Masaya, pero pagdating ng Monday, magtatrabaho ulit kayo. Diba? At pecho de peligra pa. Diba? So, it's now... Again, that would have been an interesting result if Dens was expecting. Double push shot in towards the smoke itself. Murukid being the impact player this time. Triple kill for the Yoru. Step closer towards that dimensional drift, and he does have that ulti ready and waiting.
Who's next?
So with that, outlaw in hand for Zind as well, as there'll be that dimensional drift. Opens up the space of market. Fully cleared. Ang buong sikot ng market position na yan tells them that it will be that CT retake for the side of Hunters League. As Orbless are placing themselves, planting their feet on the ground to make it a very seamless push papunta sa B-site. Mabilisan lamang.
Straightforward approach. And Hunters League really want to get that advantage din sa retake natin. Mabuti na mag-intayan tayo, mag-antabayanan kesa naman na mabalik tayo dyan ng kulang-kulang. Pero Erza, well, pinabawas-bawasan na dito, pero sakto lang naman ang pagulad ng barrel dito galing kay Lordin, pero bukas nila ni Rimuru. Pa-check nga ng PC ni Rimuru, guys, kasi parang antindi naman ata ng mga crosshair placement niya during that time. Well deserved of a highlight indeed. Every single angle he checks, saktong-sakto agad sa ulo.
Trailing up, following to the footsteps of her older sister. Talagang ang lakas ng inahanong ni Rimuru Kid. 8-1-3, the young gun of Orgles stepping up to the plate with a beautiful spray transfer pagkalabas ng site itself. This guy's on fire right now. You know that you don't want to fight him up 1v1. As it becomes that 3-1 scoreline where Orgles are playing for picks this time. Made some presence, made some noise on the main. Interesting push out as well from Dens, who is taking a chance, but a bit of a fickle one at that, as they spot out multiple people into mains. Push on in towards the smoke as well as Rap. Let's be careful. Pushes on with that shorty in hand. It is that eco round, and well, unlucky para kay Raf, but also a lucky spray down coming through from Urza.
Sim. Eh, yun nga lang din, parang hindi rin nagkaroon ng trade-off dito. Medyo nagdalawang isip si Lloyd rin kung isusugal niya din dun kasi maaaring maraming nakasilip sa kanya pagka tinry niyang mag-peek over dito sa entrada ng A-site. But now, some steps being put forward ng Orgles as they try to march into Batwalk. All of the utilities being thrown up in here and making them get delayed sa kanilang commitment dito sa A-site. But yung FPS in a really interesting position. Well predicted by Zind. Oh, how unfortunate.
Narinig din kasi pagkatapos niya lakarin yung Molly, so we're back into a 2v5 as the pistols are not gonna be enough against Rimuru Kid, the final boss of Orgles on the attacking side. He is hunting them down left and right and claiming double-digit kills this early in the game. Imagine him having a 2.0 KD in round number 6. That's literally double the amount of rounds that we have throughout this game so far. And well, definitely did not help that it was just the eco round for the side of Hunters League so far. Step before them has to be demanded. That's why they push up with the triple push onto the mid side. Lloyd Dream fully investing in towards that operator. Fully confirming that mid lane could be the possibility, as he's to be walking to the crosshair of at least one of them. Dodges away from it. Thinking of the possibility as Funky. That would have been the perfect shot for him, but it was a dump peek. So he was safe within his tracks. It is Orgles trying to push on into B main, but that sheer wall is devastating. Shaves a lot of time for them. B main already in full control of the Orgla squad, as is the Hunter's Fury as well. Try to stop them, delay them from taking the site itself as Jong picks up the first. But as he pushes outside of the smoke, Remura Kid does not spot out Raf99. He's also taken down as well.
Ooh, and even the denial of spaces here. Yun nga lang i-expect ba? Okay, some awkward angles, but what matters is that they've been able to trade each other off. Yun nga lang nga, Denz left alone dito sa ating market area. Mimili ba muna siya o siya ba ay mapipiling patayin ni Zind pag naorasan siya ng peak? Yes, indeed, because that 3K is gonna be on the hands of Zind. And you know what? Point out ko lang din, I really like the fact na inuurong sulong nila yung drone. Like, you really want to bait out any shots that's gonna come from the counterpart, give them more information they wanted to, especially with the distance na meron dito existing from the defending side. But look at that. There's lots of ultimates available para sa dalawa, and they can use that anytime. But just in case, no, medyo giging crazy ang mga executions nila if they would try to commit itong mga utils natin shortly.
You're gonna have to kick it off yet again. Remura Kid does use yung kanyang info with the ulti. That's an Armageddon, but Second Love fully composed, kills him off right after he kips out of the dimensional drift. Would have been a flawless take in towards the site, but then perfect timing. One shot to the dome of Aman. Solo pushed in towards B main. They were separated from each other. As they push on again into Dance, a double from him. Rizza, perfect shot. Lloyd Jean down. That's the operator out of the count. As they are reconvening with the shots entirely. Zol and Lopez killing them off again one by one. It's a 3v2. They're falling apart at the seams. Still have the better guns in time.
One enemy remaining.
And they also have the spray coming through. That's Zid again with another, but it is a 1v1. And Dens does have himself the Phantom upgrade, but it is Urza.
Wow.
A triple for the guy. The right place at the right time to make it a 6-1. They are not giving Hunters League any wins whatsoever.
It's crazy that despite there are tons of parallels na nangyari dito sa round na to, they literally did their best to jump over those lines. And Erza just arrived the best time possible, as you have mentioned. Indeed, an Intel power play. Pero, once again, Orgless, walang awa sila ngayon sa kanilang setups and how rampant they are in terms of momentum and securing every single round na nadadaanan nila. And despite of the fact na merong mga pickups na nakukuha itong si Hunters League, hindi nila ito natatapos ng pabor sa kanila.
Steel Garden still active for both of these teams, pero they haven't found an opportunity to use it as the dink comes through 140 until Remura Kid had no choice but to teleport out, but it was not given hit to him. 5 versus 4. Urza trying to see if he can get himself a second chance, but he does get a few shots towards the body. Let's be careful, sheer wall as well activated over towards the side of Hunters League, so could be a push in towards that B side itself, but I mean, they don't have information on where Dens is gonna be kasi yung utility niya nasa B. Pero nasa A lang din naman siya, so both sides of the map is felt, pero now Lloyd Jean has to dodge away from the ulti. Lets himself be affected by the Steel Garden, see if he can try to delay the push out, but has to give it up as well. Eventual drift active for Lloyd Jean right now, gives info for the team. As all esports, well, former Zol Esports players have to run away from the Armageddon as the Orgless are taking their time to take the objective this time. Raf99 spots out one, kills him off. Double again as well from Hunters League as Erza, he's trying to find a way. He's trying to get himself back. A double coming through. Raf999 get himself a triple kill. It's a 1v2 scenario. Will this be the comeback in the making for Eman? Will this be a clutch attempt? It is not the third. A 4K for Repulsive himself. Raf999 We'll give the second round for Hunters League. It was so beaten, so battered, but eventually they find the reward they needed.
Galit na galit
10 seconds left.
si Rafael Balaguer.
Ay!
Dinrap yung full name, no? Dunas Bindog.
Oh.
Pero, that's some crazy plays. I mean, they're still quite far in terms of their scoreline.
Last
Pero,
player standing.
you can see that if Eman just moved a little bit closer dun sa Regionite boxes natin in his peaking, that would have ended drastically different.
Yep. Now we can't really think about the what ifs anymore because sometimes that makes us overthink.
Ayun.
Mental health advice given to you, diba? By Ramon himself as we push on in. Ramuru Kid. 3 shots over towards Lloyd Dream. They also affect the sheer wall, so Jung a chance even thinking about pushing up in towards its pizza position, but that will make him trap. Push on in, flash on out as well. Jung gets the shot onto Zind as well before he falls to the ground. 3v4. Eventually they need to come out of market as they even find picks for themselves. Stairs open and B main wide open. 1v4 for Raft 999, and well, we've seen this happen before. But will this be
Spike planted.
another clutch attempt? One not by Raf. It is not. Urza will surprise him with the shot. That is a 7-2 scoreline. And Orglis, they're knocking down the door on what must be a very successful first half so far.
Hindi raw araw-araw Pasko. And I feel like there's been like series of miscoordination as well. I am low-key wondering why they decided to step up really early. And they haven't been able to catch each other's backs, you know? Like, they've been occupying every single angle, which is good. Pero yun nga lang, there's no trades coming in on their end. And it resulted into a loss on that round. Pero ngayon lang, mukhang iba ata ang balak gawin dito ni Raf 999 holding the Bucky. Better be careful here from Morgles, but mid control is definitely being taken by them. And I wonder if magmamataan nila si Dens in case na they do the catwalk commit. But I wonder if the timing is also on the positive side. In front of the Bucky connecting possibly another. Not at all. Pero isang pitik na lang dito si Erza. What's really good though is merong balik kaagad ang Orgles with the series of interactions na meron sila dito.
Talaga nga namang kayang-kaya pa. Iyakang-iyaka! Yung sinasabi ng iba dito with the sheriffs in hand as Lloyd Dream does continue that with the one tap to Urza. No smokes in time, so they have to reconvene, reconnect with Zind.
30
He's
seconds
watching
left.
in towards that mid position. Arnie lurking in the shadows, possibly expecting to see one pick. He does spot out Jung. He sees two. Rotating on towards the CT spawn. Have to be careful, and because they don't have a smoke, that CT spawn will be a very, very big attempt from them, but good thing the Molly is there to support the cause.
10 seconds left.
Hunters League, since they only have the sheriffs in hand, one Phantom to the name of Lloyd Dream, they need to play with their numbers. And Hunter's Fury, this makes it even more difficult for them to push outside of CT. That's why they push themselves onto market.
Ooh. Good skill utilization, even connecting that onto Lloyd Dream as well. Funk in a really tricky position being supported by Zind. There's no question at all that Orgles will be taking that round well prepared and predicted kung saan manggagaling yung miyembro from Hunters League. Valiant effort in the first few moments natin na meron silang mga secure mga casualties, but once again, the problem is how they end it in their favor. We already have the Steel Garden active dito kay Den, so they can use this time. Hopefully make it into a 4-8 if Orgles will let them.
Shoutout nga pala kay Camille na nasa stream ngayon. Sinusuporta yung kanyang younger brother na si Ramuru Kid, who now is given a 5v3 scenario. A main fully controlled, not the spray down from Second Love. He gets surprised by 3 people coming out of A main by full force. 2v5 in a blink of an eye. That is the buy round. Natapos na, possibly.
Possibly? But also, yung laban nila though hindi pa tapos because Jung will try to retaliate dito kay Remerukid. Now being erased, skirt instant, guided salvo connecting into Erza, pero may balik naman. Denz
Deploying drone.
as a lone survivor here dito sa Hunters League, nilapagan ka pa ng drone. This is gonna be quite difficult because the time is ticking and as much as possible, you want to get the space that you need. Ang dahil mo pang titignan ng mga angulo dyan at play safe pa ang mga iwang member from Orgless. So this is not gonna be looking good. May nasa likuran pa. And
Last round.
I wonder if this is
before
gonna be a
the
9-3.
switch.
Ay, nako, nabati pa nga.
Baka lang.
Baka, eto ha. Para lang sa mga nanonood natin dyan. If it is one of your first times na nanonood kayo ng Valorant, never call a 9-3. Because when you do, it's bound to happen. And when you have a 9-3, there's a big chance that your enemy is thinking that it's a 9-3. And if they are thinking that it's a 9-3, it depends on who you are sa side na yun. Ikaw yung 9, baka mas makampante kayo. Masyado makampante. Or baka matakot kayo na matuloy pa ito, no? So maybe the 9 Kickers will still be alive and well as they have invested that very early paranoia. Armageddon also over at that hell position. They know that backside is fully cleared, and because of that smoke, it will lessen the cover that they have over at that short spot as it will be Zind picking up Lloyd G. He's not having a good day so far. Steel Garden activated over at the A side as well. They can't plant the spike because of the hesitation from Emin as well. As they are clearing the side of the corner. They can't even use the from the shadows. Urza cannot run away. And with that Armageddon, they are trapped in the corner line. But it is not enough to fry them up. It's a 3v3. They don't even know that they're still holding that aiming position.
Yeah, I wonder if they will be expecting Zen to be at the mid area because if so, well, this is gonna be a really good spot, not gonna lie. Just gotta be careful. And Mind Game's actually turning into a
30
good
seconds left.
thing for Orgless as they get the A side free for themselves. Good hold and info supplement for Zin as well. Oh, Hunter Shuri connecting onto M and unfortunately losing a grip of the spike. Remorukid. Really good
10
position.
seconds left.
They're just exchanging blows, which is really interesting. I wonder if there is going to be enough time for them to put the spike down. I guess not, because Sense will be there, well prepared and ready to shut him
Switching sides.
off. 3-9. Scoreline natin ngayon.
Wala kang sinasabi Pero yun na nga yung nagiging scoreline natin this time. It's unfortunate because it was a perfect Steel Garden that made them hesitate to even push on in towards the A side itself. They can't plant because of that. They can't push because of that. And because that Steel Garden also empowers the retake scenario, it becomes a bit of a nuisance to deal with. You have to wait for it to expire bago ka pa man magkaroon ng chance na makapag-respond to that ulti itself. So nice call coming through from Hunters League this time around. Now it's at 8-9. Orgless still have 6 rounds in their back pocket, but remember, this is that 3-9 setup. I'm not saying anything much. I'm not saying it's a 3-9.
Oh, binabanggit mo lang, no? FYI.
Oo.
Memorandum lang. I mean,
Para lang sa mga voice listeners natin.
Wala naman tayong ini-imply, nabanggit lang natin.
Oh.
Pero parang may ini-imply din sila dito na gusto nilang i-turn yung attention nila sa ating A side, vices side by side. We're just gonna be waiting on A champion kung magkikita sila. Saktong-sakto! The Peaker's advantage is present. But I guess that is more than enough information for them to conclude na mukhang sa A side talaga pupunta ang mga member natin dito from Hunters League. But the question is, would they be well aware? And gonna be expecting Funky na magpa-flank sa kanila. Not entirely gonna be looking at
Remaining.
their backs. They're cornered. Oh, so unfortunate here for Hunters League. One step ahead si Orgless. And it seems that the curse is no longer active. Guni-guni lang daw natin.
Efficient.
Oo nga. Kaya nga, sasabi lang naman natin. Pero look at the perfect flash. Both the flashers inside of the site. Urza and Zind coordinating as a unit, and with the backstab from Funky invested at the early round. That was a beautiful attempt at the two-prong approach coming through from Orglis. Now it is a 310. Now it is the force buy. They have to put everything into this as Urza spraying down. And onto the floor is Jung PS as well. That's a 2-for-1. But the Bucky from Raf99. It is dealing a lot of damage. But Rimuru Kid, he's hitting the shots needed. Blinded out from heaven. And a second shot. It will not be enough. But look at how low they are. Hunters League, they have to be careful. And with the Guardians in check, they only need one shot from any part of the body and maybe even the shock dart to boot.
Baka nga kumonekta pa dito. Maaaring masaktuhan ni Eman. Kamuntikan na. Buhay pa rin naman dito si Rap999. Pero until when would they be able to fend them off? Oh, Zend on the flank once again. These members from Hunters League already pretty low in terms of HP. Ayan na ata ang hudyat for them to push forward. Some shots being let out. But Eman will be taken out. Oh, the Illegans receiving this damage. Guardian will be able to seal the deal. Isang bala lang. Isa ang kailangan ni Zen dito. Securing Rap. And another! The wallbang been proven useful dito sa ating generator. And now an 11-3, still in favor for Orglis.
A perfect injection of energy para sa Orglis now. After all hope was lost thanks to the Bucky in hand by Raf999. He was feeling repulsive with that one. Pero sayang din kasi ang daming naman lang weaponry. But at this point, do you really care? Because you're up onto match point right now. You're basically almost done and dusted. Just 2 more rounds onto the hands of Orglis right now. You can see the impact come through as well for Urza. Even though ang bilis lang siyang taken care of, the paranoia was always the best tool to take care of any aggressive setup. What do you know with that close range encounter? Even the Bucky couldn't handle the pressure at all. It becomes the double prong approach onto the A main position. Nasa taas silang pareho. Only Dream. Stinger in hand, flashes them out. It is still that setup from Funky. Nonchalant lang sila. Double peek in hand. It is that 2-for-1, especially with Funky losing the fight against the Stinger. Lloyd Dream keeping the Dream alive for the side of Hunters League so far in the matchup.
Okay, yun nga lang, Dens might actually be expected by Rimuru at that specific area here. B-Link. There's already some information being leaked out dito from Hunters League despite the fact it is a 3v3. Bawas na rin ang ilang mga membro nila na dimensional drift might actually be useful for them, hopefully. Pero ang dairing mga nakaantabay dito from Orglis. And they better be really
30
wary
seconds left.
of their whereabouts. Because if not, sayang naman yung space na na-free nila for themselves in order to secure the objective. But, Baby Dar, nakuha niya itong si Rimuru Kid, which is really good. Eman, the main area, planted for safe. They might actually be expecting me here.
Yeah, they do. Already made some noise, so they expect the flank coming through. Nakapag-reconnect na ba itong si Dens? Kasi kanina pa siya nakahold lang dun eh. Maybe he's just holding the long angle. Maybe, just maybe. Ooh. Yes, he's still here. Lopez does knock him down. Tells him to go to sleep. Baby Dar, what a shot from him. It's all falling apart yet again. And Zind never expects the Stinger to be that close whatsoever. 4-11 this time around. Hunters League are not out just yet. Literally taking the fight towards the Orglis squad. The Stinger from Lloyd Dream making it possible so far yet again. And since the battle's not over, Baby Dar has been putting up numbers where he needs to. Dare I say he's named Second Love, right? This guy, a player that a lot of teams like to play on their team so far, and now I'm showing them why with his individual performance in this round right here. Or 11 yet again, it is the Bucky in hand for Funky this time, trying to see if he can pull some more revenge on towards Raf, but it is Raf that takes down Rimuru Kid, who Has to succumb to sleepy time after a peek on towards the aiming extremity.
Ganda ng anglings natin dyan Nasa tuktok ata siya nung shide. But, would that be enough to get an edge dito against Orglis? I mean, once again, they are 7 rounds behind. They have to work out a lot on the design if they really want to win this. But now, commitment and attention being given dito sa B-site natin. And they've already gotten information that they might actually commit dito sa B-site. 40 seconds or 35 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking and they might even be getting delayed by all of the abilities na ibinabat sa kanila dito.
He's not gonna TP into it, right? He's not gonna TP in towards the flash, right? Yeah, he is. And he expects Lopez to be there now. Good thing he was blinded. And it would have been an unfortunate attempt coming through from Lloyd Dream. Now it becomes a 2v5. Good execute. Start things strong in their execute this time. Now with the Bucky, with the Sheriffs, they're hoping for a positional mistake from them. But Baby Dar knocks out one, Funky gets another, but it is going to be Lloyd Dream. Starts off strong and ends it with the 5-11 scoreline. Closer and closer, I may say, but it is still a mountain to climb against Orglis, who still are at touching distance towards match point. But I mean, you got to give credit to the slow tempo that they've been putting up for themselves, right? Even though they got spotted by the dart, they still committed in towards an angle where they knew that if they layered all the utility into one corner, there is a big possibility that someone's going to be holding that cross, right? And it ended up being Dens who, well, Zin, actually, who was supposedly going to be the stronger force in towards the beam in extremity as they even activate the Armageddon. And since Rap is the Omen, does dodges away from it with one click of a button. Remover Kid taking a chance. Not going to use a flash this time. He does, and he spots out 2 and even gets himself Lloyd Dream. That is a great pick coming through from the Kid himself. A 5v4 where they're giving the space on A short to challenge them in the long range angles. And Orglis are feeling this now. They needed an injection of energy, and Remover Kid might have actually given them that window.
Grabe din, no? What a ballsy move. But look at that. High risk, high reward instance from Mimuro earlier. But there's already information being leaked that this might actually be a 3 commit. Some information also being scoured by Hunters League as well. Pero yun nga lang magkakakitaan ba si Mimuro and as well as the other people? I guess not. They're taking the safer route. Pero nandito na rin sa loob si Raf999. He better be careful because he might actually be found out. And yun na nga ang nangyari. Zend with the spidey senses. Interestingly enough, as they are trying to get the objective. Oh, it's slipping through their fingers. Quite unfortunate, trying to secure the plant. I guess not entirely possible for them. Steel Garden activated. And indeed, match point secured by Orglis.
Match point.
You can kind of tell that Steel Garden was just the cherry on top. Not surprisingly the purpose that they needed, but it's still an ulti that they can use para ma-secure yung round entirely, even though the purpose for Second Love was to fully commit into the plant. Lose-lose situation siya dun eh. Kahit magtanggal siya ng plant, kapag napatay nga niya si Eman, mawawalan siya ng time para mag-plant. So he had to try his best. Risk this gamble. Unfortunately, it did not work out for him. 5-12 now. Push on in from Eman together with Remover Kid. They are going to try to find that timing on the mid side. I believe they spotted the glance. Doon sa Sova kay Second Love. I believe Remover Kid will find that timing. He does onto Jung. An unfortunate victim of Second Love's antics dito. 4v5 pa nga, and I think they have full control over the extremities of the map. The push on the Wine and Eman inside of that B lobby position. Fully ready and waiting for whatever it is to come from Hunters League.
The hesitation stronger than ever dito sa Hunters League, which is really sad to see. And even so, Dance is trying to fight it off. Yun nga lang nga, Funky will be well prepared to cut him with what he wants to do. Now, maybe Lara left alone trying to get the rest of the squad here, already successful in taking 30 HP, would that be enough for him to clutch this round off? A 1v1 transpires, but would he be well prepared for what's coming into him? Eman from the back lines, 13-5 scoreline here in Ascent. The Orgles prevails, and thus facing up against 7-Sub Crew on our grand finals.
And would that be epic as well, man? What a start to finish para sa Orgles, showing consistency as well as high ceiling pop-offs across the board nga naman. Congratulations para sa Orgles roster na to. And we kind of had a little bit of moments coming through para sa Hunters League, diba? You saw shining glimmers coming through from Lloyd Dream nung nasa Icebox tayo. You kind of saw a bit more of that star power from Jung FPS in a few of these moments. But Orgles really showed a lot of decisiveness sa lahat ng calling nila dito, and they fully utilized yung how the asset map should be played, especially on the attacking rounds. I think it's safe to say that this map for them is some sort of a homestead. Kaya it's no surprise that Orgles are able to find themselves the optimized positions and the way that they're able to find solutions and whatever it is that Hunters League is throwing at them. Excuse me.
Yeah, can't deny that. I mean, the first few moments ng ating first half, we can see some glimpses of hope para sa Hunters League. Pero yun nga lang nga, yun talaga yung struggle eh. Even if they get the early pickups, lagi silang natitaken aback with unexpected areas na pinanggagalingan ng mga member natin from Orgles. And other than that, their trading is just phenomenal. Although we saw some really great plays then coming from Denz, Second 11 as well as Repulsive. They're trying their best, but once again, it's just experience talking here, galing sa Orgles.
Totoo nga lang, diba? Orgles and their experience really is like it's not something that we talked about a lot habang nag-yayap tayo dito, no? But it's not as obvious considering that a lot of these tier 2 players from the Hunters League squad had almost spent as much time as these people from Orgles as well. So, you know, parang ang masasabi na lang natin is that maybe they'll have a better shot pagdating doon sa susunod nating qualifier tomorrow. But at the end of the day, it will be Orgles that claims it all off dito sa 2-0 natin. Parehong 2-0s. Yung semifinals natin, and it just put us up at the best possible time schedule natin ngayon. I think on time na tayo dito mga kaibigan, so I think this also shows na we have top level competition on our hands, and if it was this fast na matapos yung mga semifinals natin, feeling ko yung grand finals hindi. Feeling ko eto na yung matagal na game 3, feeling ko talaga.
Yeah, we're gonna find that out later on. Most especially the both of our teams are more than pumped up in, you know, securing the first slot heading forward. Pero ito muna ang ating statistics para sa Ascent map. We're in, well, look at that. 19-7 out of Baby Darren as well as Rimurukid at 17-8, proving the Yoru worthy in this map. I mean, also for Zed, ang tindi rin ang kinig niya dito with a 27 and 272 ACS, hindi nagkakalayo kay Rimuru, and it's just crazy how they've been able to rise up and just show off kung ano yung kanilang mga capabilities ever since nasa Icebox tayo until now.
Talaga nga naman. And I think this also shows that Orgles have the capability to find good communication talaga. I think with how the system has been for them, with not only having like a good IGL upcoming to them, I think it's just the experience that will pave the way for them as we head on into the MVP. Malalaman natin kung sino yung pinaka-impactful player sa buong series natin. Of course, it's gonna be Rimuru Kid right now. Congratulations kay Rimuru Kid. Kanina nanonood yung atin na si Camillo, who visited the stream shouting out yung kapatid niya at saka yung mga friends din ng kapatid niya. So, thank you sa pag shoutout nga pala at sa pag drop by ng stream cam you tsaka yung mga friends ni Rimuru Kid. I'm sure Dwayne is gonna have a bit of a good time pagdating mamaya sa Grand Finals. Don't you think, Mochi?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. It's gonna be a spicy series to begin with later on. And nakikita rin naman natin sino-sino rin yung mga naluluto sa chat natin dito sa live stream. Kanina pa nabubunot itong si Rafael Balagwer. Hello, so nalulugi na lang yung business niya at kakaschedule niya daw yan. Pero still, nice try. And hopefully we can see them later on sa ating other legs. And we are gonna be witnessing our grand finals just in a bit.
Yeah, and I think it's also a great opportunity as well for us to shout out yung sponsor natin, ang Predator Helios Neo 16. Engineered for the elite, it pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. Imagine kung naglalaro ka ng Valorant, kahit siguro yung buhok ni Keo, makikita mo. Weird, no? Buhok ni Keo. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Are you ready to dominate? Your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator Online Store. Ayun lang naman guys, magbabalik ang aming Predator Kings of PH. And when we do, it will be the grand finals between two of the behemoths of today's series.
Lumaparan sila dito, nagpa-black laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is fully inside of B. Nag-aabang mga kaga dito, sila Owen Beauty wins sa dito for another
mistaken kicks. Safeong. He gets shot by the Phantom and he finally gets the one point.
Oh yeah, may iisaan niya dito. The Exotic sinatan, and the next, with just the man, with the Blade Storm, Blade Storm, but they all come with the fully and up close to it.
Gana ang pareho nating kutunan. Final matchup para malaman kung sino ang magka-qualify sa second phase ng KOPH 2025. Mga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We've been casting 3 BO3s back to back at mukhang para malaman kung sino ang worthy na makatapak sa ating phase 2 kailangan magtuos ang dalawa sa pinakamalakas na lumaban sa server natin, Mochi.
Yes, and nakita din naman natin kanina how evident they are in terms of their power, no, as a team. Lalo-lalo na both of our series earlier, even if we can say na medyo malapit, 2-0 ang ating series natin for both teams. And it's already up to them if they can still do that. Pero ang tanong kung sino ang malalaglag for today's video. Dahil ngayong gabi, ang magtatapat lang naman ay ang 7-set crew and as well as si Orgles.
Yep, and I think this matchup has not been shaped any more differently at all. Sila yung bagay na bagay sa isa't isa. Playing around tempo, playing around timing. Talagang ang 7-Sep crew ang masters of timing. Pero pagdating sa Orgless, say experience across the board has become their best weapon for the job. Kung sino man dito ang makakahanap ng edge sa ating kompetisyon, sila ang makakatapak sa ating phase 2, mga kaibigan. Let's take a look at yung map picks later on in just a moment. I think, Mochi, it's as early as now that we're able to set our expectations. Diba? This qualifying leg proves one thing alone, that we don't know what to expect coming out of this bracket ngayon as we head on into the map Vito. Malaman nyo lang na napakalakas nila sa isang mapa ay ibaban nila ng ganun-ganun lamang. Napanood ng 7-Sep ang ascent ng Orgless at ayaw na ayaw nilang ilaro ito. Katulad na lang din yung Lotus ng 7-Sep ay binan lang din ng Orgless. Ganun kabilis lamang.
But what's really interesting is both of them picked the icebox as well, considering na pareho nilang nalaro ito kanina, and just seems like all information already on the table, already up to them kung anong gagawin nila sa lahat ng impormasyon na meron sila sa isa't isa, and they even have the split map here. And I believe ganda rin ng performance ni 7-Sep crew sa split. It's one of their better performing maps alongside Lotus. But once again, ang kalaban nila dyan ay ang mga past members natin from Zol Esports. So this is going to be really interesting for us. Although, really looking forward kung ano yung magiging performance nila on Pearl, because medyo kakatuos sila dito. But in terms of prediction, siguro ang hirap. Parang may masasaktan kahit alin piliin ko. Pero 2-0 for the support kay Orgless, maiba naman. Sorry na agad, Alexia.
Okay.
I love you.
Patay tayo
Sorry na,
dyan.
me.
So, I guess ang ibig sabihin dito ako naman yung susuporta kay Alexia, di ba?
Okay, go.
2-0 for
Stop
7-Sep in my opinion. Feeling ko dito naman tayo magtutos. Hindi na maglalaban lang yung dalawang teams natin. Tayo naman yung maglalaban kung ang 7-Sep ba ay magsa-step up to the more experienced roster of Orgless so far. It will be up for debate. Will it be Borkum against one of the best players on the server in the local scene na si Zind? Malalaman natin yan pag nagtuos tayo dito sa ating agent select as we head on into the first map of our final games, the first qualifiers. It will be a double sentinel composition for 7-Sep. They really rely upon taking that first opening pickup. Kita mo si White Cat, ginamit na ang kanyang trusty chamber pick. Back then, way back then, Predator League, si White Cat yung isa sa mga pinaka-only chamber players in a meta where chamber was obsolete. But he has shown up with stats that have never been seen before for so long now on a chamber na this is giving me optimism pagdating dito sa 7-Sep. Now they also have the Yoru to also supply all of that utility as well as the aggression that they need to as well. So Orgless, a lot of things on the line ngayon. A single sentinel comp. Pero I guess okay lang din kasi yung Killjoy has the capability of watching two lanes at the same time. And Pearl is one of those maps where ang daming sikot na kailangan at least isa ang titingin sa bawat entrance or bawat entrada dito sa mapang to.
Alam mo, ang hirap alam mo yun, ito yung mga tipo ng moments na my heart says 7-Sep crew, but my mind, given all their experiences, says Orgless. Pero tulad nga ng sabi mo, these are like such a promising bunch here, most especially yung mga up-and-coming natin from Tier P looking into making their way dito sa ating scene, which is already existing. All they have to do is to amplify that one. But for Orgless, it's up to them kung sila ba ang magsa-seminar o sila ang makakatikim dito sa ating mga prodigies +1 dito. So here in the Pearl map, I find it really interesting as well that they even used Yoru onto Tomix. Tapos, meron tayong Neon dito kay Rimuru. So, this is going to be a really interesting matchup indeed.
Definitely. Zen, he's always been known to be a flexible player, but the role that he has been known for so long now has been that duelist role. So now he picks up the mantle. Being the Yoru for the squad. Will be important to take note of him as Rimuru will walk into Nightingale's crosshair. That's the first blood into this final matchup. So quarterfinals natin. As they now find that first blood, Orgles will have to play a little bit slower. Lopez even finding to see Tomix. That is becoming the 1-for-1 that they needed. Reconvening in time, finds out Urine, even spots him out. Zind, the king of Orgles this time, will dominate the server into a 2 versus 4, especially with White Cat down to the ground.
Pero hindi pa rin natatapos ito because Borkham and Nightingale still alive and kicking, possibly gonna try and demolish the 4 members
Last
despite
player
the odds. So, yun nga lang nga, Zen be able to take that third kill on the sands and Borkham is secured by M1FPS. Well, that's a valiant effort dito sa ating dalawang kampo. Although, maganda. Nasana yung mga early pickups dito ni Nightingale. Most specifically, it's just that nautakan lang din in terms of positioning from Zed.
Parang ang weird din, oh. Parang King of Orgles doesn't hit as hard as King of Zol Esports. Parang kailangan nating isipin yun ulit, no? Ano magandang nickname para kay Zin? Lopez? Okay.
Lopez.
I guess marami naman tayong time para maisip kung ano yung magandang nickname para sa kanya. As we're back into the 1-0. The Muru kid. Let's have himself the early Phantom upgrade. That's 4 people on top of that smoke this time. So anybody inside of that will be in a death trap. Kaso nga lang, they spray through it. They find them. It's 3 picks in the blink of an eye. Make it 4. An expected result para sa Orgles as it will be somewhat of a flawless take. There I say, baka nga wala sila makuwang damage. Height
Spike
5.
planted.
Hindi mo sure. Tomix on the Bucky. Yun nga lang, I feel like they're already well aware kung ano hawak din ni Tomix dito. And I don't think that he has enough utilities to try and work with or try to make the Bucky work out, if I may say. Pero yun nga lang, may lalapit dito. Tamang talon! And the shot will be connecting. Possibly another. Yun nga lang, nadapresan si Tomix dito. Kaya aatras siya ng bahagya. But he has nowhere else to go but to try and face up against them. And even single shotting the Marshall na nasa kamay ni Funky dito. 2-0 here for Orgles. Pero this time around, this should be a round by 7-set crew.
It should be, right? I mean, it is the buy round for them. And they also have a choice of making White Cat save up in this next round. He wants to take the operator for him, pero medyo malaking risk kasi that will limit the amount of firepower they have into the next coming round. But then again, the operator is also a pretty big threat, but it's not going to be the choice for White Cat right now. They run in towards B main. They also split up with Zin. With Dimensional Drift, they also spot the Chamber's trap. So it is an early clearance of the B site itself as he still has all the utility in the world. Kaso, pagkalabas niya, he only has a judge. So it's not the best weaponry. Has to go back to safety. White Cat will take that first pick off and finds himself the lurker. Na si Lopez as well. Si Funky as well.
Good signs of life para sa 7-set crew. 1% down as Orgles, no trades as of the current time. I mean, they don't have the best gun so far, as you have mentioned, and this can be a good pass for 7-set crew to do and get the job done. 30 HP, KD meron na naiiwan, pero yun nga lang dahil yung makikita dito, all information, everyone's just stepping up, facing up against them, getting closer, and denying them from preventing it to defuse the spike off. Lipat-lipat si Erza dito ng angulo, pero unfortunately that's not gonna be working out for them. A good round para sa 7-set crew, and they even got only one nawala sa kanila. So creds and economy all fine on their end.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, that's one way to push down with that Dimensional Drift. Just clear up yung mid side and also seemingly confirm the position from the chamber trap, right? Because the position from the trap, kapag may trap dun sa door, tapos may nakita ka pa dun sa may B-link, it is a big possibility that he's just chilling in the connector position. So he took that and ran with it to take themselves that B main extremity. And because no overwhelm si Borkham, he just decided to give it up, play for numbers. Kaya the call for that, it's an easier retake scenario for the side of 7-Sep, only giving up that one rifle. We're back into the 2-1 Vandal Phantom upgrade for everybody across the board. Midside also being cleared up by both of the Sentis on both teams. I wonder if this A main setup was intentional in a way that once you have that first forward contact, it will prompt the flash coming through. But Whitecat spotted Funky with that lurk, just gives him the info, just knows that that Link's position is going to be watched for them. They're kind of daring Borkum to be the one to take that first contact in, and because he kind of missed the shock darts in hand, that will prompt them to try to delay some information, delay some time. Daming tao dun sa may B main, no? Kaya napaka-decisive na rotate nila dito.
That is so true. Actually, maganda nga rin yun no? No, let Borkum do the peeking.
30 seconds left.
And then later on, he will let you do the cooking. Because right now, the rest of the squad here from Morgles will try to enter dito sa A site natin, pero buti nila nakabantay sa kabilang banda si Yur just in case, no? And we are also gonna see if he is gonna be checked out by the bunch. I guess not. So this is going to be a probable retake for 7-Step crew. Yan nga lang nga, Nightingale really has to make this angle work despite of the fact na si Funky ang kanyang makakaharap dito. Magkakakitaan, he's gonna be able to take him out. Defuse coming in an attempt or a fake. All the while, they will try to for that retake. Wonderfully, si Erzo pa na iwan though. Oh, the collateral, so unfortunate for 7-Step crew, pero si Tomix pa ang kaharap mo. Would it actually work out? It will though. And just enough time for that defuse as well. Buti na lang na half.
Barely in time for Tomix right now. Urza provided a window for them, but a good thing that the Yoru was here to save the day for the squad of 7-Step. As they took off all the pieces in the world. Collateral was everything for Urza. But a nice committed spray down from Tomix just laid down the law of what should be the result of this round, 2-2. Eventual drift. It is in the back pocket of Tomix right now, and you know that he'd want to use that in the retake scenario as Remura Kid. That's the space opened up. Spots out one. Whitecat will shut that down. Perfect tracking. Expects another, and he does use the teleport back out towards safety. Nightingale is here to back him up. It is another attempt for Whitecat. It does show his resiliency, his willingness to keep the fight going as Tomix will clear it off to get the third kill for 7-Step. As the sheer wall is triggered, they are going to be careful in taking that down, especially since they're playing around Borkum's utility.
As the smoke dissipates as well, Borkum will try to utilize the blind, but I feel like there's not really enough peeking for him, but he will try to trade himself off as Erso steals him, but there's still lots of people living here for 7-Step crew. And it might be a struggle for Erzo kung saan siya pupunta dito, lalong-lalo na Sheriff lang ang hawak niya. And all the while that he is trying to play around yung mga smokes na meron tayo dito, I wonder if this is going to be enough for him to pull off the clutch. And dahil mong makikita! Oh! Dude's been surprised.
Oh, ay. Parang naglaro ng gacha game tapos nung pagkalabas ng gold, natalo ka pala sa 50-50 eh. No? That's sorry at them. Tapos bumagsak pa sa 90 PT. Imagine that. That is just unlucky from the guy who really had like an open window for him. If once that he picked up the Vandal, he would have positioned himself on the hall side where he could have had more cover, but he had to take a bit of a choice, either to wait for the smoke to dissipate, see if he can isolate the fight, but he never realized what the information was as Remuru Kid dashes on in towards that main position, spots out itong si Urza. Max on in towards the A side, the safety of the utility from the Vice. They double up in towards that side of the map. This is a bit of a fortress to hold up by 7-Step. Orglis will need to invest so much utility to try to deny them from even getting the site defense as well. So they spot out one, nasa flower siya. They also have the mid push coming through again for the two players that are supposed to be passive in their approach. I wonder if Orglis are feeling the pressure right now because they're dwindling a lot of time into trying to bait them from rotating in towards this A site.
Yeah, and they even left White Cat to handle the plaza area as well too for the mid doors, which is very very trusty of them. But they might commit dito sa A site natin wherein a lot of utility has already been placed here by their counterparts, sila Yor and as well as Borkom. So if they will be committing on this one, that's going to be a struggle. Pero ito na nga, Hunter Shuri coming in. I think at a really cheeky position. Wala pa siyang kasunod dito and you're through. The smoke will be connecting those shots and saktong-sakto ang pagsipat ng Nightingale onto Eman at mabilis lang din natapos ito ni Yor. Seems like this map is really working well para sa 7-Sub crew. And considering this is their pick after all, they are showing that they can contest that in this match.
Yeah, and I think it's also like the decisiveness for them to plant their feet on the A side, knowing that since the mid side fake was also a botched attempt. And if you think about it, they didn't even think about making noise. They didn't even think about trying to fake anything done to my mid side. They just wanted to split up the map, and it didn't really work out in their favor. Orcless walking into a death trap in that previous round, and it didn't help that Nightingale was also willing to take the fight to them inside the smoke. 42 for the side of 7-Sub crew this time. Double art push setup, and Nightingale, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, but he peeks on in. Perfect timing as Rimuru slides on in towards his DMs. Borkom gets the fall off, especially with Zim. He picks up a Vandal, and he neutralizes the numbers, makes it a 3v2. Remember, they were on an eco round, so they had to reconvene in time. That's a perfect adjustment. A nice crosshair placement from Tomix
Planted.
to make it a 3v1 where White Cat has to clutch up with the operator. Not the best weapon for the job.
Perfectong bawi ng Orgless dun. But White Cat, the way they operate, I don't think that's the best weapon for you to use in opting for a retake. Instead, Eman would be able to take him out. And Orgless, kakabangon lang nila dito sa kanilang ekonomiya. Pero mas matindi dito, lahat ng abilidad natin for 7-Sub crew is already available for them to use anytime. It's just that Nightingale really didn't expect the fast pushes na manggagaling sa Orgless at the art area, most especially when they're trying to do damage control. They haven't been able to calm Zind down because he's just going berserk in the last few moments dito in this round alongside Eman. So, nice try, but still, Orgless is looking into breaking out the momentum paunti-unti in the early stages of this match.
Rimuru Kid just giving up his life to the squad. Unfortunate attempt for the kid who really just wants to make a name for himself, right? I mean, following in the footsteps of his older sister. One of the best game changer players in the Asia Pacific scene now. Spotted out, knows where the operator is going to be. White Cat is a presence on the map, and you're going to have to do his best work to try to stop them in their tracks. But Lopez and Funky, they make it known that this fight is theirs. Yor gets another shot through with a shorty. And it goes from bad to worse for Orgless. The spike not even within their grasp. Funky in no man's land has to try to split up the map to see if he can find a straggler. He's trying to open up the numbers. As this time, Orgless
Enemy remaining.
trying to reconvene with the numbers with Borkom. It's Borkom time, baby! He does get himself a double kill! 7-Sub crew have regained footing in the Pearl map. It is a 5-3. And it has always been the better weaponry, but this perfect display of confidence for the side of 7-Sub off the back of Yor. And him being the only anchor on the site, just so much responsibility that he is handling it like a champion.
Those were your last
Grabe, no? Parang worth it naman daw yung pagkakating ni Yor, charot. Dahil na-ML lang siya ng mga nasa comment section, niloloko siya. Pero, that's been a really good switch up then in terms of the primary to secondary weapon. Saktong-sakto. Predict niya rin na ipupush siya, no, through the smoke and pulled out the shorty in the best time. But some data being leaked, but not necessarily enough to know kung ano susunod nilang gagawin dito. What matters is that White Cat is actually just holding the plaza area in case na mayroong dadaan. Hindi ko connecta ang shot, but all the utilities will still be there present in order to delay them. But ano sinasabi kayo, Nightingale, mayroon na agad ng pipitas sa arc area. Funky is already out.
Definitely. Unfortunate since Funky does have the best case scenario, the best weapons for the job as Lopez. He does not expect Tomix to be ready for the angle. Already with the smoke dissipating, it does shroud his own step. It's Eman. That's whittled down Tomix down to 0 HP, 4 versus 3. Dash on in, really perfect in the Bucky on top. Nightingale had nowhere else but to run. As White Cat, the sharpshooter for the squad, has to be the hero. Gets a double. The only anchor is exploding in the B site. And White Cat ears to his name, gets the 6th round for 7-7. This is one heck of a performance from everyone across the board.
Ang lala
30
ninyo!
seconds left.
Lalong-lalo na si White Cat.
Down, mid.
Nagpapanumbalik ang Chamber Peak. Sabi nga nila, hindi naman lagi nasa meta yan. It's all about the comfort as well and how well you can familiarize yourself sa agent na ginagamit mo. But now, ang dahil din ng abilities na maaaring magamit. They have the Steel Garden, 34s, and even the Dimensional Diff and the Hunter Shooty for 7-step crew. Ganun din naman kay Orgles. But the question here is, how would they be able to utilize the most of that for the last 3 rounds remaining para sa ating first half? And considering it seems like both of our teams are talking it out kung yung susunod step to take, especially to either makahabol o makaunos palalo, well, we are gonna find out what they are cooking in a bit.
Makaunos? Sorry just
Makalamang.
parang first time ko lang na that's the first time I've ever heard somebody say that, you know. Ano yun, Tagalog din?
Yeah, no by Sia teams.
Okay. Alright, sorry, I didn't catch that. It's just, you know, it's parang first time ko lang naman mag-Tagalog.
Parang di Batanggenyo.
Sorry na, taga Valenzuela ka nga pala. You know? So we're back into the game. It's now an even battleground for everybody on B main. It's no split up whatsoever except for Funky, who's taking a chance at the flank. It's supported by so much noise made on B main as well. So daming nag-rotate, daming tao, dami ding nag-fake out dun sa may B main extremity. No, I think this is the best attempt of Orglis to try to cut or at least fake out those rotations, right? Because for the longest time, we've seen them have decisive holds dito pa lang sa defensive side. And now they're a little bit more, I'd say, disorganized in how well they're going to be able to hold down the site itself. So the Dimensional Drift spots out nobody inside of A. The operator now known of his position has to run away from the Yoru himself as in just pops out of the Dimensional Drift and into a bullet to the face by Tomix at the right place at the right time. You can't say the same for Borkum as well. 1 for 1 as they push on in towards B through the link position. We go. It's a 4v4 retake and 7-step crew are prepared for this.
Oh my, and even Hunter's Journey connecting. Whoever trying to put the spike down, Rimuru Kid also being spotted. Go. And finally discovered by Tomix dito sa bandang likuran. Ay, medyo delikado na nga with the trades coming in here from Nightingale and Erza. There's still a lot more people remaining here from 7-step Shrun. Seems like they're putting themselves up in a really good position. Lalong-lalo na sa calls ni Tomix. And for some reason, dude is everywhere all at once. You see the adjustment galing doon sa bandang flower shop natin all the way here dito and calling and using the dimensional drift at B-site. Just phenomenal. And dude's on the zone with the rest of the squad.
Locked in, kumbaga, you know. Yan yung mga bumibili ng expensive na tubig, kumakain ng saging. Yan yung mga morning routine natin.
4 AM gumigising.
Mga 4 minutes mag-dive sa pool.
Grabe,
Yep.
kalat na yun.
Eh, ayaw mo nun. Lock in ka.
Sim.
Yeah.
Mga boss mindset, grind set, di ba?
Oo, tama. Kung boss grindset ka, i-comment mo yun below.
Oh,
Hashtag
sim.
boss grindset.
Sim. Kailangan mag-grind dito though si Ordless kasi they're quite behind in terms of the scoreline na meron natin dito. Especially that they really have to utilize that neon pick onto Rimuru as well alongside Zind. So they better make the most out of this one. But you can see they're pretty slow into taking each and every space possible. Lalo-lalo na nga si Tomix eh. Napaganda lagi ng mga angulo. It's just that it's been shut down by Conky. And the trade is successful for them. Borkum getting enough information. Nasaan si Erza? Ang palitan nila dito. Kahit sa amang panig ng Pearl Map natin. Present naman
30 seconds left.
for both ends. But once again, 25 seconds on the clock. They are yet to put the spike down dito sa A site. Nakaabang lang din si White Gun with a shot up the operator at ko-connect na yan onto Funky.
Spike planted.
Medyo scary.
One enemy
Nga naman
remaining.
talaga pag ikaw nakatanggap nun, but you're still present in this area as well, well prepared, giving all information possible kung nasaan si Eman, and White Cat would be there to eliminate him shortly.
8-3 now, and White Cat hitting every single shot. The sharpshooter para sa 7
Last
Sep crew.
round in the half.
And we already found potential in him kahit nung last year's Predator League lang. Sa kung gaano kataas yung stats niya. Together with the Bestial Esports squad. This guy was so clutch in so many of their games. It's almost as if you forget that at one point he was a LANimal or a LAN animal para sa Bestial Esports squad. Now he is showing up big in this series against Orbless, one of the more experienced rosters that we have, supported by coaches that are world class. That recon dart is something that we have to forget. But now the overdrive, Rimuru Kid tries to paint out the darts, but now you're down for the count. Nightingale, 1-for-1 trade off. Here's on in. Butamix as they want to get themselves the A site, but the flash comes through from Lopez. He has to clear the corners. Field Garden activated. It has to come up in safety. This affect them in a way that they can't use all of their guns, and they even drop the spike on a main, so it becomes a very pleasant defense on 7 Sep crew. They have the numbers, and they even have the spike within their vicinity.
Yung mga tipo ng sitwasyon na kahit gusto mo mong palagan, wala kang magagawa kung hindi umatras. And now that the spike is already being guarded by the trio remaining here for 7 Sep crew, I wonder if there would be a good possibility for them to afford the objective. Nightingale preventing him in doing so. Being supported by Burkum as well. A 9-3 on our scoreline. Wala akong sasabihin. Scoreline lang natin yun.
Sinabi lang. Yung score, tas iniwan na lang eh.
One enemy
Bahala na sila dyan kung anong gusto nilang gawin sa buhay nila. Go! Support lang ako mga boss.
Isa lang naman akong caster.
Sino ba naman ako para magdikta, di ba? Sila ang
Tama,
gumagawa
diba?
ng sarili nilang destiny. Diba?
Tama. Hindi naman natin kinokontrol ang lahat ng bagay. Sinasabi lang naman namin na 9-3 na ngayon. At ang 7 Sep ay literal na komportable sa kung nasan sila ngayon. For how long though? Dahil they are back into the attacking rounds. And this is where they can shine the brightest. They play a very slow default. It starts again with the 2-2-1 setup. Trying to see if they can get some map space, some map control. Zind feeling the pressure. Already down to 40 HP. Ready with the flash, but he's thinking twice about what he's going to do with this. That gives an opportunity for 7 Sep to try to regroup as a squad. Made noise all across the map, but they're still thinking about where the best push is going to have to be.
Little by little, space is being denied to 7 Sep crew, most especially if ever that they try to turn their direction sa A site natin. Parang madedenay sila dyan kaagad. And they feel like there's more than enough information for them na, ay, paano, you know what, let's just commit dito sa B-site natin. There's a nanoswarm, yes indeed, and even the sentry, so they better be careful out of that one. But what's important is that they also dealt damage on their counterpart onto Zinda as well. So it's all about time for them to try and make the execute happen, and hopefully it will become be successful. But now, Punky, makakakita, ang dami raw. You're onto Zind, and they're gonna be able to put the spike down while the rest of the people here from 7 Step 2 try to do the dirty work. Medyo awkward yung kanilang duel doon. But we're going to be able to take Funky. Spike being commenced. Oh, what a bossy move from Memoru. But unfortunately,
Has to commit that.
Iwan makukumit niya na pasok ang spike plant natin doon.
Saktong-sakto. Pero si Urza kaya pang i-clutch ito. Nakuha na yung dalawa, pero triple for your almost saves it up for the squad. Kamuntikan pa nga makolateral ang pareho sa kanila. Kamuntikan pa nga rin silang matalo dun sa round na yun. A quarter of a second. But it was done and dusted for the side of 7 Step Crew. It is the 10-3 scoreline. The pistol round would have been everything for Orgulus so far. But they give that up, and now it becomes a glaring choice to either save up the guns or possibly try to force for a buy. But I guess it's gonna be the earliest time for the former. Outlaw in hand, White Cat does get himself to scan. Kita na agad si Rimuru. So be careful about pushing in. It does not land the flick. Second shot does not find him. It will be the attempt for Rimuru to try to at least make it annoying for him to clear up that corner.
And also, medyo play safe na rin dito si Orgulus, no? By the way, Aura doon sa last millisecond spike plant earlier sa round na yon. Pretty sure that just boosted their confidence even further, but
Teleport's ready.
right now, 7 Step Crew should be careful sa kanilang positioning right now. Although, you go fixed! Erza! Hindi na siya makaka-atras because just as he is trying to offer the jump PK, hindi niya na yun magagawa dahil babagsak na siya kaagad-agad. But now, Frenchie already deactivated dito onto B-Link. All the while that they're marching toward dito sa B-site natin, all prepared for them. All they have to do is to occupy all those spaces and put the spike down. But they better be careful because they should never underestimate din yung capacity na maaaring maibigay at may offer ng isang pistol for Kum. Wow, that's quite awkward.
I mean, pistol din naman yun. Sinabi din natin, you can't underestimate that as Tomix. And what a sliding one-tap from Rimuru, kids! Sayang nga lang. As cool as it looked, cool does not get you round wins, kid. 11-3. Sayang naman sana. Clip na sana yun ni Idol eh. No? Sliding one-tap. Sheriff in hand. Medyo tama nga lang na pistol nga din naman dapat hindi mo ma-underestimate. Pinakain naman ni Borkong kay Zin yung Sheriff na.
Same.
Diba? All the split up, and it also becomes an opportunity for 7 Step to close in on match point. And they could try to support them si Tomix to actually get themselves the majority of the frags. Expected the flick or the flash on in as Rimuru Kid. The spot not at least one of them, but will not win the gunfight in time.
Lutong din na shot na yun from Tomix. Walang kupas from this whole match so far. I feel like I recognize then yung gustong gawin ni Rimuru, no? As much as possible, they wanted to get the overdrive ultimate, but once again, I feel like it's very difficult to achieve, most especially na they're onto a really tight spot right now and they cannot afford to get or make any more mistakes as 7 Step Crew is one more round away sa match point natin. But White Cat still clutching this outlaw, make the most out of it, and some sounds already being leaked dito sa A-site natin. Hopefully baiting out Orgulus and making them rotate, pero they're not just gonna give in that easily.
Malakas yung mental din nila dito eh. So, no reason to actually rotate
30
And they
seconds
also
left.
spotted out the Outlaw. So it's a full convicted push out for 7 Sept. I don't believe they have a Molly to try to delay the push out as well. It's in. Maybe he's the Molly. That's a 1-2 punch from the king himself. Borkum. Let's try to lay down the law. Funky gets the spot, gets a double. Could have gotten the transfer, but could not convert the
10
Atomics.
seconds left.
1v2 this time. Eman makes his presence known. Sobrang layo pa ni Urza, so he has to win the fight. Gets a triple, and now has to commit to the plant. But unfortunately, Urza's here. And Urza lays down the 4th round win. That is a nice attempt from 7 Sept. Beautiful spray transfers across the board. But by the end of it, Orglis relying on Urza to save the day. It has been successful for them in time. 4-11.
Can we also just recognize the mga spray transfers ni Zindel as well as ni Funky dito? Like, that's pretty crazy for us to witness as well. Even though shots connecting, kung di man sila makapull off ng 3K Matic, imposibleng walang damage or hindi mababangasan ang pinupuntirya nila. But now, Zind in a really aggressive position here. Some shots being let out from that Guardian. Yan nga lang nga, mapapa-assist siya from that encounter as the rest of the squad will try to push forward dito sa B site natin despite of the unknowns. Never mind. I feel like they just baited them out in the rotations onto B.
Yep. Daming tao dito. 4 na nakatingin sa main position. Smoked off. Because Heaven Spot has become a bit of a weapon for them. They decided to put a one-way on it. Remuro Kid, his judge, already given notice towards the 7 Sept crew side. So that's also something to consider. Not making any noise, not making any sort of presence anywhere across the map. So they just hold their breath. Take their time to think about their next move.
Sabi nga nila, ayon sa isang TikTok trend, don't let them know your next move. At yun ay kung mapepredict ito na maganda yung Orglis as the rest of the squad are already here, fully saturated ang B-site natin. Already up for the taking, but Funky will be able to connect the shot. The white ka magkakaroon ng mga trades here. Oh, the overdrive just connecting on every single one! Rimuru! Just gone berserk in the last few moments in this round. Dude is not
What
restarting
did I-
inside soon. Yeah, what did we just witness?
Oh my. This guy has been painting the walls with the blood of his enemies. And uses the overdrive to take out 4 in a blink of an eye. Kakalabas lang niya ng smoke and he becomes the entire reason kung bakit hindi sila makapag-plant at all. Who was covering the planter? Who was looking towards the other side of that house position? Fortunate for the side of 7 Sept. They are giving up so many rounds again towards the Orca squad, and at this moment, feeling very dangerous in their stride. They now put themselves back into a very slow start dito sa may mid-side push. Even though nakalagay dito yung alarm bot, dito din yung killjoy, so parang just peek off of it and be careful about White Cat. What a sliding shot yet again for Rimuru Kid. How many times will this guy get away with it? As he found another victim possibly in the making, but has to be careful. What a shot yet again. This guy is feeling it right now.
Daylight murder. Dude is already wanted pero wala pang nakakahuli sa kanya. Even has an accomplice in the making. Eman present. Case na naman doon, but 7 Sept crew low-key wondering what to do next, especially si Borkoman as well as si Yor na lang ang naiiwan dito. Despite na laging binubunot si Nur
30
dito
seconds
sa ating comment section, hopefully hindi siya mabunot in this encounter. Never mind!
Down A.
Hindi, walang patawad si Zind. Burkom left alone. Nowhere to go. And has no choice but to face up against the 5 living and
10
kicking
seconds left.
members of Orglis.
Funky. First contact for a second. Will this matter for the squad as he will find him a deer in the headlights. He is a dead man walking. Sita Borkom is back to the respawn beacon. 11-6 now as Orglis are trailing up 3 rounds in a row for them. Rimuru Kid is on fire right now, and I think if they are able to tap into that and translate it to the rest of the squad, then maybe this would be an easier way for them. They're just getting isolated one by one. That outlaw from Zind becoming a nuisance as well on the long-range angles. Caught off before they can even start with the execute. And it becomes an awkward situation for 7-7. They cannot close this game so far. They still have around 5 rounds in a row to make it count. And Lopez, this is Zin just showing a cool, calm, and collective display of talent. Taking off the smoker of the squad. An even more difficult time for them to push in towards the setup of Funky, who really is just chilling on backside right now.
Medyo delikado sila dito. Ngayon nga lang pinangahasan nilang pasukin itong A-site natin. Maraming nakatoka. Tomics though. Susubukan niyang bawasan. Sino man ang mga yon. Getting for another 32 HP left. And even the Steel Garden being activated by his comrade Borkum. Rimurkit, buhay na buhay. Mapapatahimik ni Borkum dito sa kabilang banda. Zend, hawak pa rin ng operator dito. Medyo delikado. Sino man ang kanyang makita. Once again, maingat ang posisyon ng mga member natin dito from 7-Step Crew. Some information being leaked as well. Nightingale being taken apart. Oh, everyone is being able to support each other. Eman and Zend. The combo is just immaculate for Orgless. And look at that. 11-7 na tayo ngayon.
Zind. If you forgot that he was a duelist main, then this is a great way to remind you what he can do on the server. Comics was a saving grace for 7-Sep. If it would have been for Zind, who took it all away yet again. The perfect timing on finding where Bokum was going to be coming from. Comics yet again. Putting up numbers for the squad, but he was facing up against the king. And gets beheaded against his presence. It's a 7-11 so far. 7-Sep Crew on the verge of trying to get themselves match point, but it becomes the same problem over and over again. They cannot find a way to close this out. It's Tomic starting with that dimensional jet. Maybe this could be the solution. Find the info, find your... and basically even out the odds with this battlefield happening. Flash on in, Cosmic Divide as well, just to provide themselves some sort of breathing room this time around. As they're also playing around this, find the jump beacon down, ultimate out as well, the lockdown in place. Rimuru Kid already finding himself Wildcat as Borkum. Is it time for him to shine? They haven't planted even the spike just yet. He is spotted. He also gets relay bolted. Borkum, he has to push this as fast as possible. You're finding Zind as well. But this could be Borkum time as we know it. He's already playing outside of the smoke. Urza. The inside of it in its vicinity. It's Trigger Discipline on a high roll. Gets possibly at least one of these frags. Gets one. Spots up the second. He does! Borkum time is real! And match point given up thanks to the saving grace of 7-Sep Crew. Borkum time has reached match point.
Yo, I'm so glad na nanonood lang ako kasi baka sumigaw na lang ako kanina kung ako yung nagsasalita doon. Because the Trigger Discipline is disciplining, okay? Like he took a good 3-second look at that Astra's head onto Erza, looking if he will be shooting him or not. And just as he did a great 180-degree look onto Eman, everything fell into place. Match point secured here for 7-Sep Crew. And look at this. Drone ready activated. Funky's not actually being found out here, but I feel like they already have an idea that the bot is in here. But really good angle taken by Whitecat as well, just in case they will try to take a peek. But I feel like they're really, really going for the safer route onto this one, knowing about the repercussions that might actually happen if they didn't become careful. But they're just being pushed by 7-Sep Crew as well. No trades coming in as of the moment. And this might be a struggle for Orgless.
Sobrang deep ng connect ng control nila dito. Borcom, he was hesitating. That arc growth would have been everything for him. If he was able to trigger it, it would have been a dead Sova within his tracks. But Eman peaks a little bit faster than expected. They don't have the spike just yet, and even if they claim it off, this Astra's gonna walk into a deadly operator in the hands of Zind.
Scanning ahead.
So the players on site, they really have to find this Yoru. And because they made so much noise into conquering the B side, they have to fight him, and they find him right now. That's the overdrive for Rimuru Kid. The duelists are on point. He's opening up the space, but Tomix, he's able to track him down. 10 seconds. Hunter's Fury, you have to try to trade it off. A 1v1. 4 seconds. Commits to the plant.
Not ready yet.
Leaves it all to Eman FPS, the franchise player.
Ready yet.
Yor has to play around the smoke. His discipline and is real! But Eman will save the day yet again! Orglis plays for one more round!
Failed. Now sleep.
Anticipated by Yor, but not quite in the area he expected him to be. Despite of securing the match point, seems like hindi nila matapos-tapos itong laban na ito dahil hindi sila hinahayaan ng Orglis. They're really trying to tip 7-set crew off the balance. And I feel like this is also going to be a good avenue for them to utilize yung caustic divide na nandito na ngayon sa kamay ni Erza. Especially when they are trying to offer a retake, but now wala na ring pera ang 7-step through onto this one. This might even prolong the lifeline existing for Orglis, and they better cut this short and even pull up the trip. They really want to secure this one, because if not, there might be a good chance that we're heading on to overtime.
Maybe, just maybe. And now that we've called it, there is a big possibility. Oh, the shot from Zing himself. That's gonna cost them a lot. That's the operator down. And you're also giving that to Borcom as well. But Rimuru Kid, he does open up the space for the squad. 3v3. Spike on down. Borcom gets another shot. The frenzy could have been more. But he does get himself a double. Nurse is gonna have to play this as patiently as he can be. Waits for them to push onto him. Plays around backside, 7-step crew. They're gonna push into Funky. That one tap was perfect, and only relying on Yor, who also falls to the Guardian.
Oh my gosh.
They have this map on full control, even though they are still at match point. 7-step crew are giving Orglis so many chances. And right now, you're feeling fiery hot if you are Orglis right now.
One enemy remaining.
You know what? Worthy of recognition pa rin yung efforts ni Borcom doon. Like, imagine just holding a frenzy but managing to taking a couple doon at the same area wherein you're trying to free that space for your team. But once again, di din talaga sila lamang with the low dance what they have. But they did make the most out of those. So I guess that's what matters the most. And now, it is a 12-9. Unti-unting lumalapit ang ating scoreline. Pumapabor kay Orglis is all up to 7-step crew if they can put a stop into this. They even have the Steel Garden on their end. Hindi rin pa nagagamit ang Cosmic Divide natin, nasa kamay ni Erza. And by the way, shoutout kay Hot Sauce na nanonood ngayon.
Daming nanonood ngayon, ha? Shoutout nga pala sa mga viewers namin. This is a really good game to watch right now. And with that Steel Garden, it prompts a push up. Rimuru's in a lot of trouble. He only has the pistol. The shorty is not enough against the onslaught that is dealt onto him on B-Link. Now you have to play around the timing. Both of these Astras, they don't even know how close they are to each other. B-Link already in full control of Whitecat. Nightingale pushes on B-Main, and you're finding hers in the process. This becomes bad tours for Orglis. The operator, the only man standing. And Zind, the king of duelists in the Philippines, will have to do everything to make this count for Orglis if they want to play one more round in this Pearl game. But 7-step crew, they're almost punching their ticket towards the second map now. They get the spot, but Whitecat is as clear as ever. The precise gunplay out from 7-step crew has given them the edge to claim the Pearl map for themselves. Congratulations.
Congratulations for 7-step crew for holding out until the end here. I mean, nakakahabol Nahabol na si Orgles, but at least they managed to end it off, not even letting them set foot sa ating overtime. Well, I guess that'll just leave a statement. I mean, it's their map pick after all, and we haven't seen them play in Pearl before, but you can definitely see who became the catalyst for them to actually reach these types of bounds, especially for Borkum and Tomix, really making the most out of the Yoren as well as the Vice picks. And it's just really crazy how they've been able to tip off yung mga members natin dito from Orgles, and I really wonder if they can carry this over doon sa susunod na mapa natin. Most importantly, na ang susunod na mapa is going to be Icebox once again. Both of them have pretty good records for this series. And let us check out our game highlights as well. Just to take a second look kung paano naging matindi ang laban natin for this match.
Dami nating nakita no? A lot of star power coming through from Zin himself. Who's even becoming the jack of all trades para sa kanila. Ang lakas niya mag-up, ang lakas niyang gumamit ng stinger. But you also gotta give credit as well to everybody else across the board for side of Orgles, right? I mean, you've seen so many moments from Rimuru Kid. Again, this 4K out of nowhere. Just showing that he does have the talent, he does have the skill. They just need that consistency. They just really need to put that leg up into this matchup ngayon. And I believe that a lot of credit should also go into the other players from 7 September. No? Just see Tomix, who has been phenomenal all throughout the tournament so far.
One enemy remaining.
And even Borkum himself, who, let's be real, talagang nakakapanibago yung playstyle na ngayon no? We've always been so used to him playing yung controller role, the slow tempo approach, but now he's willing to take fights. Now he's willing to actually become the first guy in if ever he needs to, right? But nevertheless, ito na yung mga stats natin mga kaibigan, na 13-9 in favor of 7 Sep crew. And was it really a surprise that 7 Sep crew just had the edge here? Kasi it is their map pick. Tapos si Tomix nga naman, he was feeling himself all throughout dito sa ating tournament. I think the only thing that we have to kind of highlight here is that 7 Sep crew does have that mental image in them that hindi sila makakatapos ng game agad. But they still got the job done, and possibly it's one of the key topics that they'll be talking about pagkatapos ng game na to into the break.
Pero tignan mo naman yung KDA din ni Tomix. So, 23-2. 286 ACS. Ewan ko na lang talaga. Nandurog But the same goes to Rimuru. I mean, on that neon pick as well. But let's check out yung ating MVP for the Pearl map. And I feel like we already have a hunch of who he is. It is going to be Tomix with a 1.82 KDA ratio and as well as a 286 ACS as mentioned earlier on. At kitang-kita naman sa Yoro niya na parang galit na gigilat at gusto manakit dito for Argles. And not gonna lie, well deserved.
Gusto ko lang shoutout tong si Miss Ali na nagsabi lang sa chat ngayon, if you guys lose, I will smack your heads. Hopefully not, right? Sana naman walang manakit dito, walang masaktan dito, no? So maybe 7 Sep crew will have this, tapos yung pala yung motivation nila, ayaw na lang masaktan. Galing kay Ali sa comments natin. But I'm sure that this still is a very good game, but I'm sure that the second game will be an even better one. Before we head on into a very short break, gusto ko lang ma-shoutout yung sponsors natin, and I want to start with the Predator Helios Neo 16. Engineered for the elite, it pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. So, are you ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at any Acer Predator store.
And given na rin dyan na pagka kayo ay bumili lang sa notebook and ano yung sinabi na recommendation ni Ramon, well, you guys will have a chance to get 1 month PC Game Pass included on that one, which gives you access to AAA games, and as well as get some perks and deals na hatid sa inyo ng Riot Games, discounts, and more across. I-check nyo na lang ako sa inyo. This is your site to secure your Predator Gaming Notebook right now from the official website and even on face-to-face or on-site stores.
Yep, and you know what? So sobrang excited kong malaman kung sino yung mananalo dito sa second game natin. Gusto ko na i-throw sa break. So why don't we head back into one? Huwag kayong aalis. Ako nga pala si Ramon. Kasama ko si Mochi. Magbabalik ang 7-Step Crew versus Orglis in KOPH 2025.
Welcome back to the Kings of PH Series number 3, or rather, the Grand Finals for Leg 1 ng ating teams na tinatawag na 7-Step Crew and as well as Orgles. Kanina lang nakita natin, medyo dominating ito si 7-Step Crew onto the map of Pearl, and right now, we are heading into Icebox. And kami pa rin ang mga kasama niyo, tagapaghatid sa inyo ng komentaryo at aksyon para sa ating huling serye and possibly the last map. Not sure. Di ba batiin, Mochi and Ramon? So we are gonna be checking this one out and we are yet to witness if this would be a reverse sweep pabor sa Orgles or si 7-Step Crew pa rin kaya ang mamamayag pa.
Malalaman natin yan, di ba? And I think the best eye test for that is the second map, which is going to be that Icebox map. And we already have shown brilliance coming out from Borkum and the rest of the squad dun sa kanilang unang pag-showcase ng Icebox in that semifinal. It was a very decisive win. If I'm not mistaken, it was 13-4, 13-5 pa nga naman. So I think it's a lot to tell of how confident they are in this map right now. So I wonder if kung may na-cook up yung ating magiging Orgles for this map in particular. I mean, they have very flexible players in their own right. I'm sure that they will find a way to utilize in this sort of matchup. Although it is kind of curious if, considering the map is Icebox, if they are going to use that Waylay matchup, if they are willing to do so. Waylay has been on the up and coming dito sa ating tournament natin. I think we saw Hydra Kid pick it up with good success naman. And if Zin is gonna be that guy, or maybe even Remuro Kid is that guy to pick it up for themselves, then I'm pretty interested kung yun na nga yung makikita natin mamaya.
Yeah, it really depends, especially if they're gonna be pulling off something new, not quite sure, something unexpected to put the opposition not edge. But once again, sometimes it's not the meta, it's all about the comfort. Pretty prevalent sa kung ano nakita natin sa performance ni Whitecat W kanina sa kanyang chamber pick. But also, I hope everyone is doing well. Hopefully, nakakain na kayo ng inyong dinner. It's time check, 9:32 p.m. PHT. And from everyone nanonood man sa among panig ng mundo man kayo, please keep yourself hydrated, lalong-lalo na, no? Napakainit kayo. Maaring malamig sa iba, pero still, always keep yourself in check.
That's true. At kung naman, kung meron naman kayong extra budget or kaya kung gusto nyo ng aming recommendation for any sort of notebook, of any sort of laptop that you're looking on the market right now, look no further than the Acer Predator Notebook, kasi kapag na-activate nyo or nakapag-purchase kayo ng Acer Predator Notebook nyo, ay may chance na kayo agad na i-activate ang your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. Now, one of our sponsors for today's stream as well, the PC Game Pass is designed for PC players, so you can play high-quality PC games, including new games on day 1 and get an EA Play membership, right? Game benefits katulad ng pag-unlock ng mga agents, at saka meron pa tayong 20% na buff sa lahat ng XP na makukuha mo in the Battle Pass as well. And don't forget about your discounts at saka yung deals kapag nakabili ka nga ng Acer Predator Notebook. So thank you so much to the PC Game Pass for sponsoring this stream. At yun na nga mga kaibigan, tama na ang balahurada. Papasok tayo sa ating agent selection. It will be a very important map for both squads. A do or die scenario para sa Orgles right now. It will be the Icebox map. It will be a double ini comp for both sides, except iba yung magiging indie ng isa.
Yeah. Almost a mirror matchup indeed, no? Onting-onti na lang. It's just that sino kaya ang mas preferable to be an initiator. It all depends on their playstyle. But for Nightingale, meron tayong Gecko. And for Rimuru, we have the Keiko, which is really interesting, no? Parang kanina lang nandun siya sa ating duelist now. Already an initiator and Steed might possibly be behaving a duelist still, but nandito na tayo sa lumalamig na lupain ng Icebox. Pero once again, guys, hindi ko rin ramdam yung lamig. Maybe because it's literally mainit ngayon, pero at the same time, sobrang init ng mga laban natin. Everything's just fast-paced and talagang, paano ko ba i-explain to? In the zone, lahat ng players natin ngayon.
Matutok sila lahat eh. Confident in their stride. And when they're locked in, when they're this locked in, it's gonna be very difficult to take them out of their trance, diba? So, ano kaya yung pwedeng magawa ng opposition nila para ma-break yung concentration na to? So, now we're kind of talking about the stakes of this matchup. Si Zind at saka si 2766, ang duo na to, ito fun fact, ang duo na to, ever since na pumasok si Zind sa Zol Esports, kasi matagal na kasi si 27 sa Zol eh. Ever since pumasok si Zind sa Zol, he has participated in back-to-back Pred Leagues. Right? Pred League lands. And now there's an opportunity that he might miss out on the first chance of putting himself in Pred League as well. Not meaning, I don't mean to say na baka never natin siya makita sa isang Pred League land. Kasi yun nga mga kaibigan. He has been a staple in the Predator League scene, but there's a chance that we might not see him as early as a group stage. So now, are we back into that first pistol round? Icebox being that map. The map pick, I believe, of 7 Sept. Do or die for Orgless right now. They start off with making a lot of presence, some noise, doing some a triple stack onto the B main position for the other side. As one silent drone will make the difference as he never cleared the right corner. And I think Tomix is going to be supported by this. He has to be careful about that. And Eman, first blood found, double kill. In fact, Urza also opens up the window on B main. But the people on 7 Sep, the anchors, they're not even making a budge.
Taken aback. 7 Sep crew as of the current time dahil nalagasan sila ng 3 miyembro pero buti lang si Borgom is just gonna be at the ramps and just checking out sino nandun. But all the while, Borgum in a 1v3, not quite sure how he would be able to make this work out. Most especially na parang hindi yata pabor yung plant sa mga attackers, but still, si Zind nag-YOLO na lang. And it worked out naman para sa kanila. Kamuntikan pa ata, but if you see...
Nag 1-0 pa nga si Orgless, and it's off of a pretty slow re-push over to B main. They kind of expected that there was gonna be a setup on B main. They never expected 3 of them, but they overcame the odds. Even pushing in towards Tomix, who really was at the best possible position in that scenario. They only have the pistol round and check right here. 7 Sept taking this over by the edge of that B site position. Habang yung Orgless naman, since naka-vandal yung isa sa kanila, naka-phantom lang din tong si M, and they have all the firepower in the world. But sometimes those shares make you want to think about what's gonna happen, you know?
Pero yun nga lang may bawi ka agad dito si Erza as he tries to deny them any possible hope na pwede nilang makuha from those, but Tomix is very falling down in the hands of Rimuru as well. Now, B-sites are ready and the control of Orgless. Tamang wallbang lang sa kahit ng posisyon possible as they secure some damage already dito kay Knights and Kills from one by the backline. So your support is supporting because he'll be able to take Rimuru out. But since you're na lang ang naiiwan dito, he's just to be cornered in there. No chance na makabawi dito. So 2-0 in favor for Orgless.
Tingin mo yung mga pro player pwede din maging clown kung hindi nag-workout yung pro career nila. Kasi ang galing mag-juggle ni Emma ng mga baril na yun It's just an interesting thing to look at. You know, now that I think about it, ano yung mga pwedeng transferable jobs kung hindi nag-workout yung pagiging pro player mo?
Depends. Depende yan sa kanilang abilidad. I mean, mostly ng mga nakikita kong mga nagpo-pro player, di ba may background sa tech or IT. So,
para si Atsas.
di ba?
Yeah. I mean, he is successful right now. He's still a pro player. Just that now, Can't really say the same for 7-2 right now. Narinig pa nga tong si Zin. So now Nightingale, he is decisively wanting to take him by force, and he does. Kills off Lopez, and Tomix gonna be picking up the frag itself. So that's an early 5 versus 4. Execute on down by Ewer, and he is flashed up thanks to his own teammate's flash. That is the worst case scenario if you're trying to push onto them. Tomix with a 3rd kill right now. Laying down the law on the B side itself. Funky tries to reconvene in time, but Borkum lay down the first round win for 7-Sep. That is a nice adjustment, especially for Tomix, who we've been looking out for all throughout the series so far.
And also, ganda rin yung pag-anchor ni Yer dito kahit papano, despite the fact na na-trade ka kaagad-agad, at least that enough avenue para sa mga kasama niya na makarotate toward dito sa B-site natin. At ngayon, nagkaroon tayo ng bawi for 7-Sep crew with the round in itself. Although, couple of members here will be resorting to half shield, so you feel like that is okay. But Orgless will try to do the same thing again dito sa B-site natin. That would hopefully throw 7-Sep crew off guard onto that one. Pero hindi ko lang sure kung i-anticipate nila yung mga utilities na nakalat dito. Delaying them. Hindi in-expect that Rim Ruby swinging that quick or that early. But kalmado muna. Coast is clear as of the current time, as there are no commitments on the B side yet.
Not. Zin takes a chance, and Whitecat definitely expects it, thinking that there was going to be a lurker coming down from the main position. Maybe he was also holding on from the mid side as well. So it's a 4v4. Stealth drone also invested, and they also used the Armageddon, so that orange side is definitely delayed in terms of rotation. The plan coming down as well, 40 seconds. Will give 7-Sep crew a bit more of pressure. That's Tomix with another. That's Eman with a double kill through the smoke as well. So now that gives them an open opportunity to take back the round as Tomix, he walks in, but Nightingale is the one who is the tip of the spear. Flash on in from Funky. Perfectly timed. Wingman denied. And Tomix in a 1v2. He was the star from the previous round, but now has to clutch it up. Urza. Perfect discipline. Sprays on down, but Funky uses him as bait. Clears it off with a 3-1. This is looking good so far on the Orgla squad.
Yes, indeed. And both the Blaze Storms ng dalawang jet natin already active for them to use. But also, can we just appreciate that yung naging performance nila rito? I mean, na-try na bumawi ng 7-Sep crew from the last few moments for that retake, but still maganda pa rin yung naging suporta ng Orglis sa isa't isa. But now, lineup knife, saan kaya tatama ito, and would it be detecting anyone? Not quite, just a bit. A site though has his stack and also taking like a really aggressive position here, so they better look out for that one.
Tomix in a really position here. Bladestorm Nano, so close, yet so far with that Bladestorm. Drops on in, and Zen is not able to work it out in time. The Bladestorm again from the kid, but it will be that Molly. This is a 3v3 push on in from backside. Ness already controlled by Funky this time. They can't plant the spike on down just yet because they have no idea where Borkum is. Now they do. Knocks him down. 2v3 in time. And finally planted the spike down. And 7-Sep crew, they're a little worse for wear.
But they try to even out the numbers onto this one. Yun nga lang nga, Eman wouldn't let them do so. You're in a really low HP amount as well as Erza, but this is going to be quite of a struggle para kay Yor if he really wants to defuse the spike. I don't think na magkakaroon siya ng enough time for that one though, so that would be a bad thing for him. Time is ticking, but he's gonna be taken out. Not quite sure if there's enough time. Parang meron.
Meron tong time. I believe Yor has got it.
Oh,
barely, but
barely.
quarter of a second. So definitely a close call para sa 7-Sep crew. And I don't think they have the best money for the job as well. I think this is all a force buy across the board, so medyo hassle sa kung paano making expenses for the squad, but they're still really happy with taking the second round win. You can't say the same for Orgles right now, though. Definitely took their time to find Pat on down, and it kind of became a bit of a hassle for it because Urza kind of put them in a very awkward position. This time it will be the Sheriff rush onto the mid side. That's Tomix with one, possibly a second. That is a beautiful headshot angle, peeling up to him, but Funky surprises him with the Hero Vandal.
One enemy
It
remaining.
becomes a 2-for-1 special. You're already on top of the situation. That green side looking wide open, and a triple kill. Orcum is on roll. This time this series, that's a 3-3, 7-step crew. They're definitely back in the game.
3-3, napakalapit ng ating scoreline ngayon. Total pareho sila nag-excel dito sa mapa nito. Pag kinumpara mo sa mga serye natin kanina, but it seems like you're seeing really great adjustments from both sides. Sasagutan lang sila dito, not only with the chase but also dito sa mga round na existing ngayon. We already have the Armageddon available, and as well as the no command kay Funky and Eman for Orgles, and also the lockdown on the hands of Borkum, so they can use that anytime right now. And speaking of the Devils, there is already the no command Armageddon. Commitment coming in here from Orgles, but Nightingale and White Cat is letting them, nullifying all the investment, putting it down the drain. Oh! We love to see it. That's crazy.
The duo initiator combo. Making some noise, and White Cat, look at how precise he is.
Wow.
Kita mo, yung kung gaano ka-precise yung flick niya doon sa maze guy, that was just crispy. And that's when you know he is on fire. He is unlocked and ready. 4-3. At kung naalala mo kanina, it was 1-3 to start with. 7-sept. It's a bit of a push on in towards the aiming possession. It's an early usage of the flash. What a beautiful updraft from Remura Kid. Spotted out by White Cat though. An early exchange of aggressive positions that will become one of the guns gone for the side of 7-sept. So Orgles are going to have to play their cards right if they want to take advantage of this.
The trade is wonderful from White Cat, by the way. It's really quick to act up, but also Nightingale and the nest site natin. Medyo delikado, but at least White Cat is there for the support. But keep in mind that the HP is quite low, and yes, he will be receiving that trade coming in. Pabot pa rin kay Orgles, so. And it will be taking them a certain amount of time in order to rotate toward dito sa A site natin. And they're just gonna be preparing for the pause plant. Lalong-lalo na ang dahil pa atang baon na utilities ng dalawa. They might have the Nando Swarm as well as the Guided Salvo in order to deny them from defusing the spike. So, all the delay maaaring ibigay dito, but Ur will try to act up against them.
Standing.
Erza from the back lines, now a one-on-one. Lockdown already activated by Zend. Pero hindi na naiintayan yan because he's gonna be taking off your a 4-4.
Intel power play given to you, showing us why it is an understatement that their sheriffs are gonna pack a punch, right? And in these scenarios where you're giving them an opportunity to fight back, tapos magugulat ka na lang, may Vandal pa rin sila eh, no? I think yun yung parang napapansin ko, may Hero Vandal pa rin yung isa on the Orgles side. It's usually gonna be Funky, and well, that Vandal really has converted, but the sheriffs were the real stars of the show. Eman and Zind. Showing why these sheriffs are also going to be feared all throughout the local scene. And now they make a lot of noise over to the A side. That is going to plant 7-sep's feet on the ground on A. Tomix, right on top of that yellow spot. He is expecting that it at least going to be someone who's going to lurk on towards that B main extremity, except he's taking this as cool and as calm as collectively as he needs to be. Doesn't need to move a muscle. 1 minute on the clock as well, and 7-Step crew are displaying good discipline. They're not even thinking about over-rotation anymore.
And ito na ata ang hudyat din nila na pumasok dito sa ating ace flight while still being on edge and prepared. Sino man ang makakaharap nila dito, but Nightingale as well as Tomix will try to offer the trades na meron dito. Lockdown already activated in the hands of Borcom. The shot will be connecting here from Tomix as well on that operator and receiving some damage here until it's too late to make up for it. A quick retake and very decisive at that for 7-Step crew.
Race it to the spike site.
I mean, honestly,
One down.
the way that they structured this retake is in a way that plays around yung screen's position natin. Because that's also where the retake scenario comes in. They all flood into that one side of the site. Also the way where Tomix has picked up and that operator on the defense on the retake scenario really made the influence here in this round, giving him a triple kill to boot this time. He is feeling it on the silver. Remember, kid takes a shot, and Tomix, the operator, and Whitecat with the cover. The 1-2 punch from the guy. You know that 7-Step crew are feeling it. The oil machine is oiling up. And Zind, all that he can do is try to equalize the numbers, gets himself Borkum in time, but he peeks onto Whitecat, who is feeling this as quick as he needs to be. That's one shot from Eman, but it's not enough. It's a 6-4. 7-Step crew, they're still in control of this defensive side. It's all thanks to the operator. It's all thanks to how well they coordinate as a team.
Ang tindi ng pag-cover nila sa isa't isa dito sa mid-area natin. It's really crazy. Saktong-sakto sa ating replay as well. Saktong mambaut ni Tomix, Whitecat to the rescue, and even trying to fend off Eman from putting the spike onto B side din. Just in case that doesn't work out, prepared din si Yor, diba? So, that is really wonderful play and coordination, as you have mentioned, for 7-Step crew. But Armageddon already activated. Walang kawala si Rimuru from that one. And even Borcos will secure him out. But no answers from Orgles. As of the current time, ang daing tumatao dito sa B-site. And this is going to be quite of a stretch for Orgles kung dito man talaga sila pupunta, tutungo, mag-commit. Sometimes not all commitments bring you a good impact. But
Akala ko ba
still,
nag-VALORANT tayo?
subukan nilang pala ganyan. Nakita mo naman, they're proving me wrong. And they're making themselves believe that this is the right decision after all. It's currently happening. And ngayon, si Tomix na lang ang naiiwan dito.
Akala ko nag-VALORANT tayo, but biglang may hugot ka nilabas.
Uy, di ah.
Oh, fuck. It's so hard to deal with, especially with Tomix. All alone on an island, with nobody to depend on him.
Last round before the
And no
switch.
shoulder to cry on. It's a 6-5 scoreline. Orgles finding a way to take control back on this game. And finding a window, especially on that B main extremity where they put the pressure down on the yellow position. So much time bought as well on the attack so far. They know that they don't need to rush anything at all, no? It's just pure patience coming through from the execute at all. And now, expecting the flash on through from the long angle. Remove flash from his own teammate. That's the second time that blunder happened on his end. That operator gonna be a big factor into this round. He gets suppressed. He has to dash on away. He can't because of that nail knife. But Nightingale gets the double kill. Gets himself the triple. Nightingale,
Spike
the
down.
hero
A.
of backside, knocks him down before the entry on. It's a triple for Zin. It's a 1v1. Both anchors trying to make some impact. Tries to make a splash. Because of the lockdown, he has to make a little bit more of a difference. Wants to see if he can take out the shot. Zind walks on in. Sees if he can try to plant on down, commits to it. You're
Spike planted.
a little too close to the call. A plant coming through for the king of everyone in the server. 7-Step crew. Their hearts are beating. They know that they're relying on you're the one man to do it all. Who gave an opportunity to Zind to plant on down and now has all the time in the world to reposition himself at the back of this nest position. He has to clear everything. He doesn't know where he's going to be. Good thing the walls come down to him because he doesn't have the tap yet. Zind doesn't need to peek on down. That's the first tap. He's trying to get to have the fuse so far is successful, but does not have enough time to try to do so. Zind pops on in and a 4K from Zind. A 6-6.
Switching sides.
An even scoreline for what could be the last chance for Orgless in this qualifier alone.
Pinapasayaw na lang ni Zin sa palad niya. Here in the last few moments of that round, despite how chaotic everything it may be, Zin still tries to see and find clarity into winning that round and ending it off with a 6-6 para sa ating first half. But now, I wonder what's going to be the difference and the changes, most especially that Funky might be the game changer on this moment thereon. Lalong-lalo na with the blinds na maaari mang may offer here for Orgless and themselves and make the most out of that. But let us see what is going to be the gameplay here for 7-Step crew. Unang round pa lang naman, second half ito after all. But also, this seems like a really heavy saturation dito sa B site natin just in case all the commitment is already prevalent on to B site. Tamang pakiramdaman as they secure the plant here right now.
5v5 retake scenario. And for Orgless, this means everything for them. If they want to give themselves a chance at a 1-1, then this pistol round is a good start to that. Silent Drone destroyed. That's also the entry coming down for the Lulu Kid. First on the tap, peeks on in toward the yellow spot. That he's the one who actually opens up the space. That's another out for Funky. That's a double for everybody on 7-Step. Orgless, they're gonna have to try to defuse the spike now. But a perfect nade from Borkum from downtown. Will this be Borkum time once again? He has to defuse. He has to go for it, but he kills him off. The kid proves himself against the veteran. It is a 7-6. Orgless, they're back in this game, and it starts with a 7th round win.
My. That is such a decisive call then dito for Rimuru, no? Despite of a really good pause plant utilization then from Borkum, it's just that minsan lakas ng loob na rin magbo-boil down for how you can make it work out the remaining time despite of it being limited. Decision making on point for Rimuru. Pero mukhang B-side naman ang punteriya dito ng 7-Step crew. Not quite sure kung basado ito ni Orgless, but this is all the more reason for them to keep themselves in check and try to even take some pickoffs if possible. Now, even if they try to budget the toxins here, nakapag-push forward na mga members natin from 7-Step crew. And all the more reason for them to put the spike down, commit fully. Not quite sure if expect ni Erza itong si Tomix dito. Just holding the stinger. Malamang sa malamang, aware na siya. But hindi daw muna oras pa na magkakitaan sila.
Top on down. Guided salvo. This is the power of the post plant. And Tomix, perfect timing with the stinger, but Eman always at the right place at the right time. Funky with the long range angle. The Bulldog is going to make a lot of noise here. A nightmare to deal with in the post plant. Urza's popping out, but Borkum's going to shut him down. DQ's on the spike. Nightingale to try to spray on down, but it is still Orgless at the end of the day. Striking down the hopes of winning this round. And it's a costly buy to boot as well for 7-Step because despite the spike plant, they still forced out the buy in this round.
And they even tried to force out that round as well. So, unfortunately, it didn't play out the way that they wanted to. And Oria's been able to get that 8-6 sa ating scoreline ngayon. Let us see hanggang saan ito aabot, no? Most importantly, all advantage for Orglas right now, especially in terms of economy and abilities na maaari nila magamit. Pero wait lang, Nightingale! Si Broway narang naglalakad sa buwan. Before you even know it, he's already dead.
Yep. Before we even know it, Urza on the timing, spots him out, knows that both of them are coming through from the yellow spot.
Ooh.
That's a nice one tap from White Cat. Shades of green coming through from 7-Sep, but they have to clear up everybody on the T-spawn position. They know that they're in danger, so
One enemy remaining.
they find out where Tomix is, and Rimuru Kid just keeps on hitting these shots. A triple kill from the Jet. A 6-9 coming through for Orglas so far, and it's looking damn straight on their second half. It's 5 rounds in a row for their defensive side. And ever since they swapped to it, they kind of lucked out on 7-Sep deciding to go for the first buy in the previous round, right? And it does make it a little bit riskier for 7-Sep in the long run. They never got back their investment. No ROI, kumbaga.
True. Which is not something that they want to happen to them after having 3 rounds or 2 rounds in favor kay Orglas. Pero ngayon, sinusubukan nila na bumawi against them. As now, they already have the necessary loadouts. Pero si Yor, sobrang patient. Saktong-sakto sa crosshair ng kumpare mo, si Erza. But there's still 2 more people remaining here for Orglas that might be looking into evening out the numbers here. Funky and Zind still looking or setting an eye out dito sa A site natin. Not that they really want to commit into this one. All sound cues already being heard by Funky as well. Wala siyang choice kung hindi umatras. Put himself in the backside. Tanggapin lahat ng mga balang pinababato sa kanya. Now, spike being planted. Zind, would he be able to clutch this out? Well, sabihin ko pa lang, tinapos na agad ni Tomix to.
Ang tawag doon ay spoiler. Para sa mga nanonood tayo dyan, guys. As time check, it's 10 o'clock PM. Kung tatakbo kayo bukas, kung kakain kayo ng dinner ngayon pa lang, huwag na lang. Diba? Kasi medyo late na din eh. Have a good time. So watch it down over to the stream. 7-9. 7-Sep crew on the verge of trying to get their momentum back. They already have done their best work to break the streak at least. And with surprising simultaneous kills across the board, they have opened up the map space a little bit more. Silent drone over to B lane. Crash also another option for Nightingale as 7-Sep crew are willing to take the fight onto the B site. It's interesting that they're willing to use the poison orb against them as now Borkum Galant is in this time around. The Thrash also given again over to Nightingale, who does actually give himself a chance. That's an Armageddon. Urza has to reposition himself. Nobody on top of the site anymore as Tomix. He's the one to take verticality to another level. Back into a 5v4 where Orglas are looking to bank on this retake to get double digits.
And I really like the adjustment as well kung saan nila pwedeng ma-plant yung spike natin dito. More out in the open and definitely in favor for them. Nightingale starting to lead the charge, but the flank here, the M on the backline, hindi nila i-expect ito. Borkum, the last man standing. And this just needs all the more information for Funky as well, trying to defuse and stick it in. For the half, sticking it in further, and they would be able to take the defuse. Oh, wow.
A heartbreak. A very huge heartbreak for 7-Sep crew. They never expected them to push that closely. The flank for Eman. Never watched at all, I believe. If you remember, they killed off the mid-side player. And I believe it was Zin himself, Borkum, would have actually made more impact if he was at the right place at the right time. I don't believe he put down all of his utility as well. So now Remoter Kid will take another chance at the double-digit side. Drop down from that heaven position. That's an interesting choice. Eman, flashed on in, gets that first blood. Borkum claims the 1-for-1 for himself. That will be an A site that Orglis are looking to try to double down on. One person on the main side. There's also some people on backside. And with that lockdown in place, this will be 7-Sep Crew's choice to try to destroy them. That's a beautiful layer of utility. Now Rimuru Kid, he wants to take a chance. He gets himself the kill. Dashes back to safety.
Grab.
Wants to give himself a bit more of a defense. Going to the backside.
Wow. What a quick pick up from Rimuru as well, but that doesn't end there because Thomas will try to answer back as they are yet to secure the objective that they've been longing for. They've got 3 rounds to catch up onto this specific map, but libreng-libre ang ating B-site ngayon. All the more reason for them to offer this commit, pero they should be wary of Erza kasi baka saktong masilip at masipat sila rito. Medyo delikado, buti na lang. Well prepared dito si Yor in doing so. Still has some utilities, pero mukhang di nila yun magagamit with the no command being activated by Funky as well. Zind, coming from the back lines. Expected kaya nagkasalisin pa ang dalawa, but Yor and Tomix will manage to make it work out for the team.
Ang unfortunate kasi, nung napatay pa nga kung si Zin, it was while he had his back turned, never expecting Yor on the yellow angle. He was so cleared na akala niya pareho silang nasa backside. Yun pala nag-separate yung dalawa dito. The full trust in their comrade to take care of at least one of the opposition. That's an 8-10 scoreline now. Back and forth affair between both of the strongest players in the bracket so far. As this timeout called is everything for Orglis. They realize that they don't have the money to back themselves up into the next coming round, so they're cooking up a strat. Napansin mo ba na ang dami nila dun sa boiler? Tingin mo, 4-man A site to?
Not quite sure. Might be a possibility. Baka nga na-anticipate din nila, especially we're even seeing the pings here dito across of our map. But
that's a 7-Sep Crew timeout?
yeah, it's their timeout.
Oh, but they just won the round. Okay.
They want to calm themselves down maybe after the win. Might be a good or bad thing for them. Pero I can... Like, you can see the reason why they pulled out the timeout, but not necessarily think that that's the best choice. Kasi parang 50-50 siya, if I may say. But let us see, malay mo naman. They know themselves better than we do. So, really good positioning din dito from Tom. It's a mild switch up from Borkum, checking out the mid area as well. Oh, they're pushing them out. No space for them for B site, forcing them to go dito sa mid area natin. This might actually be a B push or a commit. Never mind. They're going all the way to A. I don't know if Zen would be expecting this, but this is a really interesting strat to do. Zend, tamang abang lang. Ang dahil niya naririnig ng mga paa. Pero yun nga lang with the shots connecting here from Zen as well as Funky. Parang hindi ata maganda yung naging output ng tinry nilang strat from mid to A. Whitecats still here to save the day as much as possible alongside the remaining people here. Burcom and Tomix nakaabang lang sa kung sino man nila makikita dito sa bandang screens area natin. Oh, they're not gonna back down as they mow every single person here from Orglis. Man.
Oh, man. The danger is real. Nabuhay ang kuting ng 7-Sep Crew. Triple kill from the guy in and out of the fight, juggling on top of 410. It's so hard to do, man. It's just so hard to close out a game against Borkum. One of the calmest players on the server right now. and a high-low setup for them as well. That's so difficult to clear. Especially since they already used the flash coming through on the retake scenario. One of the things that the Gecko edges out compared to the KO as Rimuru Kid kills off White Cat to start from the previous round. That will be bad news for 7 Sept. So now they play around the game of chance on mid. They don't know if there's somebody lurking around that kitchen position.
Walang nagpapatinag dito sa dalawang team. Sobrang init ng laban nila ngayon. Which is wonderful. But at the same time is hanggang kailan maglalast itong resistance na to na pinapamalas nila sa isa't isa. Most especially some information here dito sa bandang boilers natin na leaked. Maaaring ina-expect nila no, na merong nandito sa bandang tube natin. But at the same time, I feel like A site is pretty much free. But they might be delayed with all of the utilities na nakalatag dito na nilapag ni Zind. And also,
30 seconds left.
Eman might actually be anticipating them. Ooh!
Nako,
Ligtas ah!
kakitaan to. Kakitaan pa, tapos may lockdown pa dito si Zin. So, to travel 20 seconds, they can't have the time to rotate now, so they have to fully commit. The Thunder kills their lockdown. Now it becomes an even bigger problem. They don't have the lineup to
10
prevent this.
seconds left.
Not the spike comes down, let the wingman do its work. Now that they have committed,
Naku!
they can't! Hindi nila ma-plant the sila nila yung wingman. And now they don't have the time.
Oh,
They're forced
no.
to save all their guns thanks to how well they destroyed the wingman. It was their saving grace. Nasira because they pushed
Wow.
outside of the smoke. Sayang! 7 Sept was this close on delaying for push shot, but man, he already denied the wingman from planting the spike down. It was a little too wide out in the open.
Pero not gonna lie, sobrang ruthless ng format natin ngayon ah. Sabi ni Alexia, pacheck nga ang pacheck nga sa 7 Sep crew tsaka Orgless since 9 AM naglalaro. Quet check! May puwet pa ba tayo, guys? Baka wala na!
Wala na! Wala na, boss! Wala na ring ulo si Eman eh. Kaya nabaril pa nga siya ng operator sa ulo, di ba? So, good start coming through again for 7 Sep. They needed some sort of a rebound. So their time to shine. Especially killing off the IGL. This is somewhat of a miracle to come through. Onyx, may marinig kaya niya na sa ilalim mo.
Ayun, baka narinig niya na ngayon. And Nightingale is well aware as well, securing that bullet onto Funky Skull. Pero, still, Zind might actually be in a really hefty position here. Naabangan, minamataan, at maaring makita ni Tommy ito. Pero yun nga lang nga, shot will not be entirely connecting. Zind and Rimuru will be able to make it work out for themselves. Operator still active here sa kamay ni Rimuru at maaaring makaisa pa siya dito. Well, if not, we'll be forced to back out. Tayo pa naman nilang oras in order to execute this. Secure this! But never mind! Straight's coming in! 2v2!
White Cat!
Oh, the push and pull, the tug of war! Erza! Oh! The clutch is crazy!
Urza! The flick! The hospital flick on downtown! And he even has time to regain the operator. What an adjustment for him. The unknown quantity. The former rank LQT from VCT has made a splash into the Orgus roster. Claiming the 1v1. Look at that. The shot all the way from Zin. The Rimuru Kid to follow with that operator. Against Nightingale. What a shot. A repulsive one against the 1v2 clutch. Match point na nga for Orgless on the brink of game number 3, mga kaibigan. Are you not entertained? 7 Sep crew, they need this badly.
Get out of my way!
But they need to do it 3 times in a row.
Lalala ninyo! Palag-palag! Orgles on that match point and looking into ending this match once and for all. Although our magnet already being utilized here by 7-Step Crew. Despite the fact Vipers being utilized. Nako, wait lang. Parang may nangyari atang hindi kaaya-aya dito sa 7-Step Crew. Parang pinatay niya kung kapwa niyang kasama. But still, it is a 2v3.
Drone going out.
They are yet to step into the A site
One
itself. Madedetect pa si Nightingale dito. They're gonna be trying to rotate toward dito sa B site natin dahil nilibre na ito ni Borkum.
I mean, siguro mamaya tatanungin ko sa'yo kung anong oras na, Mochi. Kasi nakakaramdam ako dito eh.
10 p.m. Charot.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So anong oras tayo matatapos? Possibly around like 11? Around that time?
Spike
We'll find
planted.
out. 2v3, it all banks on this. All eyes on Borkum to claim this double kill. He does kill off Remove Kid himself. They are wary about his position and he's dead. 1v3 now. Nightingale has to save the day. He's still wary about the flank. He's still thinking that somebody's gonna come from the back lines, but they're all coming through over at CT. Operator still in place. One shot in, but not the second. Rimuru Kid will shut that down.
No charges left.
Game number 2 done. We need one more to separate both Orglis and 7-Step Crew, as it is Rimuru Kid and Orglis that gets game number 2. We move on to the split map for the first time.
Pwede check muna tayo, guys! Mahaba-haba pa! We're heading on to our first ever map 3 for this deck. Kung kanina, they blessed us with 2 zeros. Ngayon, hindi uso yan. Once again, sila ang magdidikta ng oras at ng ating laban at kung sino ang magpe-prevail dito sa 7-Step Crew and as well as Orglis. Pero check out na natin ang ating mga highlights dito. Pretty much a close match, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was so close, man.
Be faster.
And I was looking for something like this din talaga kasi I believe in the caliber of players that we have. And I think the fact that we're able to get a close matchup right here just shows how much they want to be part of Phase 2. How much they want to be part
Last player standing.
of this whole tournament, man.
All missiles away.
We're seeing standout performances from White Cat. Borkum also pulling his leg up every time that he needs to. A sudden outburst of energy coming through from White Cat and Rimuru Kid as well, so... Really, does this really surprise you, Mochi? Does this really surprise you? Both 7-Step Crew and Orglis pulling out all the stops to get themselves to Phase 2. Does this really, really surprise you? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I feel like we were already expecting this as well. Like, both of these teams are really, really good in terms of how they do their things. Maybe some sort of different way, but they still achieve it the best that they can. So, while you're doing that, maybe shoutout muna natin ang mga nanonood natin dito because for some reason, buhay na buhay pa rin sila despite the fact na gabing-gabi na rin dito. I mean, it's a Sunday after all tomorrow. And, shout out kay Jim, 6 a.m. natulog, tas hanggang ngayon gising pa rin, sabi ni Alexia. And Joe Marana, naghahanap daw po siya ng kaduo. Vouch, mabait po yan, sobra. And nagka-cast din yan. So, you can check him out. And shout out kay Clarice Fontanos, ang bebe cakes ni Matthew Duma. Ayan, hello, hello. And thank you for supporting the stream. And let's check out then muna momentarily ang ating statistics here on our Icebox map. Ano bang meron dito, Ramon?
I mean, the thing about this Icebox map is that it has been a showcase of talent all throughout this whole game. It was a war of attrition for whoever budges first, and apparently 7-Step budged a little bit too far. A bit more of those mistakes. A little bit more present all across the map. Tong Orglis right now. Rimuru Kid is shining where he needs to be. And honestly speaking, if this becomes a game 3 where overtime is present, then I'm not even surprised anymore. I'm actually looking for that right now. Tejo showing his presence. This map right now is just bakit?
21? Legit ba yan? Seryoso ba? Hindi ko na malayan yan. Grabe!
Oo nga.
Ang lala! Ang lalabos ng bubuli! Ng bubuli
Sobra.
dito, no? Pero check muna natin sinong
Sobra.
MVP kung di pa man din obvious sa inyo, no? check out natin.
Yung
Who is-
20 and 1.
Ang lala rin dito ni Teo. Ang lala rin naman ng side profile niya, no? Aura, guys.
Oh, nakatayo lang ng ganyan.
Sigma.
Talaga. Lapit na eh. Talagang ganito na lang. Makikita mo na lang yung kanyang ilong. So, I think Emin really deserves this. He showed that he was resilient on his calling. And I just think that this is gonna be more of a showcase to come as well. So, I think it's about time to give our players a bit of a break. I think it's about time for us to give ourselves a break as well. Tune in mamaya pagkatapos ng break mga kaibigan dahil babalik ang Kings of PH with game number 3 between the showcase of both our immortals. So, ako pa si Ramon kasama si Mochi will be back in the Kings of PH. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in game number 3. It's 7-Step Crew versus Orgulus for a spot in Phase 2 of the Kings of PH. My name is Ramon, with me is Mochi, and if you're at the edge of your seat, huwag ka mag-alala. Kasi ako din, boss.
Hindi, mamaya wala na sila sa upuan sa sobrang tindi ng laban natin dito. Orgulus and as well as 7-Step Crew. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Tama ba? Ang last map natin is going to be Haven?
Di ba split? I'm
Okay,
not
split.
sure.
Never mind. Yes, thank you for correcting me. Split ang ating magiging map on this one. I'm pretty sure na medyo split din ang mga supporters natin dyan down in the comment section. Most especially na pinakitaan tayo ng hospital flick ni Erza, yung mga rights up to the occasion ni Tomix, working with the really, really sneaky flanks and as well as yung alas nila Zind. And every single person here in this lobby has something to share para sa kanilang team and against the opposition. And we are gonna be seeing more of that dito sa pinakahuling laban natin for today.
Talagang the story cannot be said any truer whatsoever. It is all or nothing. It's do or die. Para sa pareho nating teams, they will have a final shot at getting to Phase 2 in the very first day of Kings of PH right now. And split the deciding map for both squads. Anong sinasabi nila sa APAC tungkol sa split? All bangers end on split. Whether you're a Sentinels fan, whether you're somebody who's always watching VCT Pacific, split has always been the map where game 5s happen, where all the overtimes are set forth, where slow defaults are always present, pero at the end of it, talagang kung sino ang pinaka-worthy, siya din ang pinaka mapuprove na sila yung malakas sa server natin kung split ka panalo.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, ako personally, I really like split as well. Despite the fact na ang daing mga narrow areas, onto this one, you can still capitalize more on the verticality rin ng map na ito. I think we have already mentioned it ever since kanina. The map dito for this specific series, full of verticality. Kulang na lang kung mag-best of 5 to, lapagan mo pa ng Haven. But other than that, it's really nice. Because that just means na, once again, all about the lineups. And nakita na rin naman natin kanina just by utilizing yung, for me, OP na guided salvo and as well as yung mga nano swarms natin. Nilalatag lang at dagdagan mo pa ng molly ng KO kanina at the icebox. Well, what else would you ask for? Especially when we have these types of plans and commitments. Hindi ko na alam. Kompleto sa Ricados. Pero nandito na tayo sa ating agent selection. Wherein this is pretty much almost the same. Never mind. It's entirely different. Other than the fact na meron tayong Yoru and as well as an Omen and a Viper. The rest, the initiators will be different.
Talaga nga namang all out na yung mga comfort picks natin. Rimuru, he's back on a pick that he's been known for a while now. Usually Jet, but sometimes Raze. Talagang all out na. Kung all out, Tomic's back on the known na Yoru. And we've seen him perform on this pick time and time again, especially on the Pearl map now on Split. Is where he will show his prowess on the agent so far. Talagang double duelist if I'm not mistaken. Tapos nag-double controller pa yung isa. Talagang full commitment. Well, actually, pareho silang double controller. So that just means na maraming reset on the smokes and no presence on any Sentinel whatsoever. Why is that? Why do you think hindi kailangan ng Sentinel sa split?
I feel like with how OP Atejo can actually give and as well as yung Yoru na din, especially with the TPs and all the information scarring na pwede niyang maibigay dito. I feel like it would be much better to have them in here rather than a Sentinel. I mean, you can delay them as much as you want, but if ganito yung magiging katapat mong lineup, it's gonna be pretty difficult to push them back or at least deny them the site itself kung nasan ka man nag-anchor. So, that might be one of the reasons.
Yeah. It's so rare for us to actually reach this part of the night. It's like 10:28 p.m.
Yeah.
Pilipinas.
We usually have
Sobrang
2 zeros,
minsan lang.
no? Kahit pagka Red
Oo.
League. Yeah. So this is
Yeah.
quite new for us.
I mean, really. This is all thanks to the BO3 setups right now that I really loved and enjoy. That means more Valorant and a lot more fun. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. That's the comment section. And we're
Yes,
back
sir.
into game number 3. 7-Sep crew versus Orgulus. With Orgulus starting on the attacking side. The double initiator comp just making a lot of noise over towards B lane just to see if they can pull the rotation. As in, he puts a little bit too far. As Borkum and Yor, they expected it. Pushes on into the A side. Now that I realize it, Borkum is back on his coveted Omen. And you know where he was at his best on the controller role whatsoever.
Omsim, medyo questionable din yung pag-push ng 7-Sep crew on that one, but, or rather yung Orgulus, but once again, we are gonna be checking out kung no maging outcome onto this one. Remove Id, checking out Yor, taking him out. Despite the spike being commenced dito sa A-site natin, I wonder how long would they be able to keep this in control, most especially that the rest of the squad might possibly be closing up on them. At ito na naman tayo kay Tomix. Top-down positioning is immaculate for them. 7-Sep crew taking this round for themselves.
They are. And as cleanly as easy as that. It was a bit of a risk for Orgulus to push on in. Well, actually for the other side, for 7-Sep to push on a little bit too far. And so far, so good for 7-Sep this time. They're the ones who actually take the win. If you guys take a bit of a second to reassess the situation on our HUD right now, it is 7-Sep who won the fight. Orgulus down 0-1. They're the ones who have to kind of commit into the eco round scenario. Now Orgulus back into the pistol round. Battle upgrade in time for Tomix this time around as I assess the situation. It is going to be an A main push for them. Early Viper usage wall. A main extremity being walked upon with the contact play spotted. Now that Heaven control has to be in check. Eman peeks on in, only having the classic, and then he does get himself first blood. Invests the paranoia and the smoke on down from Heaven. The last time this happened, they lost the pistol round, but now Orgulus have an opportunity to upset the odds against 7-Sep, who are down numbers.
Man, I feel like they became a little bit too paranoid from that instant as well, but now that they currently have themselves here in this slide or the good buddy system with the trades coming in here, still in favor for Orgulus at 3v3, but still Tomix has no plans of stopping anytime soon as he tries to secure the last 3 remaining members from Orgulus. This dude, man, walang kupas, and he is just minding his own business, trying to do the best he can in order to get this round for them.
5-0.
Yeah.
Wala pang death, duelist shot, tapos he is hitting all of these shots. So now it's a 2-0 scoreline. I believe it is also a time for Orgulus to try to buy up all the guns that they need on the defensive side. They're all separated, so they have to play around the retake scenario now.
Toxin screen down.
And imagine how different things would be even if they manage to get this round as well, considering that this is their bonus round. Well, that's gonna be crazy, but I feel like that is also a possibility. Sure, it's coming in, but still, let's not
Spike planted.
forget we have major advantage in terms of loadouts here for Orgulus. And as well as the fact that all numbers are equalized right now, they might be securing their own specific guns, though. This is pretty much good. After all, White Cat the Guardian, but Nightingale, medyo delikado yung positioning mo, pero papalag pa rin sila regardless. They don't care at all. Zen as the last survivor here. Si White Cat lang pala ang katapat. And look at that. Seems like the prediction is quite correct with the 3-0 after all.
Yep, 3-0. And again, to reiterate, it is on the way of 7-Sep crew. It is a bit of an error on our end, guys, so please be patient with us. As it's a 5-1-2 for Tomix, but Tomix wasn't actually the one who saved the day for the squad. It is White Cat and Nightingale who really have been So much so, the influential factor into how well they're able to game this round. They have refreshable utility plus the guided salvos have always been on the mark. Layering all the utility that they need to try to clear off their corners. And now, some sub crew into a lot of advantages into our next round this time. Naka-eco round lang naman yung Orgles eh.
Locating targets.
It's true. Ang cute ng tunog din. Ewan ko, tawa-tawa ako sa drone ni Teho. But just as I was saying that everyone will try to up and rotate here on our B side. A little bit of adjustment for Orgles. But also, they're just gonna be prepping themselves up. Lalong-lalo na available pa yung dimensional drift natin dito for Tomix anytime. Gusto gamitin yan, ay kayang-kaya niya. Although, I don't think that they will though. Considering na naka-eco round naman itong si Orgles. Never mind, they use it anyway. Commitment in here on the B side, trying to catch them off guard. Kongka's not gonna be connecting on to anyone, but the blind would be wonderful. Medyo naliligaw si Mimuro, hindi nila alam kung saan sila titingin. Despite of the fact na naiisa lang naman ang entrada, they've been taken aback by all of the abilities na ibinato rito. Ni Yor and as well as ni Tomix. Or rather, ni Whitecat and as well as ni Tomix. Wonderful execution by 7's Up crew with a 4-0.
Just a well-placed execute on towards the B side itself. Atomics showing why the Yoru has become a priority pick in a lot of the top teams dito. Dimensional drift for the entry, lots of info for the team, plus so many blinds actually taken into account. Fake out pa lang eh, no? Maybe the nerf to the price of the fake out is not enough to actually tune them down. Now it becomes a 4-0 so far for 7-Sep. That is an early Prowler. Just spawns out at least one. They're thinking it's a Lurker. They're thinking that it might be Borkum, but he's not alone.
Not alone indeed. I mean, actually, sama-sama sila dito, dikit-dikit. Definitely wants the coordination for 7-Sep crew. Even some blockage here at the main area just in case na tamang paramdam lang din as a default smoke point as well for them. But medyo kailangan nila mag-ingat with Zendo the operator. A jump pick, kita ang barrel, shotgun connecting. They will be quite wary of that, but they will still try to push a little bit more forward anyways. And all the while, once again, they shouldn't make the most out of the time. Lalo na, 40 seconds na lang. Zenda in a really good position. Although this one will be securing here every single one. One for each. Might possibly even be an ace. Never mind. But indeed, a flawless round for Orgles. Wonderful, wonderful anchor for A-side.
I know, right? It's taking them a while, but they finally reconnect into the game so far. It's taking them that patience and that Prowler becoming the seed of doubt into the minds of Orgles. They kept themselves planted in towards the A side itself. Good utility usage from Amman as well. As Zind is trying to come back into the game with that much confidence as ever. So on down, that's an operator in the hands of Zind. And a second, this guy's unstoppable. A third frag might come through, especially that they need to think about Zin, but they have rotated back on towards the heaven spot to try to avoid the guy. Brunuk is in here, and he is down for the count immediately. White Cat expects him. Not the perfect peak that he was looking for, but now it becomes 7-Sep Crew's time to take the heaven position as their own domain. Zin finds 1 and 2 players towards the heaven spot. Remember, he still has the op. Will he take a chance on the heaven spot? He does use the flash. He uses as well the fake out. Let's try to deny them any sort of space, but the upshot does not ring true. Borkum, Coldcom collectively takes him down. 3v3 from the shadows, activated on the backside, and Urza fully punishes Borkum. Fully uses the from the shadows TP and punishes him for it. Makes it a 1v3 scenario. Nightingale, the last man alone,
30 seconds left.
has to clutch up against the 1v2, but this time Funking's with him. A second round win for Orgless, and it's off the back of Zen. This guy's undeniable.
Over here.
Ang utak din ni Erza, no? Right after using From the Shadows ultimate keyboard, Matic, try niya lang conceal yung sarili niya momentarily para matuloy yung TP and take him out. I mean, that is quite sad if you're the one who tried to use the ultimate, but at the same time, you couldn't deny that Erza's been really cheeky on that one. We still have lots of utilities to work with here for Orgless. We have the Viper Spin as well as the Showstopper, which can be used anytime soon. And even the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Nightingale. Once again, guys, mid control is quite of a first time for 7-Step Crew. I don't think that they tried this approach earlier on. It's fresh breath of pace as well and priorities for 7-Step Crew.
It's interesting that they use the poison orb down on the mid side. Because normally you would expect that over at the extremities, but do remember that they have the Omen to do that for him. Funky, he's in a very precarious position. And that's a perfect guided salvo as well. They push outside of the smoke, and you're able to expect Funky. Crash on in, a perfect special delivery. Tomix kills him before it even triggers. Push on in from the heaven spot. The backside player is also taken care of until Borkum reconnects with the shot. It's all falling apart for Orgless. Remember, Zind, he was the star of the show from the previous round. Now he has to clutch up at the operator, but he peeps in and Yor takes care of him. A double from Yor. 5th round for 7-Step. They needed a readjustment, and when they killed off everybody except Zin, that was what they needed.
Really good mid-control approach then, despite of the fact that there's been like some casualties in the last few moments. It is okay. Especially naman napaka-stable pa rin kanilang economy as of the current time, but on the other hand, for Orgless, if they use this one, they will be quite of in a struggle, possibly. Pero let us see if this is gonna be around for 7-Step Crew once again dahil medyo maganda angulo sana ni Zindon, pero well expected ni Yor. Wow.
Grabe.
Omsim.
It's, remember, Tomix also has the dimensional drift as well. Fired op shot, but Zen also gets punished this time. And Eman taking a chance. Ooh, Yor lost on the window, lost on the timing. He gets blinded, and he gets chased down by so many people. He has to run away. Dimensional drift activated for Tomix. That gives him the open window to rotate on towards the A side. Urza, he did complete the GP. He gets punished for it.
Wow.
Right place, right time. Rotates on to the right side. Now becomes a 3v5. Orgless. A little too late on the call.
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Oh, and even that shot through the Viper Spin as well. Funky left alone and has no idea that Nightingale is right behind him. Okay. And you can even see, no? Despite the fact na tinry ni Ewan tumakbo dito sa ating tourist area, parang hindi yun talaga nagawa ng paraan. He has no choice but to run away like a dog with its tail in between his legs. They've been able to take control of the A side so quick. And before we even know it, eco round na naman muli itong si Orgless.
Naman eh. Walang right mid nito, unfortunately. Now it becomes a 6-2 scoreline on the side of 7-Step. The mid push coming around for Funky and Rimuru. This could be devastating for Yor if he's not careful, but Nightingale's here to help him out. Bail him out of the situation, but will they expect the other player, Rimuru, on the other side? Does not hit the shot in time. It's one over to Yor, but Comics, DB4, mid-side in full control of 7-Step. Because they're also thinking about the B main split, they can't fully commit into the site defense at all. That's also a big detriment kasi binigyan nila yung heaven, binigyan nila yung mid. And now that's also an open walk space for the side of 7-Sep. And Heaven, he's alone.
Where are you?
And I find this approach quite fascinating as well because you would most likely expect them to be on a full stack, especially if you're just holding series of pistols or if you're on an eco round. But they are quite far apart from each other, and there is a possibility that Eman might be cornered here as well at the elbow area, and that's just what happened. But some people here on screens, last two remaining people, then trying to push over, but Tomix is gonna be well aware of that approach and even having Nightingale to support him in finishing things off. 7-2 scoreline. And it seems like the disparity is getting broader and broader as the time goes by in favor for 7-Sep's crew.
If you think about it, it's frustrating to deal up against this attacking team.
Body bags.
Make some presence on mid, make some noise on B main, and then you never expect it, but A site was definitely the end game. And then they switch it up. The same game plan, but trying to attack them at different fronts every single time. It's a different look. So it becomes even more difficult for Orgles to try to read them, which makes this tactical pause even more justified for them. Kasi feeling ko, nauubos na sila ng brain cells.
Palalim na lang, palalim din ng gabi. Like, imagine, no, 9 a.m. kas nag-start maglaro and then until kinaumagahan, tanghalian at kinagabihan at maybe even merienda mo yung Valorant.
Diba?
No, not just ordinary Valorant, you're competing in a tournament. It's your Kings of PH, like, dude. Their mental is extraordinary. Not gonna lie, I can't imagine.
Totoo. I mean, I think at this point, you have to think about what it is to do for Orgles this time. They're running out of options. Viper Spit is in the back pocket of Funky, but they've been struggling on opening space up in the map as well. So, wawalan ng chance na gumamit ng Viper Spit si Funky. Now, 7-Sep on their attack. Looking like they're gonna attack the mid side. Pashanan with the smoke on towards that mid-mail position. It's to prevent any sort of impact from the mid-mail player. Pero, but Funky pushed up a little bit too far. Didn't even make that much noise at all. Because naglaro na yung player dito na si Rimuro kanina, there's a chance that they might actually see this too.
Possibility might actually not be expecting that. Buti na lang, mabilis ang trade-off dito ni Borcom. Stepping out onto here possibly sa ating B towers, pero meron tumatao dito na si Remoryu. All utilities out, even giving the satchel for the Roomba, which is cute. But, man, they will be turning their attention dito sa D side and might possibly be preparing for a massive commitment onto this one.
Oh my. Yun ang nakakatakot no? For Urza,
Oh,
but
what
he will
the-
keep committing the angle papunta sa B main. Paranoia out. And I don't know if he expects Yor to be already inside of the site. Kimura Kid, the timing could not have been any real. Perfect timing on Yor. It's all falling apart for Borkum as he's also shut down by Rumura Kid. 3-7. An injection of energy for Orgles this time.
Spike down.
Even though Borkum was there with the squad to reconvene, to regroup.
Spike. 10 seconds
The
left.
clash on backside
One enemy
really
remaining.
made the difference in trying to hold down that B space. Ang init ng ating laban kahit may tambak na scoreline tayo dito, Mochi eh.
Di mo sure mamaya makikita mo 7-7 na yan. Everything's uncertain at this current point in time, most especially that we are having like pretty new rosters coming in as well. Hindi mo masyadong ma-predict kung ano yung magiging flow ng kanilang train of thought or even how they will deliver their executes as well. But also, yes, we are gonna see this ultimate being used by Thomas. Not quite sure if this is going to be beneficial for them. Bring out some blinds. Blinds si Tomix. but there is enough space for them. Funky with the 2K, supported by Urza, shutting them off. Wala daw papasok sa B-side. This is going to be their turf, their territory. Not letting anyone of the two remaining members step further into it.
Last round in the half.
With the 7 scoreline now. As we've expected it from Orglas, they are cutting it close. Hindi na pinapasok ang kahit sino from 7 Sep thanks to the bunch of util. The paranoia from backside. And even though Tomix has opened up some sort of a red carpet para dito sa 7 Sep, it was stopped thanks to the util dump. 7-4 scoreline. Orglas relied upon on their approach. Their anchor Urza showing up massively in the 2 rounds that he has been required of. Again, very early investment of that just to take themselves that mid-side control. Perfect flash. Tomix wants to take the fight to them. Bent's already occupied by the Yoru himself. Now Orglas, they're also feeling the pressure. They want to commit towards the smoke. An early angle, a deep space given up, and Tomix spotted as well. Jiggling peeking. Down a kill from Tomix. White Cat as well. Who picks it a blink of an eye, and they're able to even kill off Murukid. 2 versus 5.
My. Just as we are about to say na wala pang trade from Orglas as of the current time, tinatry at subukan bumawi ni Eman dito, pero sa isang iglap siya na lang ang naiiwan. Still complete in terms of utilities, but I wonder if there would be enough avenue for him to push forward. I guess not. And isang ult orb na lang din, meron na tayong Rolling Thunder dito for Nightingale. Never mind, it's already the second half after all. I wonder what's going to be the change in terms of the defense. I mean, not gonna lie, medyo mahirap din mag-defend dito. I feel like this might be debatable, pero this might be the same defense stance that you have to do in Lotus as well. So,
Pwede. Magkalayo yung dalawang controller no?
Yeah.
Just expect that they're gonna be pushing up on the site where the Viper is gonna be, because let's face it, the Viper was nerfed in a way that the smokes are not gonna last that much longer, so di ko pa nga nakakalculate kung gaano katagal yung Viper smoke. You know what? Tomorrow, babalikan kita about that. Now we're back into the 8-4 scoreline. Side swap found. Defensive side for 7 Sep. All that they need to do is try to hold the respective angles. As Zind already held up over towards that ramp side, as there's not even a need to try to util dump on towards the mid side, but they decide to do it anyway. Remove Kid. Expected to take that open space. Zin finds Tomix. Will this be a knife kill? Hindi. Sayang.
Akala ko first day ng KOPH, makakita tayo ng Tondo experience. Sayang, hindi yun tinuloy. Feel like he really wants to secure the kill, especially na they're on a bit of a disadvantage right now in terms of the scoreline. Pero very even know it, nirerekta na litong B-site natin. Pero yun nga lang ang trades kami yan. Mukhang pabot pa rin ito for Orglas. But White Cat through the smoke, and as well as your now 1v1. Probably quite a difficult situation for him, as Erza just pulls out the ghost at the best time possible.
Yeah. I mean, he could have gone for the knife now, but it's not like the other FPS where if you knife somebody, you get more money. Lyra's kicks. It's fine, because now you're seeing how they're able to react into versus retake as well through the smoke, flooding around that CT spawn as well. And just because you get this up the site doesn't mean that you're able to plant on down. There's still some resistance coming through for 7 Sep. It's just that the scenario, Orglas, to bounce back through with the ghost in hand. That's a full buy across the board, except for Funky, who is the passive player overall. That does make the buy round a little bit less expensive. Urza Let's hold off the crossover to the B main position. That's 2 people. It's onto him. That's 1. That's first blood found onto Borkum. White Cat, he's thinking twice about peeking to the same angle. Doesn't want to have the same fate as Borkum, unfortunately.
That is true, but I feel like that's more than enough information that they might have already gotten into a site as they are trying to enter it right now and blocking off any passages that might leak their information for the opposition. But now, Zin, ganda ng position niya dito, pero napakalutong ng shot from Tomix. Once again, never underestimate the capacity of a sheriff. But there's still a lot of work to do here. There's a 4v4 and there's still lots of utilities for Orgles to use for themselves. Si Tomix na naman on the Bulldog na napulot niya pero siguro na nangaiiwan and I don't think he is gonna last that long. Most especially that he's quite a awkward position dito sa bandang screens natin out in the open. But ito na yun. Getting closer ang ating scoreline since seems like Orgles is trying their best to learn the most out of how 7-Step crew plays.
Ito na naman tayo sa 7-Step crew who have a lead but they are struggling to even find an opening dito. Let's close it out. Orgles catching up thanks to Urza heroics from him even in the first half. It becomes this buy round in check for the defensive side. They know that the battle is up into play on ramps. I think the fake out does clear up some space, but Nightingale is just gonna take this time to reload in time. I think nag-TP tong si Zin din, no? Para makabalik sa team niya.
He did. Actually, natatawa din ako dito sa sinabi ni Sian Lloyd Casalme. Limit na yung FB pero yung players mukhang unli pa. True lang. And parang kanina ang laki na ng difference nila dito for the scoreline. Pero ngayon 8-6 na.
Poison orb emitting.
Not quite sure there might be even more coming up upon them as White Cat will be able to take out si Zind. You're tamang chilling lang dito, no? Sa mid-area natin, si tries to gun down sino man ko kanita yung mga shots na yun. Borgo all alone here dito sa B-side natin. Buti na lang, White Cat resting as well as Tomix. Everyone is just well prepared to cover up for each other. Funky, I'm not quite sure what else they can do here alongside Eman. They're gonna be doing a quick sprint papunta sa A-site, not and even being detected by the Prowler. He's stuck indeed, got no choice but to try and face up against them. Tricky na dito si White Cat. And Funky is just gonna be trying to fend them off, but the quick trade is going to be present galing kay Tomix.
I guess Eman thought that he was a little too late kung magagaling pa siya sa garage, so he decided to fully commit sa may mid-side. Maybe bank on the idea that his ghost was going to be enough to take down the double peak, but still, mid-side pressure being dealt upon by Orgles squad, but 7-Step crew are able to deal with it. There was an attempt at the mid-lurk from Funky, but at the end of it, still did not result in the win so far. 7-Step hanging on for the 9th round. Able to dodge away from the momentum, clear off the mid-side pressure. This is spraying through the smoke, seeing if they can catch themselves a straggler. His White Cat has got a bit of damage done. He's back to beam heaven position as he's waiting to get some info for the team. The silent drone. In and out lang. Ang cute talaga ng drone na yun.
Diba? Nakakaaliw. Hindi mo alam kung maaaliw ka o mabubwisit ka pagka yun yung drone ay nila pag sa'yo, but we do appreciate all the designs being placed here with Valorant, especially yung team natin dito for Kings of PH, no? Chessboard, chess pieces, definitely proving who is going to be king. Shout out kay Sir Sid Ibamit, hello, and the rest of the TNC Prod team. Tindi ng inyong teams dito sa ating mga tournaments, pero mukhang well-prepared, marching on to B-side na. Borkum lang naman ang kanilang makikita dito with a quick trade from Rimuru.
30 seconds left.
Still a 4v4 after all. Not quite sure if they are gonna be anticipating White Cat din dito. Possibly, but they're gonna be playing it safe.
White Cat cannot be the first point of contact. They have to wait for the Heaven players yet. With the Heaven players, that's where White Cat can shine. That's where he gets himself to put blood in the post. Atomics and Nightingale, they explode out of the Heaven position. A triple from Rimuru Kid. But he is alone in a 1v3. It was a triple from him, but it was not enough. He needed so much more to shine through against the clutch scenario, but at the end of it, it is the 10th round win coming through for 7 Set Crew.
Is live.
Able to get double digits, and it's thanks to the coordination from them. The lead are gone, but the chemistry is still ever so present.
Last player standing.
Perfect timing from White Cat to pop out of the CT spawn was when Nightingale has called in with the Heaven players.
Wow.
Di tuloy nakakommit yung mga tao sa pillar, di ba?
Yeah. I mean, what I really like with 7 Set Crew then as well so far is that despite the fact na medyo there is some resemblance to an unstoppable force itong mga pushes ni Orgles. They always try to find a way in order to recuperate or recover kung mga blows na ibinabato sa kanila. The trades are definitely consistent. Not that minabati ko, hopefully not, but this is already a 4v4 as they try to finally secure the B side, no? Put the spike down, find their specific posts in order to prepare for the post-plan situation. But once again, some shots gonna be let out to the right click from Nightingale. On point, indeed, masusundan pa. 7C, you're gonna be popping off, supported by White Cat W as well. And they are 1 round away from the match point here, Ramon.
Yep, definitely. One more to try to get themselves equalization. The amount of frags dealt up from that Heaven spot, but it was not enough. Rimuru with the long range tap on the frenzy. You don't normally see that every day. The pistol doing a lot of work. And almost this close to upsetting the odds. But 7 Set Crew able to bounce back. Almost at match point. Orglas out of Mercy's edge. Fully investing towards this round. And now with the setup, it's a mid-side push. That's Zin popping through with the dimensional drift. And thanks to the Molly, they can't follow through with him. Bounce out one on towards the site itself. He is looking to take the fight to him as well. Morcom's in a lot of trouble. Once to get the site, Paranoia is still invested. But Rimuru Kid kills off Atomics, judge in hand. Zin has to pop back in towards the site itself. And with the plant coming down, it becomes 7 Set Crew difficult retake to handle, especially with a judge holding up that CT spawn.
Definitely a struggle. There's a lot of areas that were being left open here by 7 Set Crew. And that is going to be a flawless round in favor for Orgles. I mean, I feel like they literally just left off the fact that hindi sila masyado nakapag-cover up for each other. It all boils down to that, not even with the utilization as well. It's just that they are also hyper-aware in terms of their positioning, especially now Mikot pa sila dito all the way into mid-area and try to flag them off as they try to offer a retake. Now, it is still a 7-11. There's still 4 more rounds away and pwede or kailangan habulin ni Orgles dito para makabawi. Onward, they have already a series of ultimates available. Coincidentally, parehong Viper Spit and as well as yung From the Shadows natin ay mayroon parehong team. Mid-control naman muli ang balak dito ni Orgles at yun ay kung hahayaan nila. Most especially na naka-eco itong 7 Set Crew right now.
Here.
Ang bilis lang na negate yung naging value from the Prowler now. It's a flash come true for Zin. He is so low on HP thanks to the dink. So malapit lamang na siya. Only 1 point off HP and it's the guided salvo. Finishes it off. An opportunity to claim up that Phantom upgrade, but they are happily taking it as bait. Rimuru Kid kills Atomics, the only guy with the Vandal. Now White Cat is the one. Let's hold off with the gun. 40 seconds for them to make the decision. B main, full notice for Orgles right now. Nightingale is still holding on to the Rolling Thunder for so long, and him not being in a position to deny
My
the
ultimate
B
is
main
not
push
ready.
from Orbitus is unfortunate for them.
30 seconds
The
left.
kids always relied upon them. Time for White Cat to turn his back was also when the kid is walking towards that main possession. It is again Orglis taking full control of B. The retake scenario for 7 Septon. It's all banking on the idea of this rolling thunder, but Rimuru Kid, right place, right time! 4K for Rimuru Kid! And on for the ace! With the spray down, Nightingale is dead to rights! All 5 kills for Rimuru Kid! And you can tell that this guy has a bright future.
Ang sabi nga nila, pag merong tiyaga, may...
Nilaga.
At habang merong pag-asa, or never mind, baliktad, habang may buhay, mayroong
Remaining.
pag-asa. Kitang-kita naman, nasabog na tayo ng mga kaibigan, pero napakatindi ng ace dito ni Rimuru Kid. And Matic active at online na ang kanyang showstopper, ready for them to use it anytime that they may please. And kahit na sobrang lapit na, parang medyo malayo pa para sa 7-step crew na masecure ang match point natin dahil hindi talaga nagpapatinag ang Orglis ngayon.
Hindi na nga, ginamit pa nga din ang Rolling Thunder, but it's a showstopper for Rimuru Kid. He wants to open up a D-Heaven spot. Paranoia to counter that through. No damage done. 7 Step, they want to fight him through, but Borkum could not handle this kid. You cannot steal him down.
Welcome to
He's already opened up the spaces. You're popping through. White Cat with a perfect shot. Special delivery for stop in towards the Viper, but it will not stop the plant. Perfect flash, but Rimuru Kid still on the double. Here comes 3v3. A perfect shot from Nightingale. Knocks down Rimuru Kid. Operator in hand for Zin already counted down. Relied on his shorty this time, but it is still a 3v2. He also has his own Viper's pet, but he is thinking about using it as he drops. Now, once they do, have to deal with the onslaught that is Zin. Already decided to push it down with the operator. Lopez got down with a double kill as well. It's all falling apart for them as well, especially with Nightingale. Picked off one by one, 9-11. This Viper's pit was so good for the Oregon squad.
Inch by inch, we're moving closer. Ang lalala ninyo! Orglis! Parang kanina lang, ang layo ng agwat natin. But look at that, it's now a 9-11 call for help because I feel like 7-Step Crew might possibly be in trouble. Now the timeout is active as well, possibly. And I feel like this might be pulled out by 7-Step Crew once again. I remember meron pa silang isa, no, para sa timeout nila. And I feel like maganda naman the usage nila dito. They use it right now.
Kung ngayon, like right now, you know, ba't kaya tayo tumitigil? Wala lang, kasi gusto lang naman natin mag-rewind. You know, just chillax, have fun.
Hindi, sa totoo lang kaya
11:06
sila
PM.
nag-timeout para papahingayin daw tayo. Char.
Pwede. Ang babait naman ng mga players natin, ano?
Kaya we love Orglis, we love 7-Step Crew, Sim. Solid.
Lalo na yung 7-Step Crew.
Yo!
Shoutout nga pala kay Ali, yung friend
Hello.
namin, na manager.
Best manager in town. Yeah. Kinilig na yan.
Yeah, exactly. 9-11. This game's not done just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Rimuru Kid back on the mid-side pressure. Open mid-side smoke as they're the ones to try to play against us one way. Zin, very interestingly, he never expected the stinger.
Wow.
White Cat, the right place, right time, always with the best gun in this scenario. And now they want to push on in towards the mid-mail position. They know that it was a botch attempt on Vents. They don't want to take a chance right now. They don't know what's lurking on the shadows. They don't know that on the other end of both of these sides of the map, it's always a crossfire.
Toxins going up.
Wait lang Parang medyo merong ma-judge dito. Yan nga lang nga, immediate trade here on Erza. Pero may isa pa, Nightingale! Okay, 21 HP left here for Eman. And they might actually finally get the match point.
Oh.
Kanina pa
30
nila
seconds
inaasam, pero ang tanong ay kung makakladge ito
This is
ni
how it
Eman.
ends.
Armageddon denying them
That's a lot of
further
time
as
shaved
well.
off thanks to the Armageddon. Does this actually kill him off? No, it doesn't.
Nope.
Just waits it out. 15 seconds. Remember, they only have the lower guns except for Atomics right now, so
Missiles away.
time for him to plant on back sight.
Night munition.
And he decides to do it over at that match position, so it's just a
Ooh.
wall bang for Borkum. It's as easy as that. Match point in this manner for his 7-step crew. Off the back of these stingers, off the back of these lower guns, and a perfect paranoia for Borkum all the way from that beaming position, just slowly whittling down the attack on that heaven spot.
Barubal din tong si White Cat eh, no? Straight up stinger lang sa mukha ng kalaban. And as well as Nightingale. And I find it funny and really entertaining when we see both of these teams play, no? Parang the whole series that we have so far has never been so boring. Kasi laging merong ganap every single round. Kahit nasabihin mo na eco round yan. For some reason, there's always something going on. And it's really, really nice to watch. And, of course, shoutcast as well. But ngayon, tinan naman tayo, may hawak na naman siyang judge. Just in case na they will try to commit and push forward dito sa males area natin, heading on to B tower, well, that would be bad news for them. But let us just check out kung sila nga ba ay pupunta dito. Kasi there is already some ounce of hesitation coming in here for Argus. Not quite sure if they're just setting it up or are they already hesitating?
Inside push now. Zind. He's thinking about it. Kasama na niya agad tong si Rumuru Kid, so since naglagay sila ng presence on the mid side, that's keeping your to hope that someone's gonna come to his crosshair right now. But now it's gonna be a big test for Borkum. He has to shine through, roll back the years when holding up this B main position. At dahil naghihintay lamang talaga ng Morgulus ng any sort of sign to push on, this is it. Paranoia out, but he gets spotted. Nightingale always there to back up Borkum. Work it down, Eman to try to save it up. It's a 1-for-1. They push on in. Nightfall out as well as Urza. He reconvenes again over to your 14 seconds left.
Okay.
Borkum with a perfect from the shadows, but it does not deny the plan. A double for Zen, a double for Borkum too. But this becomes a 1v2 clutch scenario. Will it be Borkum time yet again? It does not happen. Not this time. 10 to 12. Orglis not backing down from a fight.
Not backing down, and seems like the pressure, I mean, it's already been existing, but it's further been amplified up to this current point. Lalong-lalo na, no? That these guys from Orglis are really, really making them not get that victory at all. Like, talagang sinusubukan nila na panggigilan sila dito ni 7-Step Crew in hopes of making them fumble, but the question is if magagawa nga ba talaga nila yon. Would Borkum manage to actually keep the kids all in check? Most especially na mamaya nagpapanik na yung mga yan. At nahiling ko kanina, galing kay Alexia, nagpapanik na yung mga bata, pinapakalma ni Borkum. Pero,
Nako.
right now, let's see if that would be the case, or would it be them thriving
Wait.
despite the pressure?
Ang daming in-invest ni Zin. It was a full fake on B with his util, with his ulti para lang keep the rotation. Ngayon pa lang sila makapag-respond as Rumuru Kid. He gives up one. Tomic still being the better gun, but it is every day for Orglis to win this out. Every single day of the week. This was a big brain setup that we kind of missed. It was so much util invested thanks to Zin and his ulti, his fake out. They were confident na sa B manggagaling yung push, but it was an open A site. They left Tomix all on his lonesome on the A heaven position, but other than that, nobody else was defending the other side of the map. Di sila makarotate. Convinced sila that the Yoru was with everybody else on the B mid position. That was brilliant.
Bro. Medyo may mga bungi na rin yung mga shields natin dito for 7 sa crew. But on the bright side, lahat naman ng abilities ay meron pa rin sila. But at the same time, no, sayang din talaga kasi yung advantage and lifeline na maaari mo makuha from the shields if that is going to be full. Pero ngayon, there might actually be a possibility that this is going to be an overtime. Pero ngayon, coast is clear. Just gonna be playing a bit more passive than usual than dito in terms of positioning itong si 7th Sub crew. If kanina nakita natin na medyo nagiging maasim dito si Tomix, well, no, not anymore. They're gonna be more careful.
Tanungin natin si Bor kung maasim si Tomix mamaya. kung yun na nga yung magiging best case kanya. So it's 40 seconds. Nightingale. Very interesting angle. It does tell me that it is an off angle. Just to see if it will surprise them coming at the tracks. Max push coming through. Perfect flash as well. Nightingale's in a lot of trouble, and Remura Kid has found him. His first victim. And possibly for overtime.
Spike
In a
planted.
5v4 scenario, they have declined a request from that Rolling Thunder. Now Orglis are coming up at the seams, ready with OT. Showstopper out as well. They want to get this back onto the defensive side as M and FPS and everybody else just want to take it to 12-12. And with one full sweep, it is match point for both teams. Overtime is set. Legit, ang hirap talaga malaman kung sino yung matatapos dito.
Sinong amo yung tatapos at matatapos? Kasi, grabe, parang kanina sobrang lawak ng diferensya natin. Tapos ngayon 12-12 na. No one's backing down and no one's planning to back down. Because as much as possible, they're really breaching the boundaries here despite the fact of being here ever since 9 a.m. Wala silang pakialam. They're just gonna be pushing this one through. And as much as possible, we'll try to fend each other off. This is already about a battle of attrition and, of course, the mental resets na pwede nilang ma-inflict sa isa't isa, no? As much as possible, they want to keep their mental in check. And not only that, as much as possible, yung coordination nila. Timeout already active for both ends at si Orgles naman daw ang maglalapag nito.
Ako, yung pinakauna nilang OT2. You know, they're feeling the pressure now. It's becoming a harder attempt for 7-Sep. They were this close on closing it all, reaching phase 2 of the qualifiers. And now this is becoming a very awkward spot for them. Orglis pulling out so many big brain strats at the tail end of this best of 3. Game number 3. Tapos nag-OT pa. Are you not entertained?
sabi nila dito hanggang 12 a.m. na tayo dito. Uy, maawa kayo sa prod natin. Di pa nakaka-uwi itong mga to.
Oo nga.
Tayo nasa
Tapos
bahay
babalik
lang
pa sila babalik pa sila 9 a.m. bukas.
Grabe. Tindi, no? Shoutout kay Miss Ali tsaka kay Sir tsaka kay the rest of the team. Hello, Sir Jeff. Si Sir Jeff yung may kasalanan kasi siya yung nag-call ng OT.
True.
Yep. Yung bumate.
Yan nga, okay lang yan. We're having fun. We're all having fun. Ubus na yung kape ko dito. Mukhang ubus na. Yung pasensya na pareho nating teams. They want to end this right here, right now. Mid-side push. And they're also using that as a way to get the Viper back in towards the B Heaven spot. Triple. So it looks like a triple defense doing some like B Heaven position. And now because of the presence of the Fae, that also tells them that 7-Sep crew are thinking about the A Heaven position.
I got this
Ano ba to?
back.
Hindi kasi sila... Well, they are thinking about splitting up. We pinged on the map doon sa heaven. Also thinking about the mid side as well, but since Somix has killed off at least one of them,
30
the
seconds
split
left.
will not be their end game. They want to overwhelm Natong si Zin. He TP's back on towards the alpha spot, but he's not safe yet. It's a 4v5. Ready with the flash. A 7-step through, they still want to gain momentum in this game, and it starts Borkum falling to the hands of Funky. 4v4. And now it becomes even more complicated. For the attacking side, Rimuru gets himself one, gets a double kill.
Oh my gosh!
It's on fire! Explodes into A-main! He knows that this is his stage! And he's here to save the day. A 13-12. Orglis, the first time this game have the lead and match point.
Match point.
Ano kaya kinakain ni Rimuru, no? Like, imagine having this tip-top shape performance despite of the fact of playing the whole day. Like, talagang, alam mong babad na babad sa kaka-Valorant itong batang to. It's just awesome. He even got that 31 kills na rin already. He got that 30. Sabi nga nila, as much as gas-gas na yan, he got it, guys.
It is gonna be one hell of a story to talk about when we dive into day number 2. And this felt like a dream for 7-Step crew, in which they were this close in finishing out the split map. But Orglis, ano ba to? Gano katagal yan? It was 8-12 no? 8-12. And hindi pa naman, it's still this close for 7-Step crew to actually win that out. But Orglis, off the back of pure timing as well as good mechanics, have shown that they can contest against 7-Step crew, who were in the driver's seat all throughout the split map. My goodness.
Yeah. Like, imagine last minute then nabaliktad ang lahat. It became a 13-12 and I feel like they will try to work under pressure. Hindi pa enough yung pressure kanina, no? Pero once again, dalawa lang naman nga eh. Pressure can create diamonds or may create something else, maybe boiled eggs, which is something that you wouldn't want. As much as possible, you want to be on the first option that I have just said and mentioned. Pero I hope yung mga people natin dyan nanonood ngayon, no? We are 130 plus viewers or 40 viewers strong. And I hope that you guys nakapagluto na kayo ng pancit canton. Sarap mag-pancit canton ng mga gantong oras, as well as you have that, no? Yung soft drinks nyo. Nako! Yummers yan, mga broskies.
Talaga nga naman, diba? So we're gonna go back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be one tall task coming through for 7-Step. They have been at the brink of winning all throughout this series, but now Orglis on the driver's seat. And this time it be different for them, as it will be 13-12 so far. Ano ba? Sino ba yung stars of the show so far? Rimuru Kid coming through with that 4K to explode on in towards the site. Tapos, imagine yun eh, no? The amount of times that Rimuru has popped up every time na pumasok si Camille sa stream. Gaano ka-wholesome yun, boss? Sobra.
Real. Dude's literally being supported. The best they
You
can.
like crabs?
Yes, of course. Alimangos po din.
Kumakain ka ng crab?
Oh, favorite.
Ano
Actually,
lasa?
kahit
It's not
anong
ready.
seafood. Masarap. Literal. Especially yung yung mga buttered garlic. Ah! Miss ko na yun. Promise. Solid yun.
Low na pala ni White Cat eh, no? Takedowns on the mid side, sprayed on down by the Phantom long range. And then he's also getting threatened by Zind, who has become a nuisance all throughout this game so far. They heard the TP, so they know that the A side could be the call for them. But it's interesting that Urza's not moving with the spike, so it's telling me that the mid might still be the call for them.
Bring them down.
Ang lakas ng trip din talaga ni Sir Jeff. Sabi niya, 30-30, let's go. Pero anyways, ano ba ang let's go din na gagawin dito? Ano, I feel like Orglas will be resorting here dito sa ating B as much as possible, trying to set them aback. No, Rimuro entirely being blinded by Borkum as well. Already predicted with a TP spot of where he is going to be at by the bulletin board. Wallbang lang ang
30
katapat daw
seconds
niyan.
left.
But now, 4v4, really tricky position for Whitecat as well. Just prepared, and as well as Yur, kung sino man ang kanila makikita. And Funky's gonna be falling down. Pero masusundan ni Erza. You're right beside you. There's a couple. Oh, the transfer's not gonna be working. And instead, Orgles will be finishing this up with a 14-12 score line. Sa kinalayo-layo ng prosesyon, dito pa rin tayo napunta sa panalo ng Orgles. Kahit na si Seven Sap Crew ang nagsimula, sila ang nagtapos.
8-11. From 8-11, they have come back in towards the series where 7-Step Crew were this close on ending everything. Orgles have won it out and have qualified for the second phase of the Kings of PH. Congratulations to everybody and the rest of the squad. They have proven their worth, especially for all the standouts. Talagang kitang-kita yung init na display ni Rimuru, yung calling ni Eman. Pero if it was anybody else, it was Zin who really was a constant force to be reckoned with all throughout the server. Talagang hindi mo din ma-understate yung impact na ni Zin dito sa buong game natin. He was a flex player. He was showing a lot of impact. And if you count out Urza, then sometimes you underestimate him. So, you know, lots of props, lots of flowers coming through para sa kanila, and a job well done kasi it wasn't easy at all. Umabot pa nga ng OT, umabot pa nga ng Game 3.
Planted.
And let us check out the highlights natin during that map because that is so much for us to digest as well. And they really do deserve the highlights here, not gonna lie. Especially itong flawless run, I feel like that's already their breakthrough round, especially with a couple of pop-ups na nanggaling dito kay Rimuru Kid, the Ace, and even the 4K. And I feel like this is also like a really good training ground para sa 7-Step Crew as well. I mean, Borkum is there, guidance is present, and all of these players are just up and coming. I mean, they're already there, they already have the name, but it's further being exemplified with all of the experience that they are garnering in these types of tournaments as well. And I'm pretty sure na malayo pa ang mararating ng mga yan, most importantly. And I remember them still studying, prioritizing that, but at the same time, they were able to free some time para dito sa kanilang passion, and that's what matters. And this is going to be our statistics for that 14-12 first OT on our first day of KOPH.
Imagine that, 31 kills for the kid himself. Talagang spoiler alert kung sino man na may MVP natin dito no? Pero a lot of props to Urza as well as Zin talaga no? They were rock solid into providing that support, into providing that sort of constant force nga naman, diba? So a job well done, and at the end of it, they are deserving with this reverse sweep. So who has been the MVP for this whole game so far? It will be Rimuru Kid. Dwayne Enriquez, mga kaibigan, ang isa sa mga pinaka-promising na duelist players na meron tayo on the scene right now, and start them young. Talaga malalaman mo na this guy has a bright future ahead of him with how well he has displayed his talent this far in the KOPH and has become yung pinakaunang team, or at least part ng pinakaunang team na mapag-qualify into phase number 2. So congratulations kay Rimuru Kid at congratulations din sa Orgles.
The first contenders for the crown already being given here, pero let us check out ang ating bracket. Just a quick recap for you guys, no? Out of 38 teams for our first leg, we have all these teams in front of you who tried to prove that they are worthy of that leg champion title. Pero still si Orgles ang nanaig, and 7-Step Crew and the rest of the bunch still definitely shown valiant effort worth recognizing.
Yeah. It was over as we know it. Talagang, it was a grind to take care of it. And nung una pa lang, we already said that now our expectations are at the lowest of the lows, right? We don't know what to expect from these teams kasi we don't have the Nouses, we don't have the team secrets anymore. We
It's a
don't
lot of
even
new
have Oasis
things.
Gaming. Pushing through into the round number 2, right? There's a lot of new things, a lot of new players, a lot of new names to remember. And I think you can start with Muruk and everybody on Orglas right now. So congratulations to them. And I hope na makita ko din ang 7-step crew tomorrow dahil remember guys, na meron pa tayong mga qualifiers tomorrow and the next weekend. So be sure to register. Online pa rin naman ang ating registration. Check na lang ang Predator Gaming Facebook page. And doon yung mga details namin. At syempre, shoutout din sa aming sponsor for this game as a whole. Ang Predator Helios DO16 that has been engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at any Easter Predator online store.
And guys, if you buy this Predator Heels Neo 16 or any notebook na meron dito si Predator Gaming at your local store or even online on their official website, you guys will have extra PC Game Pass for a month. And this includes new games, AAA titles, may it be some perks na may-aring ibigay sa inyo ni Riot, discounts, deals, and more. And even an EA Play membership. So, if you are thinking of securing your very own gaming notebook, I guess this is your sign to check it out.
Yep. And then that's it for us dito sa broadcast desk mga kaibigan. Pero huwag ka mag-alala. May second qualifiers pa tayo tomorrow on Sunday. So same time lang tayo, 2 p.m. kung makakarating nga tayo doon. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Chloe San Jose, si Mochi dito sa ating broadcast. Salamat sa suporta ninyo dito sa viewers. And until then, we'll see you tomorrow for the Kings of PH qualifying legs.
Good night! Good night! Lumaparan sila dito, nagpa-blank laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is really inside of C. Nag-aabang mga kala dito, sila Owen Beauty wants pa dito for another
He mistakenly kicks. Safong. He gets shot by the Phantom and finally gets the one point.
Makikita niya dito, sila Exotic, sila Dan, and Rex, with just the win! With the